This novel was requested by Emperor Tristan of More. No life. God gets reincarnated in a game world 306 to 342. CH 306. Hello, I Apartment Junior. You're also here to challenge Battle Wolf. Are you going to fight with just you two? Greetings. But I'm afraid I don't recognize you. Ha. Right, it's our fault to not introduce ourselves. We're from Rescue Committee. Here, this is our emblem. Surprise. The party that huddled in distance was in fact the Rescue Committee members who aids in sending the wiped-out party to the surface. Upon further investigation, they are wearing the armband with the emblem of Rescue Committee. I can't tell just how many times I have been under their care in the game. Rescue Committee consists of cream of the core talents. They're the official guild of the Academy, which have been formed by gathering not just students, but also capable individuals from other places that hold remarkable talent. Oh, and Rescue Committee also has the special position that is outside of the typical guild ranks. They're the specialist in charge of sending students that have their HP blown to zero or are in extremely dangerous situations to outside the dungeon, all safe and sound. But the question is, what are they doing here? You are wondering what we are doing in place, eh? Oops, it seemed like my expression made it obvious. And the answer to your question is, that woman, who seemed to be their leader, didn't seem to mind it and pointed at the door of the boss room. Just at the timing, the door opened and the challengers, apparently a party of freshmen, ejected out of the room as if someone spitted out them. The members of Rescue Committee stood up within a beat, raising a war cry. Let's go, the wiped out party has come out. Take them back safely. Ensures that they don't get even the slightest scratch. Good grief, they're so pathetic to get completely wiped out. But fret not. You will be taken to the surface in one piece safely. Muscle rescue. Muscle rescue. Muscles are roaring you. Raise the roar. You guys be more quiet in your work for God's sake. The 4 members minus leader immediately rushed towards the freshman party and began treating them using several items with quick hands. It was a stunning sight and their skills were top tiers. If anything though, they seemed to be overflowing with a bit more vigor than necessary. They were done in mere 10 seconds. Then a macho man with beefy muscles swiftly took them in his arms and dashed for the surface. That macho man looked quite strong. I guess he must have an advanced job of brawny knight, Steelo macho. He easily swoops all of them in his arms without even using any skill, as if they're just luggages. And they're off. Rena, too, was baffled by the spectacle that transpired just now. I felt the same kind of intensity from that macho man as a thunder javelin. I can bet any monster that would be unfortunate to come in way of his dash would be shattered into mere particles of effect. A ruckus, they may die. Well, you have your answer. We're in charge of this place to send the wiped out students back to the surface. Oh dear, I haven't introduced myself yet, right? I'm Renishia, leader of the 39th Rescue Squad. It's the beginning of Dungeon Week for the first year, so we have been stationed here to promptly aid in situations like these. That explains why they're here. It was a useless setting in the game. It was the group that would appear out of nowhere and carry the party back to outside the dungeon as soon as one sent a rescue request to take everyone back to the surface. But let alone encountering them here. It was also my first instance I had witnessed them waiting in standby here within the safety area. Well, I guess this is the natural course of action in reality, huh? Furthermore, it seemed like they'd stand by here in the safety area only during the first term Dungeon Week from May to July. Plus, this setup seemed to be only up to Beg mid-dungeon. Well, you know Beglow dungeons can be overcome through brute force even solo. So the never-ending stream of freshmen who get wiped out like this after overestimating their abilities are like the seasonal speciality of this academic term. It must be tough. Thank you for your hard work. Thanks ya lot. Anyway, my apartment junior. So you're going to challenge the boss with just you two? You may not feel it, but the battle wolf here is quite strong. I would recommend fighting in a group of 5. She must be a nice person. I guess she should be talking with us for so long to give that advice. Though fighting battle wolf is a child play to me, so her worry is unfounded. Thank you for your advice. But please be at ease, because you see, I showed her the mark of conquest on my chest, and seeing that, Renishia-san's eyes widened in surprise. Girappa and Rokumari clearation mark? Whoa, really? Mark doesn't lie. Besides, they disappear if you try to transfer them. Sigh. I did hear the freshmen are on another level, but this is just... It's already an impressive pace for you to reach at this point in this term. but even clearing out 2 intermediate dungeons is just hard to believe. Foo, that's Zephyr-san for you. Haha, you sure are being trusted, you lady killer. But yeah, it was unnecessary of me to call out to you. Good luck in your endeavor too. I think we may require your care in the future, so please take good care of us when that time comes. Sure so. And good luck on your endeavor too, miss. For everything. With those words, Renisha-san turned on her heel and made her way back to her spot, waving her hand in goodbye. Rina, on the other hand, had her hands on her cheeks, sporting an awkward yet delightful expression which was a striking sight to behold. Then we charged in the boss room as our turn had come up. While we're talking with Renisha-san and after going through a quick recap about today's lesson, we swiftly defeated the battle wolf and returned back. Incidentally, those girls from my lecture also made it through the boss battle without any mishap, although I didn't teach them yet about the exploration. One thing was sure, however, they're undeniably talented. CH 307. Good morning, Zephyr. It's finally time for the extra dungeon. You've been awfully pepped up since yesterday, you know. Lana. Aren't you the same too, Karua? It was Sunday morning. I had just entered the guild room when Lana and Karua came and said that. It was an adorable sight to see Lana's face turning red when Karua exposed her. Good morning, Lana. Karua. I'm also looking forward to our first extra dungeon. Lulu is also excited. As I greeted them in the same fashion, Lulu quipped from behind me while nimbly jumping. Ah, good morning, Lulu. No wait, did you two come together? Hey, what's with that look? I just met her on the way. Lana's gaze fixed on me, as though I were a deeply suspicious figure. So rude. Celia had been with us until a while ago too, but she apparently had some business with another guild, so we temporarily split up. She should be here by any time soon, I think. Oh, thank God. I almost thought you have awakened some strange preference. Good grief. What about liking? Don't mind, Lulu. Lana is just sleep-talking. Lana is sleeping? I'm not. We entered the guild, making merry and engaging in such playful banter. Everyone looks pepped up for the upcoming extra dungeon round. Good morning, Zephyr. You have just come at the right time. Come here. I want to talk about yesterday's gain. Good morning, Sierra. Okay, just wait a minute. Good morning, Zephyr-sama. Good morning, Celestine, Shizu. Sierra, Celestine and even Shizu had been going through documents in one corner of the guild room. I guess they must be reviewing the documents for the guild management. I'm really glad I have Sierra and Celestine on whom I can rely on. However, Shizu's action was kinda perplexing me. She was sorting out luggage and after she was done with it, she turned in my direction. Then Shizu and Celestine follow up with an elegant bow. Sorry to make you wait. Here's the report about yesterday. Sierra passed me the neatly stacked documents. It was the report pertaining to dungeon duration, items consumed or how much has been spent on purchase, etc. The guild management also serves as a practice for the position they may hold later in the future simultaneously, so there have been many such exchanges about documents without cutting any corners. In the beginning, it was just the matter of verbally sorting out the report until Celestine suddenly expanded the scale, saying preparation are done by using something or some pretty serious paper stuff, and have been presenting reports in this manner ever since then. Well, this was yet another realistic development. Game didn't have such a setting. That being said, the documents were outlined in a simple manner and most of the stuff was just about noting down the money spent on items etc. from the record left in smartphone cashless transactions, so the burden on them was also light. The complexity level of the report was just on the level even a student can understand. As expected of all-rounder Celestine. Shizu also helped. Yes, I sorted out mostly miscellaneous stuff after receiving words from Sierra. You have been a big help, you know, Shizu. Usually it's tough to deal with work on dungeon days. Oh, so it seems like the one having a hard time here is Sierra. Then she could have just asked me to do so though. But before I could open my mouth, you must have a lot on your plate too, don't you? Just leave other things to us and focus on what you have to do. Take this guild to the S rank, which is your goal. So pay no heed to other things and silently let us support. Sierra said so to me with a dead serious gaze. Her appearance, as she said so, exudes a certain charm that inadvertently caused my heart skip a beat. But that aside, can I have you explain what is this about spending beep thousand mere on equipment? What did you buy yesterday? Her words took no time in dousing water over my elevated feeling. Speaking of it, I had visited the C-Rank Emblem Seal Sticker Guild together with Rena after the battle wolf hunting was over. It was mainly to decipher that recipe we had gotten as a drop from Gold Chest in the Perfect Beauty 4 phenomenon after our battle with Electric Bear come Squirrel through the help of Juvenile Dragon. Anyway, as the result of deciphering, it turned out to be the recipe for an equipment series called Lightning Armor. What's more, it had a recipe for all the series equipment. With that recipe in hand, we could build all the equipment necessary for a full set: head, body 1, body 2, arm and leg. I still can't believe it. Series equipment is one heck of amazing armor, which also provides the benefit of series skill as long as one has been equipped with 3 or more series equipment. Number of series skills available in each set of equipment are 1 if you have 3 pieces of equipment, 2 if you have 4 pieces of equipment, and 3 if you have 5 pieces of equipment. Furthermore, series equipment provides far more resistance to each attribute and imbues respective attribute on attacks as the bonus. In the case of lightning armor, it has an extremely high resistance to thunder attribute, and if you have small resistance in addition, then my words, the effect overlaps is just too broken, almost on the level of complete immunity. The number of skills available at disposal too surpassed 10 in number, if you also add the skills from the individual pieces of armament. The best part about it is, since it's the drop from Rare Boss Gold Chest, it can be used till High-Low Dungeon. It is now undoubtedly the best piece of equipment among other armaments that Eden is in possession of. One of the reasons why I was so excited about Dean's quest was undoubtedly this. I did have the plan to gather all the pieces and complete it, but the recipe for the complete set was something even I hadn't expected. When you have so many drops, well, you know the drill, right? It's easy to get carried away. It was even more hard to control when we had truckloads of Electric Bear come Squirrel materials, and all that was to pay for was the build cost, though it was obviously expensive given it being the equipment from Rare Boss's Gold Chest. Expensive enough to cost beep thousands of mere. Ha ha ha. I will make sure to squeeze out the best of its ability in guild exploration, so please forgive me. No way. You can't? CH 308. I hurried to reiterate the usefulness of lightning armor under the frosty stare that was almost like the glimpse of cositas of Sierra as she straight out rejected my plea. I mean, we're talking about an item from a Rare Boss's Gold Chest, you know. Let's not talk about things, just talking about the equipment alone. It was sufficiently strong to stay relevant in a high-low dungeon without having to opt for equipment reinforcement duel. Its benefits are endless. Then I spoke out why I pay for it through the guild's balance. I want to use it for our guild. Well, by loaning it, of course. Lightning armor is extremely effective against thunder attributes, and shines in dungeons infused with lightning attributes. Of course it's a fine set of equipment to be used in other dungeons or places beside them, but that isn't the point now. The point is the need for equipment that provides resistance against terrain damage, attribute attacks, abnormal status conditions etc. that starts popping up from high-ranking dungeons. So do every member have to buy such equipment with their own money? As of now, the rule in Eden is prepare your own equipment at your discretion. However, wouldn't it be easier for everyone's pocket if we get 5 sets and use them in turn? This is one of the fundamentals in RPG. Well, that's why this equipment series will be a joint property of the guild, so anyone can use it when they need it. Naturally, I'm not saying to do it for free. They will have to pay a rental fee. No exception. Even the juvenile dragon Marie Senpai has been using is a joint property of her guild. The usage fee, too, is collected from the customers and paid back to the guild. Then there should not be any harm in trying the same thing with equipment, no? As for the size problem, it will be cinch with Emblem Seal Sticker. I cannot deny that as the long-term habit that had etched into me after pouring so many hours in the game, I may have gotten carried away in the excitement rush, but it had also been in my mind lately to prepare some equipments for guild members where they can borrow them anytime they want, instead of just for me. I frantically explained all this to Sierra. I see, sigh, so I have finally you're understood. I exhaled a relieved sigh hearing Sierra's reply while wiping the sweat. However, she still didn't stop giving me her frosty gaze, and then she passed her verdict. This is that, and losing yourself in an excitement rush is another. Minus point for making decisions without prior contact. This is unforgivable even if you're guild master. I believe you wouldn't mind paying for one of the equipment, right? Well, how about we call it off from the flute cost? Did you say something? No, I'm sorry for making an impulsive purchase with the guild's money. The quiet smile hanging on Sierra's face was terrifying. Though I would like to believe she has at least acknowledged their value so things wouldn't be too rough for me. Anyway, time to change the topic. We exchanged information on what we had done yesterday after that and then started morning meeting. So it seems Sierra's party has successfully gathered the final round of materials to complete Dean's quest. Yay! I passed the information I received from Sierra a while back, to which members responded with small cheers of excitement and applause. Using the 8 flutes loaned to them, Sierra's party of Hannah, Lulu, Pamela, Celia and she herself managed to summon the rare boss shaman marionette with enough time. Though being only able to summon it 19 out of 32 times was on the lower side, still, it was acceptable with them achieving the material quota necessary for mechanical carriage. Well, if it's just about the material for carriage, just 40 of rare boss material were enough. But it was such a heaven-sent opportunity that it would be against divine providence if we don't grab it quick. And need not to say, they had gotten a massive amount of materials piled up. They fought the rare boss 19 times, so a total of 190 materials. They can still be used, so I guess we will be keeping the leftovers. Foo-fa-foo, absolute twin. Materials have been passed to that craftsman. Was it Gant-san? He said he will not fail to meet the month's end deadline. Hannah threw her hand in the air and informed us. Alright, now we just need to wait for it to be delivered. As for flutes, Celia was in charge of them. Yes, I got them first thing in the morning. I'm returning them here, Zephydono. Oh, registered. I see. So Sierra was in charge of keeping the report and other miscellaneous things while Celia was in charge of taking the flutes to that explosive flop killer Let's Become a Bomber Together guild. But apparently materials weren't enough at that time, so they weren't ready until today's morning. I guess that's where Celia must have gone after splitting with Lulu on the way to the guild. I confirmed the count was indeed reset to 5 and stored 6 flute away. I left the 2 flutes borrowed from Dean in Celestine's hand to return back. We went through mine and Lana reports after that, and finally, it was time to talk about today's main event. It's finally Extra Dungeon Day, everyone. We will head to the entry gate of Extra Dungeon after the meeting, and hunt and collect till evening. Raise your hand if anyone has an objection. But of course, none present there raised their hand. Or not. Sierra and Shizu raised their hands. What's the QP cost for Extra Dungeon? Also, have you completed all the procedures to enter there? I see. So that's what it is. Extra Dungeon are the treasure trove of resources and also extremely valuable dungeons that support mankind, so they aren't as easily accessible as normal dungeons. There's no entry if we haven't made arrangements beforehand. Sierra's question was to clarify that. If it's just that, Celestine, you take from here. Celestine should have been done with everything that was needed, so I passed the baton to him. Understood. I have already gone through all the required procedures last week, so we can enter livestock and foodstuff dungeon for today. Also, the cost to apply for it was 10,000 QP. 10,000 QP. So pricey. Sierra muttered in daze hearing Celestine's words. QP conversion rate is 1 QP equals 1,000 mia. So 10,000 QP is equivalent to 10 million mia. This might indeed be too costly, though it's hard to go against the delicious things. Besides, the average completion reward of an E-rank guild settles around 1,500 QP. Saving 10,000 QP would need a bone-breaking effort, but that average reward ceiling is increased to 10,000 QP for D-rank guilds. So, if you consider it's just a D-rank category quest reward in exchange for a day in Extra Dungeon, the offer doesn't sound bad. Above all, the rewards offered by the Extra Dungeon are so significant that they make it a worthwhile transaction. Well, it's still the foodstuff in the end though. It's hard to defy good food. Hannah's handmade food is the best. Exhale, calm down me. Next, I turned to the next person who had raised her hand. What do you want to know, Shizu? Yes, so Extra Dungeon basically doesn't have monsters, but it's not like they're completely devoid of them, right? What's their strength range, may I ask? Their strength, huh? Even the strongest monster there is just on the level of monsters from the upper strata of the Begmid dungeon. And even if they try to attack, well, they will be pulverized in an instant. I see. That's all I need to know. Alright, If there's no more questions, then I announced the meeting is over. Let's set off. Let's go. Lulu and Kara pumped their first in midair as soon as I finished speaking. After that we headed to the area where extra dungeon is. It kind of feels impressive to be like this. On the way, Lana said so with a voice full of emotion, as to nodding alongside. Well yeah. It's the first time our guild is acting as a whole. We sure have expanded in members in contrast to how it used to be in beginning. Right. We're already 13 members now. I looked at Eden's members. We usually move in a unit of party, but it was today that we were collectively acting as one group on guild basis. As Sister said, it was indeed our first combined initiative. This has inflated my excitement even more. There it is. This is the extra dungeon, or to go by its alias, X-Dun. Everyone's gaze turned to the building at my voice. There, it was the similarly designed green roof building as the beginner gate or intermediate gate. However, if anything was different, then it was its sheer size, which was 5 times of them. It felt like we were in a city. When we entered, an auction was ongoing in one place, with several stern-looking adults bidding for them. This was the one of the centers for food affairs, the foremost valuable facility in this world. The world where anything can be found in the dungeon. CH 309. Man, it was my first time seeing it, but the marketplace sure was impressive. Indeed, it has become an informative scene to see how our meals are prepared. Sierra replied in a dead serious tone to my comment. In my case though, I was just stating my surprise at the visual appeal of the scene. I was amazed by the visual appeal, at the background scenery which has come to life in reality. But it seems like this scene had different significance to Sierra, the resident of this world and the daughter of a count. This is how the extra dungeon that supplies resources like foodstuff etc. exist in each places of this world. People working in them are hired by the kingdom who gather resources from the extra dungeon and supplies to the masses. They're like the farmers of this world, except they don't grow anything. Mona from the collection department might work in such an extra dungeon one day. Extra dungeons are extremely large, so large that they surpass even intermediate dungeons in sheer size floor-wise. They're also bigger than advanced dungeons. The foodstuff and livestock dungeon we're heading to has max 20 floors, and the lower you venture, the larger the floor will be. It is so wide that to reach the final floor, you will need 6 days even with the shortest route. A tent is a must for these dungeons. For this reason, though, the animals or vegetation that you will find there is extremely delicious. My plan today is to get hold of the stuff from the lowest floor. But will the place be fine with so many people? What if a fight breaks out or something? Lana, looking puzzled. Well, she wasn't wrong in her question. It's inevitable for a fight to occur when resources are limited, or so would usually happen. However, farmers here are employed by the kingdom. They will lose their job if they cause any problems, so they make sure to stay out of trouble. Shizu replied to Lana's question. I didn't even notice her when, but she had positioned herself beside Lana and was explaining various things to her. My role. No, the battle is still not lost. To add further, harvesting areas are properly divided among respective farmer families. There's no problem as long as they don't cross it. Besides, the out-of-reach areas are covered by fences to make it easier to understand. I added further, to not lose to Shizu. Sure enough, Lana, whose attention was towards Shizu, turned to me. I did it. I don't quite get what I did, but it felt nice anyway. Well, if I leave aside the sharp knife-like gazes of Shizu boring into me that make me shudder immediately after, that is. There. That's the no-entry area. We can collect anything from anywhere as long as the area isn't surrounded by fences. Except in that area, you're free to do anything. The fences were immediately visible on our right-hand side as soon as we entered the entry gate after verifying ourselves to the supervisor of X-Dun. It was an untrespassable area even in the game, due to which, I was never actually able to verify how big this dungeon is. I wouldn't be surprised if it is as wide as top-grade dungeons either. Damn it, it's like the pie dangling in front of me but I can't eat it. However, this is the reality. There's nothing such as no entry fences. I will make sure to confirm it this time, more like by interviewing the people here though. I so much want to go past the fences here. Speaking of, the main reason why this place is divided such is because it's an extra dungeon in the academy. Other extra dungeons have been completely transformed into farms. Only the 5 extra dungeons that are under the management of Labyrinth Academy, main campus are divided so that it can be a place for students to learn. Students are free to check out any area before the fences. They also have no limit to the foodstuff they can carry back, and they aren't banned from selling it either. Well, moderation is necessary everywhere though, lest Academy focus their attention on you. Whoa. So this is the extra dungeon, huh? Isn't it like every other dungeon? That's because this is still the entrance. Lana's excitement peaked for a moment before it plummeted back to normal. The scenes from the entrance are more or less identical to the other dungeons we have ventured into. It would only become apparent how different things were once we had walked away from the entrance. Anyway, let's get moving from here first. Esther, take the carriage out. Okay. Esther took out our beloved carriage, Thunder Javelin, a sparkling, gorgeous carriage at my instruction. Amazing. This is the first time I'm seeing it. It is really a beautifully decorated carriage. Oh, I almost forgot you have yet to see it. This is our top-grade mechanical carriage. The same type of model is to be delivered in the Dean's Quest. Of course, it's one of the bestest equipment Eden is proud of. I briefly described the abilities of carriage to Rena. This is really wonderful. Now I can understand why Dean had been so willing to put forth so many QP to get this. So you also understand its charm, Rena. This is one of the finest equipment we, the Eden, have. This is why I also upgraded it with the equipment reinforcement jewel just the other day. I bet our exploration will become even more smooth the more we strengthen it. I had been saving equipment reinforcement jewel to later strengthen the high grade or even top grade equipment later, but decided to use on Thunder Javelin. Now its specs are 10 LV1 item box LV3 interior expansion LV3 Mechanical carriage was a beginner's equipment, but as its abilities were infinitely closer to mid-grade equipment, I was able to strengthen it to +3 with reinforcement jewels. The upgrade has increased its ATK from original 60 to 72, and passenger capacity from 7 to 8. Skill level is the same as before since I haven't used skill reinforcement jewel. I also informed Rena about the upgraded part. But Zephyr-san, then doesn't that mean not all members can ride it? Foo, relax. We have one more carriage. Esther took out another carriage receiving my signal. There were now 2 mechanical carriages. Everyone who hadn't heard that we have another carriage too showed their surprised expression. Hold on, Zephyr. What's all this? Phew, ha. Well, are you surprised? Behold, this is my secret plan. Mechanical carriage V2. I wasn't going to keep it a secret, but eventually kept it a secret to raise the excitement of everyone. I adopted a pompous attitude in jest in response to Lana, who pointed at the mechanical carriage V2 and asked me with a big smile hanging on her lips. Sierra's party had managed to gather an extreme amount of bamboo puppet materials than I had expected, and even after removing the delivered material count, we were still left with high-grade materials that were usable only in making mechanical carriage. That too in huge amounts. Then of course the only option we could choose was to make another one, right? The reason why I kept it secret till now was just to have a look at their surprised expression. Phew, ha. As Lana and I were bantering with each other and other members around us were looking with a smile, Sierra took over the explanation, knowing we will go nowhere at this rate. This is high-grade mechanical carriage. This may be smaller than Thunder Javelin and have less capacity of only 5 members, but we all will be able to travel together in them. V2 will be operated by Celestine. Very well. Sierra and Celestine were in charge of the V2 budget, so they already know about it. To add more, Celestine's job, Butler, has the attitude to equip vehicle accessories. But this job requires a specific skill to gain that aptitude. That's why he had been leveling his job to LV40 recently for this day and has successfully acquired carriage aptitude that's available in the 3rd order tree. With this, he can equip any equipment that is classified as carriage. That being said, it was just an aptitude which doesn't come with knowledge about vehicle assault or drive skill like in the case of Esther. So he can't perform things like running over the monsters. A monster attack can easily shave off a huge chunk of HP, so caution is also necessary. Although it was obviously a degraded version of Princess Knight job, being able to equip vehicle equipment can be said to be its forte. It should be an easy job as long as he keeps driving behind Esther's carriage while Esther takes care of the monster in the lead. This might not be the best option to choose in a normal dungeon, but I bet this should be hella useful in a dungeon like this or in guild battle. We can use it to rack the win. After all, butler is a support job. We went through our preparation after that and departed for the lower floor ASAP. CH 310. Wow, tell me Zephyr, what's that over there? Those are farms, harvesting areas. I see they're growing wheat and cucumber. The barley looks completely different from what I'm used to. The cucumbers are the same though. Sierra mutters her impression, looking confused, when I replied to Lana, who was pointing at the farms. I reckon she is comparing them to the drops. Wheats are already processed the moment one harvests them, while cucumbers remain the same. That being said, what's with that bizarre choice? Aren't they grown in different seasons? Though even if the season is different, the dungeon allows people to collect crops 365 days a year. It's amazing. We're currently riding 2 carriages and I'm sitting next to Estelle, who is leading the way and explaining the collection points that pop up along the way. I was also guiding Estelle to the shortest route to the deepest part of the dungeon. Other members were fascinated by the harvest points that passed by along the way, but I somehow pacified them by explaining there will be more delicious items to harvest in the lower floors, or we will not be able to reach the deepest floors if we waste our times here. There's so much to eat at my arm's reach, but I can't eat. Hold out your hunger for now, Karua. I bet there should be more delicious food to eat for lunch. Alright, I will do my best. I turned to look in the carriage. Hearing the conversation taking place to see Rika embracing Karua, whose long tails and ears were drooping, and encouraging her. Rika, as she gently stroking her head, looks like a saint. Her expression has softened considerably. She becomes like this when she is kissing something cute. We reached the lower strata, 11th floor. During all this, carriages are really so convenient. There were no obstacles on the path, so we had arrived there in just under 2 hours. Though we did encounter some monsters, all of them dispersed into light particles before Esther. Alright, Esther, stop the carriage over there. Understood. She stops the carriage in a slightly spacious place near the middle of the 11th floor. Today's plan is to take a break and do some exploration in this area first. Although our goal is the lowest level, it would not do good to the excitement of members if we just continued to travel by carriage all the way there. Besides, once we enter lower strata, we can collect significantly higher quality ingredients. It is a good place to find and harvest expensive stuff that are either not available for sale, or if there, we may have to pass due to their sky-high price. Therefore, the plan for the morning is to enjoy harvesting ingredients around this point, and then have lunch with the ingredients we have gathered. Alright, everyone, please collect ingredients as you like. Make sure to come back when your bag capacity becomes full. Also, I would like everyone to move materials to the carriage's item box since it has quite a big capacity. We will make lunch with everyone's collected ingredients, so please work hard. Also, is everyone carrying their respective items for harvesting? Alright, let's disperse. Amazing. As soon as I was done with stating the precautions, most of the members quickly scampered to the harvesting point of their liking. The ones in helm were Lana, Hannah and Lulu. I saw them off while thinking, I sure had made them wait. You're not going, Zephyr? I turned around to look when someone called out to me from behind. Oh, Sierra. No, I'm going to hunt something else. Something else? Our lunch will only be a healthy, all vegetables lunch if we make it with just the ingredients gathered from here harvesting point. Well, that might be popular with the girls, but I still want something hearty to eat. After all, this body is only 16 years old, and I tend to get hungry quite easily. I see. May I tag along? Of course not. Rather the more, the better. May I join in too? HNN, want to go too? HN? I turned around at the voice calling out to see Rena and Kara waving their hands. Huh? I swear I saw them leaving for the farms earlier. Did they use a skill perhaps? Master Planner Princess sensed to grasp the situation is on the top, so I guess she must immediately sense that Sierra and I are heading for a different place. And Karua? Is it her instinct that reacts to meat, I wonder? They don't need to show talent during such moments though. What talent? Well, whatever. I don't mind. I also don't mind. However, let's hurry up before the group increases. Right. Let's go, Rena, Karua. Yes, HN. And so, I, Sierra, Rena and Kara left the farm area and headed to the livestock area. The livestock area is just a vast grassland-like place where various animals and livestock live. It's mainly where you can obtain food ingredients such as milk, meat, eggs, and cheese. However, Livestocks are being attacked by goblins. No way. Let's hurry up and save them. Unique skill number 1 Sonic Star. Gobu. We encountered the scene of several goblins attacking a cow as soon as we arrived. Monsters generally cooperate with each other, and animals are usually attacked by monsters. I don't know why though. A considerable number of goblins roam around in this foodstuff and livestock dungeon. They're the so-called harmful monsters in this space. However, you may sometimes find rare ingredients if you stalk them, so it's rather hard to decide on what to do. However, for now, it's fine to defeat the goblins that are attacking the livestock. Karua disappeared in an instant the moment the unique skill was activated, and immediately after, goblins disappeared with a death cry. I'm done. It was an instant. As expected of Eden's number 1 speedster. I didn't even have the time to come out. I wonder what urged her as one moment I saw her dashing out looking more serious than ever. Then I saw goblins turning into light particle the next moment. It was literally an insta-kill. Goblins are the enemy. They quickly multiply in numbers if you don't focus on them. They lay waste to the farm, attack the livestock, pull mischief on girls and kick boys. We have been taught to hunt the goblin if we spot them in a group. Karua is unusually talkative today. I guess the current scene must have gotten on her nerves. Then Rina eagerly jolting Karua's words in the notepad intrigued me. Sierra asked while glancing at this scene. Hindrance has been cleared. So how are we going to get meat, Zephyr? What? Of course, like usual. Sonic sword. Moo. I slashed at the cow that had come near as it led down its guard thinking I'm saved. Cow instantly disappeared in the effects and in the spot where it was, raw meat was left behind. Animals that appear in the dungeon drop meat, milk, or eggs when defeated. CCC cow. Karua looked stunned as she stared at the meat. What has gotten into her? Rina and Sierra, however, nodded easily. I see. So we just have to take them down. It's a bit unpalatable but it's no use moping to get the meat. By the way, they also drop different items depending on how you defeat them, like this attribute sword, fire. Moo. Cow-san. I once again slashed at another nearby cow with my firmament sword after changing the attribute to fire. I felt like Karua let out a rare anguished cry, but it must have been my imagination. In this way, what was left was a cooking item skillfully roasted beef stick. Cow drops steak when you take them down with fire attribute. Chicken. Between, drops fried eggs. So have fun trying different method. Not the cow-san. It must have been surprising. However, this is how the good is prepared in the dungeon activity in reality. Though I was a bit intrigued at the Karua's eyes that were nailed on the skillfully roasted beef stick. CH 311. I'm sorry, cow-san. B. But for the meat. Moo. Karua brandishes ice attribute dagger ice me with a sorrowful cry. In the place where the cow vanished into effect, a safely packaged yucca was left behind. They drop yucca when slashed with ice attributes. It was the nth time that this scene has repeated itself, and Karua's expression remains overcast. It seems that she empathizes with the cow she rescued from the goblins. Unlike monsters, I will eat it while cherishing it. She looks like she is forcing herself to eat the meat. Can she really eat that yucca? Then Karua headed for the next cow, brimming with the desire to hunt a lot. Good luck, Karua. Speaking of, the skillfully roasted beef steak is in her item bag. I gave it to her since she looked really eager to eat it. I guess she will have it for lunch. Then Sierra approached me. Zephyr, I think we have gathered quite enough drops, so let's go back. It will also take time to prepare lunch, so we should stop here. You're right, we have enough meat, so let's go back. This is just the beginning area in the lower strata. Ingredients may already seem high quality, but they're still far from best. There are many things of even higher quality we get in the lower layers. There's no reason to spend more time securing them in this area. In fact, I also want to have lunch soon. Alright, let me notify Rina and Karua too. Hold on. They can still hunt for a while since it will take some time to prepare the meal. We'll call them on chat when the meal is ready. You're right. Inefficiency, but I looked at Karua. She is hunting the cows with an unnecessarily hard look on her face. If she wills, she can pile up the drops in a flash with her high speed. However, I feel uneasy to let her hunt in this state. Ideally, I'd like to bring Karua along as well, but it would be cruel to leave only Rina behind. Fine. Let's return with everyone else. We can also ask other members for vegetables. Sierra, noticing my reluctant gaze, proposed so with a sigh. An apartment submaster she was. That's what I like about her. Thank you. It's fine. After all, It's not fun if we're only focusing on efficiency, right? Right. There's no use of such activities if one isn't having fun. Prioritizing efficiency isn't necessarily a bad thing. However, making someone do something they don't enjoy is the quickest way to burn their enthusiasm. One must have fun while playing games. This is my lifelong motto. Hey, you two, it's time to head back. HN. Got it, Zephyr. I hunted a lot. Oh, wow, Kahlua. You did a great job. I did my best. Very much. Kahlua swiftly returned back to my calling. However, she was sporting an awfully stiff expression. I gave her head pat to ease her expression. Isn't it unfair that only Kahlua gets the head pat? HNN. Did you say something, Sierra? I didn't. Anyway, how far has Ekaterina gone? It seemed like her firing reached even the distant cows, so she is busy circling around to collect them. Her shot can easily reach over 100 meters, so she's having a hard time. I pointed out Rena running around flapping her arms to Sierra, who was darting her eyes here and there to lock her position. To be honest, she was running quite slowly, and with a girlish gait. As expected of someone with princess-like upbringing, her gait was the mirror to how much she must be accustomed to physical works. It once again reinforces her image of princess, and I kinda, no, she looked awfully adorable. I didn't know a girl's running figure could be so cute. Zephyr, has she fascinated you? There's something in her that attracts you. I nodded in response to Kahlua, who looked at me with upturned eyes while receiving my head pats. It's just the silent pressure emanating from Sierra was intense, though her stern gaze is more than welcome. I can't put my word on it, but head-patting Kahlua, looking at the cute running figure of Rena while showering in Sierra's stern look, kind of cheered me up. I'm sorry to make everyone wait. I'm done. I had wanted to stay like this and watch her for a while longer, but Rena was soon back with various meats, including minced meat, in large quantities. Cows that are taken down by guns drop minced meat. It's over, huh? If there's a beginning, there's also an end. It's so fleeting, isn't it? I want to see it again. Pardon me? No, don't mind, those were just my idle words. Let's go back. That's enough, because you see, Sierra's eyes had begun to narrow with a dangerous glint gradually coloring them. I shook off the gaze from Beauty Rena and led the way back to the farm area. Ah, you're finally back, Zephyr. Good grief, Zephyr. Just where have you been? Do you know how big of a transgression you have committed leaving me behind? Hannah and other members were already preparing for lunch by the time we were back. Hannah was quick to notice me surprisingly, even though she was supposed to be focusing on lunch, and in contrast to her, Lana was in a bad mood. I have brought a lot of meat, so forgive me. How about you guys? We've probably gathered most of the things around here. Celestine-san and the others are now looking for mushroom ingredients in the neighboring forest area. I gave a quick glance to see there were only 4 people: Hannah, Lana, Esther and Shizu. Celestine, Lulu, Celia, Pamela, and Rika seem to be continuing their harvesting. Zephyr Dono, may I have some meat? I will prepare it here. Sure. So, Esther, I think 10 kilograms should be enough. I took out 5 blocks of 2 kilograms raw meat and handed them over. Even though there are more than 10 students in their growth stage, half of them are princesses who care about their diet, so they don't need that much meat. But just in case, I gave her this amount. This is enough. I will get started right away. I'll help too. We're not much use in this, are we? Shall we go gather some vegetables, Kahlua-san? HN. Let's go. I offered to help with lunch preparation, but Rena and Kahlua, seemingly not good at cooking, quickly ran away to some other place. Well, avoiding engaging in things you're not good at is important, too. Yeah. After all the preparation was done, today's lunch was a lavish BBQ. We should have done nothing special except just cutting and grilling the meat and putting sauce on it. But why does it taste so delicious? Just having the high-quality ingredients shouldn't be enough. I feel like this kind of atmosphere is more important than anything. Coming to the dungeon with friends and having a BBQ is the best. CH 312. We resumed our advancement once again after having a lavish BBQ. The carriage was running at breakneck speed, enough to warrant several fines had it been in the previous world. Well, that's mechanical carriage for you. An ordinary horse wouldn't have been capable of such a feat. Mechanical horse continued to move its legs as if it had thrown caution to the winds. Carriage drove by Celestine was also closely following behind us. Just what you could expect from him. Saladin seems to have already mastered his way, befitting for the title of all-rounder butler. We've finally arrived. This is the last floor. That's quite a big gate. But if it's the last floor, isn't there a safety area and a boss room? Esther acutely noticed something in front of the gate that leads to the boss room. Indeed, you have guessed right, Esther. Even if it's an extra dungeon, it's still a dungeon. There is a boss at the innermost part, and if you defeat it, you can return using the teleportation circle. So we can have fun without worrying about speeding things up. After all, Foodstuff and Livestock Dungeon is an incredibly vast place, evident from the clock that was ticking 3 p.m. Despite us rushing at a considerable speed and taking the shortest route possible to the last floor. Of course, the efficient way to return back is to use the teleportation circle, albeit the problem was there's only teleportation circle in this dungeon, and that too only at the last floor. What's more, an additional fee of 10,000 QP is charged for each night's stay here, so it wasn't something anyone could use without opting for an unconventional method like the mechanical carriage. Besides, the shortest time it takes on foot is 6 days apparently. In other words, a total of 60,000 QP, which is an amount that would make even the best of the guild think twice. In short, almost all the students only harvest their spoils from upper or even more surface-level floors. One would say, what's the benefit for them to even come to this extra dungeon then? And well, the answer is that harvesting the ingredients with all the guild members is more wallet-friendly to them than purchasing the same ingredients from the market directly. The source for above is the guild master of guild in the search for the perfect beauty between taste and buff. I really can't wait to see their reaction to the large amount of ingredients on the last floor's ingredients if we manage to secure them. Are you interested in defeating the boss of this dungeon, Zephydono? Yes. I want 5 people to do boss runs and the rest of the members to collect ingredients on this floor. The recommended LV for extra dungeon bosses is 45. The bosses in these dungeons are cakewalk. Not only are all drop food ingredients, most of these ingredients are even high quality, so there's no way I would want to miss this beautiful chance to farm them. Aren't there any merchants etc.? At least, farmers seem to be hunting without rest. Normally it takes at least 6 days to get here, and usually, once you defeat a boss, it doesn't revive again until you use the teleportation circle. Using the teleportation circle is the must once they have defeated the boss. For them, it's a losing deal, since that means they can only collect bosses drops one time despite wasting so many days just to come here. Instead, they can earn far more profit by using those 6 days to harvest loads worth of ingredients and bring them back to the surface than engaging with the boss for just one round. Boss here is only being hunted when there's a request apparently. Well, these were the setting during the game dungeon activity, and I never encountered a single soul then. Even though it was supposed to be a dungeon with more people coming in and out than usual, the boss room on the lowest level was always ready for me to challenge. Though this is the reality, of course, my intel shows there are very few people who farm the boss for their interests due to time constraint and correspondingly low profit. There are practically no farmers who fancy coming here, especially during the dungeon week. Above all, getting in the way of students here is nothing more than a disadvantage for them. This main campus of Labyrinth Academy is located in the heart of the Duke's family, and they really have not cut any corners in the management of dungeons like this. Well, so who is up for the boss hunt? Me. But how to decide on the member is the problem here. Majority of members immediately raised their hands when I asked them after getting off the carriage. That color me surprise. I mean, everyone are raring to battle the boss. Hold on, it's impossible for Urena, you know? Your level is too low. A look of surprise tinged the eyes of Lana when I muttered out how I hadn't thought about deciding from here on, and comments. Oh well, how about we form a team then? Either way, we have already planned to stay in the dungeon until late today anyway, and simple harvesting would surely bore most. Her idea was to divide into teams since we narrow down the members. I also agree. Let's split up into 3 teams. I think not, since we're going to fight multiple boss battles either way. Let's not stake up with our regular setting. I want everyone to try teaming with different members instead of having a fixed team. That sounds fun. Count me in. Since more than half of the votes were in favor, we quickly made a lottery with paper and decided that the 5 people who drew the red lottery would go first. Behold, this is the lottery this princess has chosen, so it's obviously not the red lottery. Ah, I don't have one either. Lulu drew a red one. I also got the red one. Desu, Lana, Hannah, Lulu, and Pamela shared their result in turn. Lana checked her lottery several lottery times as if she couldn't believe it, but unfortunately for her, that's the reality. Those who drew the red one felt that one round was not enough, so they decided to do 3 boss rounds. By the way, those who drew an unmarked one are in charge of harvesting until the first group finishes their battles. As the result of the lottery, it was decided that I, Lulu, Celia, Pamela and Rika would challenge the boss. The roles we have decided on was attacker, Lulu, Celia, tank, Pamela and Rika. Healer Zephyr. Hey, so I will be a healer, huh? Well, that's the makeshift measure we can take since we don't have enough healers. I have yet to hear back from Misato. The end of month looks so far away. As I looked at the lineup, I suddenly realized it has been quite a while since I am going to fight a boss with Lulu, Celia, and Pamela. We haven't partied up since like last month. I heard that all 3 of them have exceeded LV40 and released their 3rd order skill tree. I'm really looking forward to seeing their transformation in the boss battle. By the way, it seems that Lana was able to make it into the 2nd group in the subsequent lottery. Good for her. Though Hannah drew the 3rd group. Cheer up. Rina, on the other hand, was left out since her level was insufficient. I made up my mind to show her by using the guest bracelet later. Thus, the 1st group challenged the boss while the 2nd and subsequent groups were in charge of harvesting. CH 313. The boss of this foodstuff and livestock dungeon is quite special. More precisely, there are 3 bosses: the chicken-type boss Coco, the pig-type boss Pooby, and the cow-type boss Mogu. Each is as strong as Beg High. First was the preface about bosses. It would be just time wasting to repeat it many times, so I took this chance when everyone is still here to explain. This will be our first battle with multiple bosses, and it's going to be as annoying as you may think. Tank must handle all bosses at once, and if Tank is out of commission, the danger of party wipeout will loom over us. So I want healers to be more focused on Tank's situation than ever. Members appeared slightly restless when I explained so far. A multiple boss fight, and with all 3 bosses in the same area, we have to fight all of them together, so I guess it is going to be quite a bumpy ride. Though on the flip side, we will also receive 3 times the boss drops. In other words, 15 items. This is a delicious offer in literal terms. The value increases by twice since all the ingredients are high quality. A mouth-watering offer indeed. Speaking of it, though, there is no normal boss drop in count. The reward is 1 treasure chest. This is a phenomenon unique to the bosses of Extra Dungeon, and the respective rewards also changes depending on the Extra Dungeon. Oops, I got derailed in between. Let's go back to the boss explanation. We have fought battles with bosses that are accompanied with their subordinated, but not the battles with multiple bosses together. This is going to be the first such battle for Eden 2. And it's not going to be just 2, but 3 bosses. Even if there are 2 tanks in the party, one of them has to handle 2. So I can understand it's bound to cause a restlessness among them. Though, no one raised their hand to ask any question. I had already told them to listen to everything beforehand before asking questions. I continued my explanation when they calmed down. Now I will explain about their behavior pattern. Remember it well, especially tanks. Everyone listened earnestly. As expected of Eden members, they understood just how important information about the boss was. All 3 bosses uphold the big high-level strength. However, they can use skills just like intermediate dungeon bosses. In particular, pay attention to the pig-type boss Pooby, who can walk on 2 legs and moves very fast. You will be in for a painful experience if you underestimate it as just a pig. I proceed to explain about the 3 bosses in turn. Once the explanation about their behavior pattern was over, I then moved on the tactic to defeat them. The basic practice is to start with taking down the weakest boss first. Among the 3, Boss Coco and the pig boss Poopy are weak. Only the cow boss, Boss Mogu, is extremely tough, so it's better to deal with it later. One strategy is to have 2 or more tanks in the party, and took the chance while one person holds the cow-type boss back to first hunt the chicken or pig. Things will be much easier if you follow this pattern. I gave advice and things to be cautious of, after which the explanation came to an end. Now was the questioning time. Revealing too much information may lessen the fun of defeating the boss. That's why I always keep some information. Explaining about everything may result in hampering their own judgment, and it can reduce the feeling of fulfillment one gets after fighting a tough opponent. But I do make sure that they're equipped with sufficient knowledge to avoid a total defeat. As for further information, it's up to the members to ask. This questioning time is basically for this. Though, whether they pry for further information or they try to find the answer by themselves is fine either way. However, since this is the first time we are facing multiple bosses, a few members raised their hands. Sierra was the first to raise her hand, so I motioned for her to continue. Then, let's start with Sierra. Will they use magic or long-range attacks? No, they are basically close-range physical-type bosses. But they do have area attacks. I see. I understand. Sierra nodded after pondering for a moment. Knowing her, she probably understood even the things I didn't mention. Since there are multiple bosses, weaknesses and strategies need to be prepared beforehand, or else it would be difficult to defeat them on the first try. She is the leader of the second party after all. She must be formulating a plan on how to take them down. She and Celestine are also the one assuming the role of tank in the second party, so more so for her to come up with a plan. Instead though, they have long-range attack Alana and Shizu, and Agile Karua. This is an interesting party if I have to say so. Speaking of the party, Hannah and Esther failed in the lottery, so they are to participate in the third group. The remaining 3 slots will be filled by soliciting members from other groups, and if we have multiple members eager to still fight, we will draw the lottery again. There are 2 tank slots and 1 attacker slot, so I guess I will make a tank lottery and an attacker lottery as well. Besides them, Rena is going to join us using guest bracelet to study the boss battle. After answering several more questions, everyone dispersed in their respective groups. As assigned, Lana and the others headed to the farming and livestock areas. While we went through the innermost gate, we passed through the safety area and ascertained that we have no one waiting there. We entered the boss room. Is that the boss? It's so big. I see, so they're not animals, but monsters. The bosses, the chicken-like boss Coco, the pig-like boss Pooby, and the cow-like boss Mogu, were sitting in the back. Lulu was surprised by their size, while Celia seemed to have reached a conclusion as she observed their appearance. As Celia said, the bosses are indeed animal-like, but not the animals. They were completely monsters. They were each about 3 meters in size, with Boss Coco having red glowing eyes and wings in the shape of fists. Boss Pooby was on its 2 legs as it licks its front paws, while Boss Mogu was on its 4 legs and its body completely concealed in an armor. The horns on the helmet were especially cool. In short, none matched the impression of animal-like at all. Then I am going to gather Pig-san, Agro Desu. Riku-san, can you handle Chicken-san and Cow-san? I am not very confident in handling 2 bosses at once, Desu. Leave them to me. I will handle them. I will leave Boss Pooby to you. Pamela expressed her lack of confidence as she and Rika quickly stepped forward to take the helm. Well, she is an evasive tank, that much was expected. Rika, too, understood the situation as she nodded to divide the roles. The battle begins. CH 314. Fufafu, now that I have unlocked the 3rd order skill tree, please carefully look at my true abilities as a true female ninja Desu. Dark Art. With those words, Pamela leapt at the pig-type boss Pooby and used the Dark Art, a debuff skill that lowers the accuracy hit and blind element, as her first move. There couldn't have been any better choice than this. I inadvertently muttered my admiration seeing how much the clumsy Pamela from before has grown up. Enemies who get afflicted with blind abnormal conditions have their accuracy rate suddenly plummeted. And even if the skill fails to afflict an abnormal condition, it still passes the debuff, though having both debuffs is a sweet combo. It's an important skill for an evasive shield, or to say a tank who relies on dodges etc. If one uses a provocation skill in their opening move, they may end up being targeted, making it difficult to chain skills like Dark Art that follows. So the recommended course for the female ninja job holder is to choose debuff and status inflicting skills such as Dark Art as their first move, which naturally generates monster hate and attracts their target. Though, while I'm sure I have yet to teach her this aspect, she has apparently arrived to using her own judgment. A true female ninja, she did say. Indeed. Anyway, blind element apparently failed to apply this time. What a pity. Boss Pooby turned to Pamela. Oink, Pig-san is scary Desu. So hard to hit, eh? Anyway, give me your life. Acrobatic. Oink, Fufafu, where are you attacking Desu? Pamela thrusts the back of her blade at the boss, attracting its hatred with the "Give me your life," and then quickly moves away and uses acrobatics. By the time Boss Pooby executed its attack, Pamela had already opened distance between them. The "Give me your life" is a single target provocation attacking skill. It's a third order skill that can earn a lot of hate. The other skill that earns hate, Notice Me, is an area of effect skill, and using it will also attract the target of both the Boss Coco and Boss Mogu. It's better not to use it. Furthermore, she was completely ready for the follow-up action by using the acrobatics to further improve her own evasion rate. Boss Pooby tried to pull fist moves Hoofs 1-2 or Pin Hoofs Chop against Pamela, though she breezily dodged them. She sure has improved herself so much. Boss Pooby is a quick attacker, so it and evasion shielded doesn't mess well against each other in battle. However, Pamela was able to be a proper opponent against him. She continued to dodge each attack and has not been hit yet. I can sense her improvement. Well, now is to see what move she's gonna pull. Foo-fa-foo. The time has finally come to use it. Unique skill: Secret Ninja Technique, Clone Art. 4 more. Pamela appeared at the field through unique skill as soon as she said that. Whoa. They are the real clones. Live Clone Art. There are now 5 Pamelas. Chop it from all 4 cardinal direction. Desu. Let's go Desu. Let's go Desu. Oink, oink. 1 Pamela charges straight ahead, while the 2 other selves from the sideline and 1 from behind. They all chained continuous slash attacks. A continuous attack from all directions. The attacking power of a single clone is 60% of the original body even at skill level 1. So the continuous attack from all directions will surely cause considerable damage. The boss was momentarily knocked back, however it quickly stabilized itself to follow up with the area attack, a pig's rampage, to wipe out the clones at once. But, you think I will let you do that, Desu? Dark Art. Secret Ninja Technique, Illusion. Pamela reused Dark Art that reduced the hit accuracy and followed up with Secret Ninja Technique, Illusion. Another skill that generates illusion to confuse and make the enemy's attack miss. In order to protect her clones, a smoke screen like something covered the face of Boss Pooby, and then the clones flickered like the objects in shimmering hot air. Oink, miss! The boss's attacks flew wildly around, but all of them missed. All 4 clones were still alive. Damn! Looking at the Boss Pooby's HP bar, Blind Element's icon was affixed to it. Hooray Desu! Slash, let there be slashing fest. Desu! Let there be a slashing fest. Oi, ink. Holy crap. She is completely reenacting the supremacy of female ninjas tactic. Her attacks are rapidly draining the HP of Boss Pooby without any support. This is the power of the female ninja. With the 3rd stage of the skill tree now unlocked, even a boss of big high level can be dealt solo. Man, I had felt the same in the game Dungeon Activity 2. Female ninja is really strong once they begin their quick onslaught. Their unique skill, Secret Ninja Technique, Clone Arts. It is a powerful skill in which clones that continue to attack endlessly exist for 2 minutes if they do not receive enemy attacks. And if the skill level is maxed out, they also obtain 1.2 times the attack of the original body. It does horrifically huge damage if the opponent fails to defend against this continuous hail-like rapid onslaught. The main tank strategy for the female ninja typically starts with Dark Art as first move, then the taunt skill as second move, followed by acrobatics as third move. The Secret Ninja Technique, Clone Art, often used around the 6th or 7th move, though they may also activate it as early as the 2nd move with teammates' support. This is due to the fact that female ninja taunt skills are limited to Give Me Your Life or Notice Me, which make them fall behind other attackers in terms of hate gathering. Therefore, the female ninja needs to activate the Secret Ninja Technique, Clone Art, early on and inflict damage in order to accumulate hate. Pamela seems to understand this as well, as protecting clones isn't only important for offense, but also to earn hate, which is the main point. That being said, it's quite lucky that all her clones are left intact. Pamela looked to be quite confident this time, but that thought was short-lived. Oh no! The number 1 me has been defeated, Desu. I shifted my gaze back to the front, hearing Pamela's cry to see the clone, who had been in charge of attacking from the front, had unfortunately been hit by Hoof straight and disappeared into the effects. A hit was a hit, irrespective of if the boss was afflicted with blind element or had its hit accuracy down. The armor of the clone is paper thin, so a direct hit from skill means straight knockout. Then I just have to take the helm in the front. Desu. Give me your life. Oink. Pamela took charge of the front end. She continues to calmly avoid the attacks using skills such as ninja art, decoy or ninja art, substitute as the clones continue to attack from the side and rear. At this moment, she appeared exceedingly reliable, as if she could manage anything. As of now, she has yet to be hit. And I have yet to play my role as healer. Oh well, I hope she continues to keep Boss Poopy busy just like this. I then shifted off my attention from the Pamela to Rika, who was dealing with two bosses. CH 315. Let's reverse the hand of clock. On another battlefield, Rika took the target of Boss Coco and Boss Mogu and pulled them away from where Pamela was. That much distance should be fine, I guess. Let's have fun, since there is no one to interfere. Battle instinct. The name is Rika. Let's have a fight fair and square. Reveal that name. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Moo. Upper block. Counterattack. Rika stepped forwards unhesitatingly, despite facing the two bosses. She propped her two blades, buffered herself with the skill Battle Instinct and attracted their aggro using Taunt skill. The first to make a move was Boss Coco. Boss Coco brandishes its chicken fist and throws in a sharp punch. Rika calmly cancels it with upper block. Following after Boss Coco, Boss Moga rushed for a charge attack, Raging Cow's Horn, which Rika skillfully defended with another counterattack. While block etc. types of defensive skill are hardly on par with the other skills like parry that triumph in defense, offsetting the impact is much easier with them. Rika often uses block in the starting of the battle, where she studies the boss's pattern, and then eventually shifts to parries using the slash category's defensive skill. Like skiing on the ice floor, Rika constantly switched from one spot to another in order to avoid getting caught in their pincer attack while skillfully dealing with the boss's movement. Coco. Same attack will not work twice against me. Counterattack. Kuko. Here comes Lulu. Lolita tackle. Rika flawlessly parried the chicken fist that Boss Coco used again, easily defending against it. After which Lulu joins the fray and charges with her skill, Lolita tackle. Boss Coco, as he was just knocked back by the parry, didn't have the time to dodge and got directly hit by Lulu's attack. Koku. Lolita tackle was basically a headbutt by a Lili. It was a terrifying technique out of manga where one can typically see protagonist of the story headbutt by a Lili on his solar plexus or other important parts, leaving him to writhe in the agony, though I don't know if Chicken has solar plexus or not. However, Boss Coco surely did let out a voice of agony as its red glowing eyes turned white and collapsed right there. That was a critical hit. Damn, a critical hit right off the bat. Now, everyone! Justice Hero Sword, Charm Point Sword, Hero Special Effect, Sacred Explosion. I will from here summon Spirit, Elemental Boost, Elemental Javelin, Elemental Lance, Elemental Arrow. Koku. It's a pity, I also want to try out some moves, but it seems impossible. Just barely at time. Lightning Burst. Lulu, Celia and I immediately launched our attacks on Boss Coco, who was pushed to down status. In our strategy this time, the attacker's priority was to defeat the Boss Coco as soon as possible, whom Rika will be holding down while Pamela is tackling the other boss. Solo. Boss Coco was forced to down status with the splendid coordination of Rika and Lulu, shaving a huge chunk off its HP. Rika and Lulu had just forced the Boss Coco into down status with remarkable coordination when I turned to look at how they're doing, shaving off a huge chunk of its HP. Their combo had been so beautiful I was left in awe. Rika created the gap using her skilled moveset, and Lulu immediately moved on to unleash her full onslaught. One support and one attack. It was very much my ideal tactic. Even without my instructions, everyone is already improving themselves. Albeit, Rika was a bit disappointed that she didn't get to release her onslaught, so to make up, she contended with Boss Mogi to her heart's content. All of them were gradually getting the hang of acting as a party, visible from their growth. Lulu seems to have gotten used to her third-order skill tree. Similarly, she has gotten out of her obsession with debuff skills and is properly assessing the situation before making a move. Majority of the skills she used just now were a third-order skill tree, and either of them packs quite a punch. Although Celia also followed with her spirit magic attacks after boosting her attributes, and I, with my long-distance shine lightning skill, it was Lulu's skills that did the majority of the damage. Forget it's not the time to get lost in reverie or a heal. Well, I was also a bit bumped. standing in between Pamela and Rika to make sure they're healed up. My hands were equally itching to go all out with attacks. Alas, I continued to heal Rika, who was gradually accumulating damage, and Pamela. She is still doing fine from the looks. By the time I finished surveying the situation, Boss Coco was also out of its down status. Kokoku, and its target right after getting up was Lulu. I guess Lulu ends up switching the aggro from Rika to herself. Boss Coco raised its arm-shaped wings along with a war cry and once again brandished its chicken fish at Lulu. However, one-hand hero Lulu acted so quick that Boss Coco didn't even notice when, but Lulu had stopped chicken fist with her left hand. Boss Coco became all baffled seeing how the attack was stopped by her, who looks like an elementary school kid. In fact, as someone who is observing the scene from the sidelines, the stark contrast in their sizes creates a surreal scene. But holy crap, was she looking so cool in the almost battle manga-like situation, catching the fist that was swinging down on her from above with just one hand. Gotcha. And then, Lolita Hero. Lulu swings her sword, putting a set of effects in motion while keeping her grip on Boss Coco chicken fist tightly. Right after pulling a cool pose, she followed with one of the strongest moves. Boss Coco, too, immediately swing down its other fist sensing the danger, but Lulu was quicker. Go. Smash? Bang. Echoed a crashing sound. It was a stab attack that Lulu had chained. She skillfully drew the power of Lolita Hero's powerful technique, Lolita Hero Smash. Lulu halts in a pose reminiscent of swinging a rapier, and Boss Coco was blown away depicting a parabola in the air. The poor soul didn't even get any chance to scream. It was yet, again, a scene that played out of battle manga where the protagonist performs their killer technique. Damn, it was the third time I was lamenting the lack of convenience to take a screenshot. Unfortunately, it was the reality. I shook my head and etched that scene into my brain at least. Holy crap, she looked so cool. I was so impressed I ended up saying the same line again. I almost wanted to clap. No, not almost. My hands automatically moved into clap for her. I did it. Amazing. You were just amazing, Lulu. You're really the hero of the world. I praised her with loud applause. Not just me. Celia next to me was equally clapping in fervor for her. CH 316. So splendid of you, Lulu. You can now leave the rest to me. Ancient Spirit Hearts. Unique skill Advent of the Great Spirit. And here comes another unique skill. Celia tightly grasped the two-handed wand leaning against her body and raised it overhead, towards the sky. O great Lord of the Fire Spirit, I beseech thee, grant me the power I seek. The moment Celia recited the incantation, a brilliant golden radiance enveloped the fire spirit she had summoned using spirit summoning. This mystical phenomenon is so different from the game. The golden radiance expanded rapidly, swelling to a size of 2 meters in an instant. In the next moment, the intense radiance dissipated with a blinding flash, revealing a humanoid spirit suspended in midair. Its hair and a part of its body were engulfed in flickering flames. The great fire spirit. The humanoid spirit was adorned in a suit of full-body armor, with eyes redder than the waist-length hair that blazed crimson. In one hand, it held a huge spear that measured over Boss Coco meters in length. Flames constantly spewed from the gaps in the armor. What to say, it was Ignis in person. The flames are not hot at all despite it being so close. And above all, it looks so cool. Way to steal the limelight, Ignis. Celia's unique skill, Advent of the Great Spirit, temporarily replaces a XXXX element spirit and summons a Great Spirit. The summoned Great Spirit depends upon the spell used, which this was, Ignis, the Great Fire Spirit. In addition, the overall attributes of summoned spirit can be enhanced choosing the ancient spirit arts before summoning the Great Spirit. Just summoning a Great Spirit requires a great deal of time and effort, requiring 4 types of spell: Spirit Summoning, Ancient Spirit Arts, Advent of the Great Spirit, and in the end XXXX. Insert name of the Great Spirit. The target is Boss Coco, Ignis-sama. Please deal with him. Ignis's dialogue. Kokoku. Boss Coco had just gotten up after receiving the huge damage and was dashing towards Lulu when Ignis cut in between to block the path. Ignis's body blazed with flames, and after exchanging a momentary glare with Boss Coco, raised its right hand and unleashed a burst of flames. Koku. Boss Koku sidestepped and avoided the incoming burst of flames with nimble footwork. However, Ignis had already taken stance with the huge spear and charged forward to where it Boss Koku dodged. Koku dash. Koku. The big spear pierced Boss Koku, and from there, Ignis unleashed a flurry of spear techniques. Boss Koku was overwhelmed by Ignis's onslaught in the beginning, but as if to say like hell I will lose, and gradually began to respond to the attacks with its chicken fist. It was like two monsters were dueling each other from a bystander perspective. Celia, it might be time to use All and Zone. Yes, All Zone. Celia cast magic on Ignis at my instruction. All is a recovery magic that only works on great spirits and heals the damage received. Great spirits, as can be seen, are capable of fighting alone with the unique skill that allows them to act independently for the summoned duration. It's kind of similar to Pamela's ninja technique, clone art. Ignis is a close combat fighter. Though there are also other great spirits that specialize in long-range attacks, aside from summoning them, it's of utmost importance to keep an eye on their HP bar and heal them on time, else they just disappear if the bar hit 0. Zone, meanwhile, is a spell that increases the duration of summoned duration of a great spirit. Their summoned duration is dependent on the unique skill level, so it's best to keep the zone up to increase their summoned duration if the user wants to keep them in summoned state for longer, instead of disappearing once the time limit is over. The third order of the spiritualist tree focuses on tactics centered around great spirits. That being said, art users must be cautious of the damage caused by great spirits lest it attracts the enemy's aggro towards themselves. Aggro earned by great spirit is transferred to art users, so it would not be a funny matter if the opponent turned to focus on them on the rear line, ignoring the great spirits. With Celia's INT, the strength of great spirits attacks ranges from first-order skill tree to second-order skill tree of average students. She would be in danger if great spirit did too much damage. I must teach her about this too, or a heal. Lulu, can you take care of the boss's aggro? Okay, leave it to me. Hero's entry. I instructed Lulu, who was staring at the great spirit with sparkling eyes, to take care of the boss's aggro. She swiftly uses Hero's entry to strike a cool pose and garner aggro. It was a taunt skill, just like mine appeal. T/N, imagine the pose Power Ranger strikes when they makes their entry, or just Google search Q tilde, though. Lulu's hero pose gave me goosebumps. With this, the matter of Boss Koku's aggro was settled. The original plan was to have the Rika continue to take the target of Boss Koku and Boss Mogu while attackers will deal with Boss Koku. However, Lulu's improved so much that she ended up taking Boss Koku's target to herself. Rika earned hate through parry and counterattacks, so it's tough to regain it back once the opponent stops attacking her even once. In that case, it's time to deploy Plan B. Lulu is going to handle Boss Koku while playing as a sub-tank. Make do with what we have. Kukuku, Heart Charm. Charm Point Sword, Dash. Lightning Burst. Our plan slightly went off track, but we eventually managed to turn Boss Koku into effect with Lulu, Celia and also mine support after that. Great, let's take down Boss Poobie too. Lulu, Celia, you guys are up. I understood. Afterwards, Lulu and Celia switched their target to Boss Poobie, whom Pamela was dealing with. Oink, be blown to oblivion. Sacred explode. And soon, even Boss Poobie was dispatched to the sea of effect after receiving the direct hit from Lulu's holy attribute skill. Boss Poobie was already reduced by 2/3 under the consecutive onslaught of Pamela, so it was a short-lived battle. Another factor it ended so quickly was largely due to Pamela rapidly garnering the aggro, giving Celia the time frame to attack with all her might without worrying about it. In addition to summoning the Great Spirit, she also summoned normal attribute spirits and bombarded bosses with her elemental skills one after another. At present, she is capable of summoning one Great Spirit and one normal elemental spirit each. She is by far the best spellcaster Eden has. Lulu also used her debuff skill, Lolita Mind, to lower the magic defense of the boss, which made it easy to defeat. Here's the last job, guys. Go all out. Here I go. Please, Ignis-sama. Switching to attack Adesu. At my instruction, Lulu, Celia, and Pamela showed their enthusiasm. Boss Mogu was the last one, so Pamela switched to offensive mode. Barely several minutes had passed when Rika came back. Is it already over? Yeah. It was a tough opponent because of its armor, but it couldn't stand the onslaught of motivated Lulu, Celia and Pamela. I didn't even get the chance to put up defense skills. Poor Mogu. It didn't stand a chance at all. I had been positioned behind them, to be ready to heal them at any moment, though that moment never came. It was a one-sided massacre. Boss Cocker was equally handled easily, but it was still worth something as it provided Lulu and Celia with the opportunity to showcase their abilities. May you rest in peace, Boss Koku. Let's fight again. Lulu will take them down in a flash this time. Nice. Lulu is shining more than usual today. No, not just her. Celia and Pamela are equally the MVP of today's battle. They have just unlocked their third-order skill tree, so I guess fighting the bosses with new skill, spell and unique skill might have invigorated them in a new way. I nodded at Lulu's suggestion. Alright, let's do it one more time. Take it. Rolling sword. Oink. For the second round, we changed our strategy and decided to take down the boss Poobie first. Lulu followed with another flashy attack after dodging with a somersault. She was just as cool as in the beginning. Their movements were getting better and better, and even the boss fight clearing time was rapidly shortening down for the second, third round. 3RD only took them around 7 minutes to clear. That means they took down each boss in just little over 2 minutes. Well, I also joined them and contributed to some extent, so there's also that reason for the time to be so short. Everyone has become so strong, eh? This thought flashed past my mind as I saw Boss Mogi disappearing into the sea of effects. We scored a gold chest. And just then, Lulu's shout echoed inside the boss room. Well, it seems there's one more job to do. CH 317. We scored a gold chest. Lulu's voice echoed throughout the boss room. As we defeated the last remaining boss, Boss Mogi on its spot were left a huge amount of materials and a treasure chest. It was a gold chest, sparkling in radiant golden hue. There is another one, Desu. I immediately turned my head at breakneck speed upon hearing the report from Pamela. Hooray! A second gold chest was enshrined on the spot where we had defeated the second boss Poobie. Joyful exclamations escaped my lips unconsciously. And then, a flash of light lit inside my mind momentarily. Both Boss Mogu and Boss Poobie have dropped a gold chest. So, maybe, I feel like it's just my imagination running wild. Nonetheless, excitement was bubbling inside me as I shifted my gaze to where Boss Coco was. However, there was nothing. Well, of course, it was indeed just my imagination running wild. The maximum number of gold chest normal bosses can drop are to one normal location. So is the common sense among the dungeon activity players. I should have known better than anyone that there's no way for the third gold chest. Yet I can't help but feel sad about it. Lulu really wants to open this Mr. Treasure box. Can I, Zephyrina-sama? PFFFT. Zephyrina-sama? Don't mind, Lulu. Zephydono has just been code. ? I kneeled on the ground with one hand on my chest. Lulu's call of Anisama caught me defenseless, like a punch straight to my heart. So close, I was almost about to agree to her request. Celia nodded her head, as if saying, I understand where you're coming from, looking at me. Meanwhile, Lulu simply tilted her head at my and Celia's reaction. Talk about the cuteness. I feel like Celia's face appears slightly loose. Might be my imagination, as mine was surely loosened in a grin. Sierra would have been sighing at the current spectacle, had she been here. Get a grip, Zephyr. Well then, let's decide who will open the treasure chest, shall we? I put too much energy and sound a bit snobbish. Whatever. We now have 2 gold chests today. I am not sure if it's because we have to pay QP, but the drop rate for gold chest in extra dungeons is higher than in regular dungeons. Gold chest drops at a rate of around 5%. And further add the blessing of Sakinko-sama, though you have the rise in drop rate. This is the creme de la creme. Phew, haha. Thanks to all this, we scored a gold chest in just 3 rounds. Not to say it's a double of them. This is definitely the blessing of Sakinko-sama. I bet there must be equally good drops either. The question now is, who is gonna open them? I would like to. 3 hands are raised at my question. One of them is Lulu, who's doing her best to appeal by waving her tiny hand. If this doesn't decide, then what else? So whispers my mind. Hold on, don't be so anxious. This is yet not time to decide. I somehow stop myself from riding into the wave. Second candidate is Pamela, donning pink color equipment which does not even remotely fit the description of a concealment. Every time I see these equipment, I feel a bit excited as my mind screams a female ninja. I wonder why ninja equipment inexplicably excites me. They just have a different charm to them compared to regular equipment. Her eyes as she raised her hand were gleaming. Well, she has shown remarkable growth today, to the point that if someone says the current her and the past her, 1 month before, are different people, I might readily believe them. It made me want to give her a reward for her hard work. And the third person is Celia. Though her gaze is completely fixated on Lulu, I immediately sensed, it's not about the treasure chest. Celia adores her. It's visible from her action, prioritizing Lulu even as we are at the juncture to decide who will open the treasure chest. In fact, she is even sporting a breezy expression, a different take from the other two. Oh, not to forget, there's still the fourth candidate, me. I also want to open it. You're not participating in the draw, Rika. I got to open silver chest from the second round drop, so I am excusing myself this time. Rika replied in negative when I asked about her intention and began to gather the ample amount of drops scattered on the floor. It should be her thoughtfulness so that we can quickly return back after we're done with gold chest. I mean, next is Lana's team turn. I am sure I will get an earful from her if we don't free up the room quickly. There's not much time to waste. Speaking of, the treasure chest in the first round was wooden chest. Lulu opened it. The drop was 3-piece cookware set. In the second round, we scored a silver chest which dropped aging box, an item used to mature meat and other foods. The drops in this dungeon are centered on cooking related drops, though of course, they also drop weapons etc. too. Alright. Let's quickly decide on the draw. Zephyr Dono, I would like to open it with Lulu. Is it alright? Celia proposed a joint opening of the treasure chest just when I was racking my brain to come up with a way to decide the draw. Lulu, too, also wants to open it with Celia and Nichan. Sure, so I immediately approved of their request. I think this kind of thing has happened before, wasn't it? Somehow, joint opening the treasure chest is becoming a trend in Eden. Well, it's a good thing though, since it saves time. Now that left me and Pamela to decide on the last one, or so I had believed, but a scary incident happened just then. Then I will open the last one. Desu. This treasure chest is mine. Yahoo! What? Hold on, Pamela. By the time I realized what happened, Pamela had unknowingly secured the gold chest and her hands were creeping at its lid. I only had 1 second time frame left before she opened the treasure chest. And 1 second later, Pamela took the win, and I stumbled to the ground with a din. This is a treasure Desu. High-grade automatic curry making tool, ultra curry tool. Karui had wanted it so desperately. Desu. Pamela was extremely excited seeing the item, however I was in an utter state of shock. Just why did she not wait? It was something I heard later, but apparently, the reason was I hadn't raised my hand. Come to think of it, I had forgotten to raise my hand. Such a blunder. I couldn't believe my stupidity. And so the draw for the gold chest come to an end on a bit note. Speaking of draw, the treasure chest Celia and Lulu opened together dropped a frying pan meat blaster. This is a wonderful item that allows you to cook grilled dishes even without fire, and enhances the taste, buff, and quality of meat ingredients, and for some reason, also increases the quantity. You can get 5 dishes instead of the regular 3 with this frying pan. I thank our lucky stars we got this. But, could it be that Sakin-Kosama is urging us to offer more things? There's no way Sakin-Kosama is greedy, CH 318. Zephyr, I want to eat this at night. Oh, a high-quality meat. Then, this too. It was evening. Everyone was done with their boss run, and now, an air of laid-backness was hovering above. Everyone has made significant advances in harvesting around, and thanks to that, we have surplus of luxurious ingredients at our hand to use. As the sun was about to set, we eventually decided to rest our exploration, harvest and boss run. We set up our tent in the safety area of the lower floors and shifted to have a lavish dinner. However, there was a big problem. A very big problem. We have so many high-grade ingredients that it was getting harder to choose a single one. It was Lana and Karua, who hardly brooded over their choices, passed a helping hand to me, which led to the current situation. I lined up Mogu's beef chuck that both of them had chosen. What a tempting sight. I couldn't wait to drip them with Hannah's special sauce and grill them. So we're going to have barbecue for dinner as well. Zephyr, I want to eat curry. You just choose meat, copying Lana. Huh? Kara looked at me with, was it so? Look, I had already informed before, but I guess she just forgot. What a forgetful girl. I explained to her once again. Ultra Curry Tool is already at work. You will have hot, delicious curry ready in just another 10 minutes. We are currently choosing meat for the BBQ. Oh, great. Karua's eyes shone with an unprecedented shine at my reply. Actually, our dinner was supposed to be only BBQ just like lunch, but we got lucky and obtained a high-grade curry-making tool from the treasure chest, so we decided to add curry to the menu at the last minute. Curry always sounds good in moments like this. Alas, curries take too long to prepare, alongside the hefty preparation. So I had originally skipped it from the menu since we have a limited amount of time to use this extra dungeon. Though, of course, it wasn't a problem with the curry making tool drop. High-grade automatic curry making tool is an amazing item. We don't need to have a cooking-related job to operate it. It can make large amounts of curry easily, and the prepared curry also comes with buff. You can just put the ingredients in, and it will do the rest. You don't even need to peel the vegetables. You wouldn't even notice when the vegetables are peeled and chopped into bite-sized pieces, and you will have thoroughly simmered delicious curry ready in just 15 minutes. Though I don't know where those peels went. I just have to cook rice only. In the game, however, there was a skip option. Though, it's impossible in reality, and you can only wait for it to be cooked. Not to say, waiting for curry to be prepared with everyone is fun. All the ingredients used were something anyone could obtain from this dungeon, including curry powder, and all of them were high-grade ingredients from this 10th floor. The meat of choice was the superb beef chuck that Boss Moga dropped. Now, all that was left was to wait for it to be ready. I couldn't help but feel excited. I wonder how delicious it will be. Now that you get it, wait for curry to be cooked. Yes sir, I've firmly etched it into my memory. Karua nodded with an attentive look, which was rare for her, when I explained so. Indeed, a glutton she is. Huh. It smells so great. I can feel my stomach rumbling in excitement. Lana chimed in with a smile at the wafting aroma of BBQ and curry. I'm almost done grilling the vegetables as well. Please wait just a few minutes. So said Esther, holding tongs on one hand and grilling vegetables on one of the 3 BBQ grills. Shizu and Celestine are handling the grilling of vegetables and meat on the remaining 2. Aside from them, Hannah is in charge of beef chuck. She's using the meat blaster we had obtained from the gold chest earlier to grill it. But I can't wait for so long. Isn't there something that can be whipped super quick? Unfortunately, there's no skip function. Skill can make it happen, but we don't have any members with cooking skill, so wait for the dishes to be ready. What do you mean by skip function? Nothing, don't mind it. On this note, there are items that can dish out dishes instantly, but it's on the assumption that the person has a job related to cook etc., which we don't have. All we can do without skip function is just wait. Just then, the door to the boss's room opened. 5 people, who were challenging the boss, stepped out of the room. Here's your item back, Zephyr, thanks for the flute. So said Sierra, representing the group. I received and stored away the flute. I guess it's time to take it to recover. Flute count has dropped. Then Lulu, Celia, Pamela and Rico appeared in succession. They had gone to challenge the rare boss with a healer-less party, and judging from their expression, it seemed to have gone well. Well, it was a party full of tanks. Speaking of, the rare boss trio is composed of Boss Minotaur, Boss Orc and Boss Cockatrice. All 3 of them are bipedal and can use weapons too, so they're quite strong. As a rare boss, their status was obviously a step above regular boss. Each of them scaled up to the strength of Intlo boss. Their unique skill is also quite strong, though it kind of has an incomprehensible name. I'm the number 1 and you're the lowly number 2 and number 3 greater than. But ignoring that, the challenger will receive super high damage if they happen to get winded up in a fellow boss's rampage. This is probably because they are fighting over their own meat. By the way, beef is always the number 1, while number 2 and number 3 keep fighting for their spot. The other 2, a pig and a chicken, occasionally join hands to overthrow Minotaur, albeit to no avail. Minotaur kind of has a skill. Beef is eternally number 1 greater than. Overwhelming is the first place, you're struggling for second and third place. One thing to be careful about is, While Boss Minotaur is the strongest among the 3 bosses, there's a trap hidden that defeating Boss Minotaur first would unleash even and stronger unique skill from before. Struggle for hideous number 1 place, which is something to be careful about. Somehow, that skill was so strong it easily wiped out the majority of first-timer parties. I have experienced complete defeat in the game once too. I was so sad then. Extra Dungeon has the limitation that if you have been defeated once, you can't enter into the dungeon for that day. Alas, what a waste of QP. I bet this must be an intended trap from the developers. Just as I was off on my own world, reminiscing about my past failure, a tiny figure came trotting towards me. It was Lulu. However, for some reason, Celia was running alongside Lulu while staring at her. What's going on? Lulu has gathered a lot of meat. Please praise Lulu. Of course. You're so amazing, Lulu. I'm not asking you, Celia Nichan. I want Zephyrina-sama to praise me. No, not me. I don't quite get it, but Celia received a shock when Lulu told her otherwise. Haven't you fought together, Celia? Seriously, what are you even saying? Look. Even Esther is looking at her with a dumbfounded gaze. Celia recently has been acting like Lulu's fangirl. Man, she looks so different from her sage-like impression she exudes on our initial meeting. I wonder if it's the devilish cuteness of Lulu that is Celia flawed in. Either way, I praised Lulu. Thank you, Lulu. It's so amazing that you have collected so much. Keep it up. Grin Mewfew. Och. Lulu is making a smug face. She looked so cute my hand unconsciously moved in to pat her. Shock. How envious you get to pat Lulu's head. Ah, really? But I am more afraid of your current look. Celia. Rika, who had come with her, was taken back seeing Celia staring at me so intently, as if she had a handkerchief in her hand. She would have been biting on it. Good grief. That being said, I believe she regularly pat Lulu's head. No? Here, Zephyr. Souvenir for you. Who? Oh, isn't it the demolition greatsword that gold chest drops? You scored a gold chest? Sure enough, you indeed know. Huh. The thing Sierra handed to him casually was a sword with a blade length of over 1 meter classified as a katana, a weapon that can only be obtained from gold chest. In terms of appearance, it looks more like a kitchen knife than a katana. Both Rika and Pamela are viable since it's a straight sword. This weapon is especially more effective against animal-type monsters. It also has a certain chance to double the drops from animal type when you finish them with this sword. You will have a lot of time to use it since animal types are quite common in the intermediate dungeon. I see. Then Pamela is more suitable to use it than me. I am more oriented towards defensive stance, you know. Are you sure, Rika? Of course. After all, I have this one I got from Karua. Rika looked at Hexa Thunderblade, beast lock fastened to her waist. Since Rika was alright with it, I handed the sword to Pamela. Then here you have it, Pamela. Yahoo! I got a new weapon Desu. Pamela hopped in like a bunny with the demolition greatsword in her hand. She seems to be wholeheartedly delighted getting a new weapon. Thank you Rika, Sierra, and Celia. I will use it carefully Desu. In this way, demolition greatsword became Pamela's main weapon. Hearing further, it seems they scored 2 treasure chests from rare bosses. Another chest dropped a huge frying pan-shaped hammer, Fry the Punch. It may look like another troll weapon, but it was incredibly strong. A pity that Eden has no talent who can use a hammer as a weapon. I tried to ask Shizu to equip it, but she refused. A pity. Again, it could have been the chance to see a battle made fighting with a frying pan live. I guess I just have to sell it to the cooking guild in search of the perfect balance between taste and buff guild. It might sell for a good price. Great job, everyone. Meat is also ready, so grab your plate and have the taste of delicious cooking. Got it. Ah, welcome back Sierra. I would recommend trying out this beef chuck. It's heavenly delicious. What? You're already eating? Lana quipped into Sierra with a content and beaming face, holding a plate with meat on it. Good grief, talk about a sneaky princess I can never lower my guard around. Either way, I'm going to eat too. Hannah served the meat to M. So delicious. The meat was so tender it melted into my mouth like a fluffy cotton candy as soon as I took a bite. Just a single bit made me crazy over it. Coated in Hannah's special sauce, the flavor was so exquisite that it consumed my every thought and I couldn't help but relish every single bite. It was undoubtedly one of the finest meats to be found in all of the dungeon activity and I could only describe it with one word: heavenly. It was so delicious I lost the ability to speak coherently. What amazing meat. I want everyone to try it out. I would definitely offer some to Sakinko-sama. Absolutely. It's so delicious. I was so glad that I had come to the world of dungeon activity. I felt like shooting beams of light from my eyes and mouth. Have you seen him? Everyone, even Zephyr, is completely lost in the taste. You all should try it. I will have it. Keep eating, everyone. There's a lot to come. Lana pointed at me and encouraged everyone to try meat. Sierra was the first one to take the plate. In keeping with the atmosphere, Hannah too enthusiastically keeps grilling the meat. And so, the fun time in the extra dungeon foodstuff and livestock dungeon passed in the blink of an eye. CH 319. We finished our exploration and returned back by the time the clock struck slightly over 9 p.m. We usually returned back to our dorm by dinner time. But since we already had our dinner in the dungeon, we ended up extending our stay. Individually speaking, I would have wanted to stay for as long as the time limit permits. But we also have girls with us. The 10 p.m. curfew rule has remained unchanged for the high schoolers in this world as well. The real curfew starts at midnight, though. Well, that's the gist. So I returned with everyone, with reluctance. Anyway, Eden's first expedition was quite a success. We had gathered so many items with all the members working together that even the item box LV3 installed in the Thunder Javelin was filled to the brim. In fact, it wasn't even half filled by the evening time. It happened after we had our dinner. All the members had a determined look. Of course, I wasn't any different either. The dinner was so delicious that it brought out the 200% of everyone. I think this will last us for a while, so said Lana, while opening the item box. I wholeheartedly agreed with her, but I really wish she stops opening it. All the jam-packed ingredients looks like they will spill out at any moment. Rather, she should stop adding further. It will really cause collapse over us at this rate. Lana-sama, could you please come out as we are about to put away the carriage? Alright. Asta carefully checked the inside of the carriage once Lana was out, and then put it into the carriage. We have already tidied up all the stoves etc., so we are all set now. I turned to look at everyone before the teleportation circle. Thank you for your hard work today as well, everyone. Let's meet again tomorrow in the guild room. Disband. Great work, Desu. With this, our extra dungeon expedition was over. However, we had gathered so much ingredients that they were now posing a problem. Majority of the ingredients have been stored into the item box LV2 of mechanical carriage for now, due to which, I think we will not be able to use number 2 carriage for a while. Beside it, the item box LV3 of Thunder Javelin was also 1/3 packed with foodstuff. I decided to discuss later with other members to confirm if we're going to keep them or sell them. I was used to selling all the materials in the game since they fetch quite a hefty sum, so I never felt the urgency to have a storehouse. It seems like those 1/3 items are going to stay in the item box since I don't have a storehouse in reality. Maybe I should have item box installed in the guild room using QP? We have QP in abundance after the quest, so it might actually not be a bad idea. Alright, let's consider later. But there was something important I must do. That was, of course, to put up an offering to Sakinko-sama. I mean, the result was explosive this time after all. Hannah had managed to bring the best of the super tasty grilled meat, top quality grilled beef chuck, using the Moga beef chuck from Boss Moga and the meat blaster that we got from the gold chest. I almost thought my mouth and eyes were going to release the beam out of it when I tried it. It was that tasty. The enticing burst of aroma it diffuses was not something that can be offered in presence of other people, lest it awaken their inner glutton demon. I alone entered the guild after everyone left for their respective place, and put the offering to Sakinko-sama. Sakinko-sama, Sakinko-sama, thank you for shining your wonderful blessing over us today as well. This is today's spoil. I absolutely urge you to try it, and please continue to shower us with your graciousness. I offered top quality grilled beef chuck in the shrine of Sakinko-sama, and seriously prayed for the blessing. It's so delicious I bet Sakinko-sama would surely grant us better drops. After offering my prayer, I left the guild and returned to my room. And the next day, offerings had disappeared from the shrine. Sakinko-sama must have taken a liking to it. I remember the disappearance of offering was the usual case in the game, and when it happens, it would strangely become easier to score rare items. It really makes me anticipate our next dungeon exploration. The dungeon week afterward passed by in a flash. We ate tasty meat dishes, vegetables, curry in the extra dungeon, and alternatively fought with bosses till the curfew time. My goal, that was to foster a team spirit between everyone, had been achieved as well. Everyone's spirit had taken in a different look from the morning, and their uplifted motivation makes the dungeon exploration further easier. We ventured into various dungeons that week. It was also at that time we challenged our third int low dungeon too. We were more or less ready to challenge the int mid dungeon. If anything, I really want to rank up our guild to D rank. The path is still a long one. Aside from focusing on our exploration, I also trained members in the intermediate dungeon in order. My goal was to have everyone cross the LV50, clear 3 int low dungeons and make progress in int mid. That being said, we have off from classes only for 1 week. It was impossible to train them to a level they can challenge int mid dungeon in due time, so I helped them to the possible limit. I formed different parties at times, explained what dungeons that party can clear and marched forward with them. I also occasionally helped other members who had come to participate in int low dungeon exploration together. Esther, and Lana had already cleared 2 int low, so we were the first one to achieve the quota. But of course, it was impossible to challenge int mid with just the 3 of us, so we 3 joined in other parties and helped the other members. I held a meeting when a party was stuck up in their exploration, and one time, we also took down a field boss with a group of 10 guild members. That was so fun. Though the handicap was the field boss's status scale in accordance to the number of participating members. However, an increase in status doesn't grant better rewards, so I wasn't that interested in further joint battle either. But since it's a common occurrence in the top grade dungeons, I taught them. It was also a sort of experience for them. Other than that, our encounter with the senior students gradually increases in the lower floors. They were especially more concentrated around boss floor in the 3 popular dungeons, Relic of Camphor Laurel dungeon, the 3 Wooden Bridges dungeon and Citadel of the Thieving Rats dungeon, so much so that we couldn't pull off much boss grind. Apparently, seniors also continuously dive into the dungeon in the dungeon week, so the encounter rate was higher than usual. Due to this, we had to shift our boss grind from those dungeons to other unpopular dungeons. As of now, Jarappa was the best in the regards that most seniors avoid it. From Thursday onwards, we mostly focus on efficiency. We formed 2 parties in the end, and settled on the plan that one party will follow my command and challenge other dungeons, while the second team will dive into the unpopular Dinosaurs Hill dungeon for the boss grind to raise their level. I already have prior knowledge of dungeon routes, so we topped the int low dungeon exploration in 2 days even without Esther. We have frequented Dinosaurs Hill dungeon so many times that Esther seemingly has already memorized the routes, and as such she was effortlessly able to carry the other party without my navigation. Thanks to her effort, all of the Eden's members, saving Rena, successfully cleared Dungeon Hills dungeon. Other members also seem to have cleared some other dungeons, which ranked their strength in line with the int low dungeon. And by that time, dungeon week was over. My level had reached LV65, and I was only a little way from reaching the level cap. At the end of the month, we obtained another hefty QP bonus after finishing the submission of top-grade mechanical carriage, the remaining Dean's Quest. In this way, my first dungeon week ended on an extremely fulfilling note. CH 320, Anonymous 3rd Year Supporter, Anonymous 2nd Year Priest. As expected, it's June 1st. They are truly dedicated. Well, I'm heading the 2. Such a significant event must be witnessed firsthand. Anonymous 2nd Year Swordsman. I'm already here, but wow, this place is packed. I can barely move. Anonymous 3rd Year Investigator. Well, it's no surprise. People from outside the academy are also flocking here to witness it. King Absolute might become the first to clear Adverb Low in 20 years, so they are receiving attention from all directions. Anonymous 2nd Year Priest. Huh? Is there no space to watch them? Anonymous 3rd Supporter. Well, it seems that way. But they are talking about the place set up so that people can see them from outside too. The Academy is currently working on traffic control and has ensured a pathway for King Absolute. Many first-year students are participating in this emergency quest. 858. Anonymous 1st Year Shielder. Indeed, This is Traffic Control Team. We're receiving a generous amount of QP since it's an emergency quest. 859. Anonymous 1st Year Merchant. All the items are selling like hotcakes in this unexpectedly grand event. Anonymous 2nd Year Priest. It's like a parade scene. Damn, I just arrived, but I guess I'll watch from outside. Anonymous 3rd Year Investigator. More than just like, it's an actual parade. Wait. Perhaps it's more appropriate to call it a ceremony. Speaking of which, this time the emergency quest is mainly for first-year students. I suppose they're aiming for a balance since the second and third years monopolized the quest at the beginning of last month. 862. Anonymous 1st Year Shielder. It's my first time participating in the quest, but I can't help but wonder if it's okay for an F rank to earn so many QP. 863. Anonymous 1st Year Merchant. Your concerns are unnecessary. When an opportunity presents itself, merchants live by the motto of earning as much as possible. 864. Anonymous 3rd Year Investigator. The first years in this year's batch are truly indomitable. Oh, it's about time. Junior Priest. It's fantastic that you're there outside. Are you available for live commentary? 865. Anonymous 2nd Year Priest. Yes, leave it to me. I can finally see them. King Absolute has arrived. They are walking majestically on the empty pathway that the first years cleared. And the people. It's difficult to estimate the exact number, but I think it's around 50. Anonymous 3rd Year Investigator. No one asked for your commentary on your desires. But around 50 people, huh? I wonder if that number includes the support group as well. The main guild of King Absolute currently has 37 members, while the subordinate guild should have 10 members. Anonymous 3rd Supporter. Yes, they're finally visible from our side as well. Leading the convoy is Crown Prince Yuri. Beside him are Guardian Batlix Warrior Vargas, Swordmaster Aaron Arena, Archbishop Sotona, and Valkyrie Amats. All of them are main Vanguard party members of King Absolute, and have advanced jobs. I reckon these 5 members will be challenging the boss in the end. 868. Anonymous 2nd Year Priest. Oh, Supporter Senpai is in full cheering mode. I mean, I understand how he feels. Adrenaline involuntarily flows when witnessing this scene. Everyone is cheering loudly. 869. Anonymous 3rd Supporter. The members in the background are equally impressive. I've also spotted the dungeon carriage. Is that Submaster Rao from the Public Morale Disciplinary Committee? And over there, isn't that Captain Reincarnated from the Relief Committee? Even the Academy Council Captain Mufasa from the Production Department is here. Report. I've confirmed the presence of various members from the Academy's official guild. 870. Anonymous 3rd Year Investigator. Calm down, Supporter. They are visible from here as well. An impressive lineup indeed. It seems there are no members from the subordinate guild, although I have confirmed all 37 members from the main guild. The rest consists of 5 members each from the Public Morale Disciplinary Committee, Relief Committee, and Academy Council. This adds up to 52 people. 871. Anonymous 2nd Year Swordsman. It's become so chaotic that I can't see anything at all. How is the situation on your side, Supporter Senpai, Investigator Senpai? 872. Anonymous 3rd Supporter. Their equipment lineup is also astonishing. I suppose this is the result of the huge amount of mir and QP they've poured in over the last 2 weeks. They're armed to the teeth. I might actually be in the midst of a historic moment. 873. Anonymous 2nd Year Priest. I feel like Supporter Senpai is leaving behind his dark history in their excitement. This thread can't be deleted, can it? Anyway, I still can't see them from my spot. They seem to have already entered the Dunhill, and the crowd appears to be gradually dispersing. Many people are still gathered around Dunhill. Well, good luck in managing the traffic, first years. 874. Anonymous 3rd Year Investigator. Thank you for your efforts. Inside, King Absolute has stopped in front of the dungeon gate, responding to everyone's cheers. Crown Prince Yuri-sama is holding a mic and announcing the start of their dungeon exploration. As expected, the official guilds are diving into the dungeon together as support. They will act as a retreat team in time of need. Anonymous 2nd Year Swordsman. I can hear their voices. but I can't see them at all. Anonymous third supporter. Wonderful. Field bosses become exceedingly stronger when challenged by a group of 50 or more, so their main battle force consists of the original 37 members, while the remaining 15 members from other guilds form the retreat team. They prioritize safety. Anonymous 2nd Year Priest. I heard that King Absolute last time consisted of the members from the same guild. Unlike the two forces this time, things are quite different this time, huh? 878. Anonymous third supporter. Well, you have to look for the condition the previous King Absolute was in, and the current situation of King Absolute. Last time, King Absolute had to achieve victory on their own without relying on external help due to several reasons. It was a matter of convenience to avoid unnecessary controversy. On the other hand, Yuri-sama is confirmed as the Crown Prince, so there's no need to shy away from borrowing help from others here. Besides, King Absolute didn't have much time to prepare, and there were a few other factors like insufficient levels. That's apparently why they've prepared this layer of support. Not to mention, the Academy also showed their support, so they must have wanted to see some concrete achievements too. 879. Anonymous 2nd Year Priest. I see. Certainly, the Academy has no reason to provide support for free. 880. Anonymous 3rd Year Investigator. Well, yeah, other students would definitely view it unfavorably if they were providing assistance without any cost involved. That being said, I'm really impressed by their lineup. There are 18 members with advanced job classes alone. This practically guarantees the best battle power in their class for sure. It seems like they're finally about to start their challenge. King Absolute has entered the gate. 881. Anonymous third supporter. I wish you good luck in your endeavor, King Absolute. I will support you from the shadows. No, I will definitely send them other items for support. 882. Anonymous 2nd Year Priest. Open your eyes, Supporter Senpai. Everyone can hear you. I could have never expected Supporter Senpai to have a fanboy moment. 883. Anonymous 2nd Year Swordsman. In the end, I couldn't see anything at all. CH 321. 15-member battle. In short, the rule is that each guild brings their 15 members to participate in the guild battle. 15 members. This count is similar to the maximum members an E-rank guild can have. In fact, 15-member battle is more of a familiar sight in the D-rank guilds or above, because it's like an all-out war in the case of the E-rank guild who can only have that many members. In the guild battle of fellow students of the combat department, it's the number of members who can fight that decides the outcome. After all, a production job holder normally doesn't have any attack power after all. Yeah, normally they can't. The normal production job holders can T help in taking down castles, neither in defense nor in interpersonal battle, they're just a hindrance. And that's why victory is basically a set cause with the combatant members in all-out war. I glanced at the other students standing behind Saturn. They all are in their student's uniform, so I can't exactly tell. But considering they are here in the premise of the combatant department, they must be one of its students. Though, I can even see second and third years students despite that this building should be for first years. The entire group was composed of boys. Well, I ruminate over Saturn's earlier words. He said something about bonds, huh? Just why are boys following him, I wonder. Strange. Very strange. His story was intriguing me more than the guild battle. Why are you guys cooperating with him? So I tried to ask them. I mean, it has been bugging me so much I know I will not be able to focus ahead. Just why are upperclassmen joining him? Oi, Zephyr, you, don't ignore us. I'm here challenging you for a guild battle, you heard? Fufu, you are focusing on your arms muscle. Tom, they seem to be in quite good shape, right? I can enhance my attack power with these splendid muscles. I haven't swung my axe today yet. I can't wait to see how much they have grown from tomorrow. Don't you think this venerable Zubs are beautifully splitting up? Soon, my Zubs's defensive ability will be as strong as a fortress. Saturn shouted at my indifference to him, though he said us. The other three were busy in their discussion over muscles. I feel like this is going nowhere. Except Saturn. It seems like the pride in the other three has been replaced by the muscles in the time I haven't seen them. ... Why do I feel like this is quite an unexpected welcome? Anyway, Saturn is getting between, so I ignored him for a while. Very well. Let me introduce our collective opinion. Saying that, one boy who was in the front stepped forward. Is he their representative? Wait. That person. Are you holy? So you still remember me? That's right. I was introduced by Misato and joined Best of the Best, the Great Star. Combat Department Year 1 Class 7 greater than. Call me Polish. We had only met once, but I did remember him since he was a healer. He seemed talented enough to wish he could have joined us. There should be one more person. Spy was it, I think. Unfortunately though, I don't remember his face. Well, mostly due to him wearing hood and untalkative. There is a hooded person among the crowd though. Is he the spy? He doesn't seem to show any intent to step forward, so I guess Holy Polish is their representative, huh? Around 10 or so days ago, Best of the Best, the Great Star managed to escape from the fate of being disbanded, with the two of them joining their guild after Misato's withdrawal. And everything ended on a happy note. Yay, congratulations to them. Wait. Does that mean all these people are the members of Guild Best of the Best, the Great Star, including Saturn-kun and others? There looks to be around 20 people. Are you curious about them? They're the valiant heroes who shared the same ambition as us. We have assembled under the banner of similar sentiments. Best of the Best, the Great Star has been promoted to E-rank guild in this dungeon week, and further formed a subordinate guild. As of now, there are only 22 like-minded friends. Alright. I got your reason. So, why did they tie up with Best of the Best, the Great Star? Even if you ask me, I really can't imagine the quartet being popular. Then Polish began to speak, with a bitter expression painting his face for some reason. Saturn and his friends are really strong. I dare say they're the third strongest guild in the first year, trailing just after Eden and Mako's. What a thing to say, Polish-kun. Saturn, on the other hand, hasn't opened his mouth to speak yet, but I can already feel his nose from ever-stupid pride. What the hell? His nose is elongating more and more in my hallucination. HMPH, that much was child play. And finally, he even began to run his mouth. Polish-kun looks like he really doesn't want to speak about it. Well, there you have it. They all have assembled here because Saturn and his friends are strong. Wait. Maybe saying they have united and form a guild is more apartment analogy? Polish-kun nodded. Saturn still looks to be hung on his pride. His prideful expression once again masking his face. I get the urge to smash that prideful side of Saturn when I look at him, so I shift to see what Polish-kun has to say. I will say it once again. We are a total of 22 members and we hereby challenge Eden for a duel battle. You're not allowed to refuse it. And the reason is, leaving aside my decision about the guild battle, I first asked their reason. They are saying they've gathered under the banner for the same goal. Based on the flow of the conversation, is it about wanting to become the top guild among the first years or something along those lines? Wait. Who knows, it might still be about Misato. I really can't think of anything. It also doesn't seem like they're here because they can't accept anything more than top position due to their excessive pride like usual. Rather, I really don't want to see 22 more idiotically prideful students like Quartet. If they really are, I would have to request Mako's to take care of them again. But the reason he spoke out was far more wilder than anything I could think about it. We envy Brave. What? So strange, man. It was so out of loop question I couldn't understand the meaning at first. I said we're jealous of Brave. What the hell is with the Eden? Isn't it basically a harem guild at this point? What's more, its guild master is a hero? Nor once or twice. I have seen it with my own eyes. You are leading 4 cute girls to the dungeon. Polish-kun hollered. Then following Polish-kun, as if they could no longer hold back the dam of their feelings, the boys raised their voice one after another. I saw it. I saw Brave coming out of his room with Hana-sama. Never had I doubted my eyes. So much I did that day. I also saw them. They were like a couple of cuckoo as they walked on the road. I almost coughed blood seeing that. Every morning, I see Hana-sama going to Brave's room every morning. I witnessed it when I was out of early morning running. I first doubted if I'm seeing an illusion, with Hana-sama meeting him every morning, and how Brave is the guild master of a harem guild. I can no longer control myself. That's right. It was so envy-inducing to see all of it. Hateful Brave. Jealous of Brave. So envious. Enemy of boys. Just switch the damn place with me. They began to shout. Upperclassmen, who had been silent now, hollered so loudly in the academy's premise with their bloodshot eyes that made the earlier silence a lie. What the hell? Are they really in their right mind to scream in a public place like this? But I see. I understand their reason. Their so-called just cause for why have banded together. In short, it's this. These guys have lost themselves in their fit of jealousy. CH 322. Quiet down you all. Saturn's voice reverberated throughout the premise. Unable to withstand their ever-increasing shrill voices imbued with their jealousy, Saturn, the guildmaster of the best, the great star, did what a guildmaster ought to do. Saturn has intrigued me enough to see him in a bit of new light. Due to the grace of being strongest among them, he managed to snatch the throne of guildmaster himself. Only due to the grace of being the strongest among them, was why he was on the seat of guildmaster. Well, however he usually is, he seems to have enough awareness about his duty as guildmaster, as he immediately moved in to put a rein on his rowdy guild members. Except Polish Kun and other boys completely ignored Saturn Kun. I heard you know. This fella, Brave, eats the cooking of Hanasama every day. What did you say? Unforgivable. Brave's sins are unforgivable. Explode. Be blown away, you damned Brave. You damn normie. Saturn, who was frozen on his spot with his hand outstretched pose that he had taken to quieten down his guild members, looked like a clown. An extremely ineffective move it was. A pity, Saturn, you just don't have enough charisma. Anyway, it's really time to stop their blabbering mouths that have begun to spout things I don't even remember, or else we aren't going anywhere. Looking at their furious appearance, how should I quieten them down? Their guildmaster is just a useless decoration. I glanced at Submaster Geelong. Foo-foo. The equipment I bought just last week can't even fitting anymore. Same for me. They're especially getting tighter around my biceps. It's a headache, ain't? Haha. This venerable scene is actually opposite. This great body of mine has constricted so much that all my clothes are like they're overlarge hand-me-down. Look, just how lean these abs are. They're not going to be of any help either. Even at this time, all they're just thinking about is muscles. What else could be done to handle this unstoppable rage from these bunch with them not even listening to their guildmaster? It's dual battle time. Let's steer the damn Brave from Eden. This isn't enough. We gotta keep him away from girls so that he will not get any chance to be with them. Let's put him into a boys-only guild. You're right. Brave is too dangerous. He will definitely seduce and abduct all the girls from the guild if there's any. In fact, shouldn't we just drag him to best of the best, the great star then? Don't say such a sad tale. All will come to know there's not even a single girl in best of the best, the great star then, you know. Misato-san. Why should you have to leave, Misato-san? The situation is steering towards a grim route. Incidentally, it's possible to make someone withdraw from the opponent guild if there's a prior agreement in a duel battle. Though, this also means that the side who has presented this condition will also need to cough up matching reward as a stake, so there's almost no one who did that apparently. Well, not like this mattered to me. It's the affair of other guilds. Nevertheless, Misato sure is popular. Somehow, I can hear the lamenting voice of seniors amidst all this. It seems like she would have been treated like a queen if she had stayed in this third strongest guild of first-year department. Maybe it wasn't actually a profitable idea to withdraw for her. I glanced at the jealous boys. On another thought, I think it hadn't been a bad decision. In the meanwhile such thoughts were flashing in my mind. Saturn had finally recovered from his petrification state. Hold on there. You're saying to bring Brave into our guild? That Brave? Nowhere but under me? I approve. Guildmaster approves of this plan. Let's make the stake from Eden Brave. It seems like imagining me his underling has struck a chord inside Saturn. So he also joined them. The boys were thrown into a flurry when Saturn said that. Wait, are you even sane? Hold on. I think it might actually be a good idea. We can ask Brave to give us a lesson on how to make girls fall for us. What did you say? But indeed, there's nowhere another womanizer as capable as Brave among first years. We surely can't ask for any better ally than him. Indeed so. In fact, my family has said to find a wife in the academy and bring her home. Actually, my family also said that, best of the best, the Great Star may be the third strongest guild, but the future where girls might join this filthy guild is indeed rarer than finding Kylin's horn. Your word can't be denied. Besides, dungeons are still the best way to get to know each other well after all. We're just more serious than usual there. No, just the couple formation ratio of those who spent time in the dungeon together is an eye-opener. Why the hell there's no girl in Best of the Best, the Great Star? This just makes class the only place to meet them. Just the other day, I invited a girl to the guild, but she declined, saying Best of the Best, the Great Star is a bit. Why the hell is it still the same even with our daily training? That's where we have Brave. I heard Brave Circle is extensive. The majority of the students in the room at elective class are girls apparently. We can have him introduce someone to us. Gulp W. Well, this is certainly a fascinating proposal. Their words are getting more and more derailed from reality. Meanwhile, the person they're talking about, me, is being completely kept out of everything. I wonder if there will be any problem if I leave them alone and leave from there. Rather, even if they might manage to get success in their plan, there's no way they can keep me from becoming their guild master, and in the worst case scenario for them, their guild might also be hijacked by me. However, boys who are completely fascinated by their delusion that this may be their chance to get in contact with girls hadn't had the capacity to think it through. It seems like there's no stopping their rowdy bandwagon with no one to restrain them. What to do? And just when I was seriously thinking about ignoring them and entering the academy building, the group was apparently done with their delusional talk. Everyone's eyes were tinged with a shade of desire. Scary. We're done talking, Zephyr. As soon as Saturn's voice escaped his lips, boys immediately surrounded me in an orderly manner. They were acting with such well-coordinated movements that one wouldn't think they're the same people who until a while ago had ignored even the existence of their guild master. Did he win over their hearts in just a few minutes of discussion? Forgive me, Saturn, it was foolish of me to say you don't have any charisma. We, Best of the Best, the Great Star issues a dual battle challenge to Eden. What we want in this guild battle's wager is you, Brave. I don't want to, ... Saturn must have been full of conviction that I would surely accept his challenge. That's S. Why he raised a stupid voice when I turned down his challenge. On the contrary, why did he believe I would even agree? Leaving aside everything, the pressure from all the boys increased a notch higher at my words. It seems like I lost my chance to escape. How to deal with them now? Just as I was wrecking my brain to think about the option, a helping voice resounded from the opposite direction. What may you all be doing? CH 323. A voice of salvation resounded from the opposite direction just when I was at my wit's end. What may you all be doing? It was a beautiful voice, as pure and serene as a crystal clear stream. Who, yo, you are? You can't be. As soon as Polish Gun turned towards the voice source, he slurred on his words. His voice husky. His voice was quite shaky. I was surrounded by them, so I couldn't see who that person was. Ha ha ha, seems like you already know about us, eh? Then I believe you guys already know the consequences you're going to face now, right? The voice belonged to a girl, though. The voice sounds like a beautiful woman masquerading as a male. No, I think there's some kind of misunderstanding. Gee, Guildmaster, you two say something please. Polish Cunt turned to Saturn, his voice stumbling as if he was powerless against that persona. However, he couldn't have any more wrong in opting to their guildmaster for help. I don't know who you're, but can you stop sticking your nose in our affair? I'm currently busy recruiting Brave to our guild. Guildmaster? Polish Cunt screamed, and almost at the time, I felt pressure emanating from multiple people. So, it's a group? It didn't take long for me to know the identity of rescuer. Ahahaha. So you're trying to poach Brave. I see. I can't overlook this. Princess will definitely be sad then. Very well, capture them. Yes. It happened in an instant. The people in black clothes who were standing behind the girl leapt at the Best of the Best, the guildmaster, as soon as the girl issued her command. What is Goi? Please wait Ha, this person is a girl you know. It would be nice to have the chance to know her better. HMPH. Why the shock? They took down all the boys surrounding me one by one. I was awed by their coordination, might and speed. Just a touch of black baton, that was in the hand of black-clothed people, was enough to induce paralysis in seniors, as they collapsed on the ground. Is that stun-out rod? If I remember right, it's a weapon exclusive only to guards of the academy, an equipment to bring down the mobs, and also something that should be out of reach for players. Its ability is so terrifying that it can effortlessly bring anyone down, even if they have resistance cell V10. If they're carrying it, that means these people are. Anyway, I really wish I can get this stun out rod. Are you alright, brave Kun? Then, an out-of-place voice, as serene as a crystal-clear stream, addressed me amidst the suppression scene. I shifted my gaze, and true to the image that said voice was giving, a woman in a man's attire was walking here. Her hair was honey blonde, styled in a side tail. She was wearing academy uniform, a snug fit to her body, though it was a boy's uniform for some reason. Nonetheless, it was as if that uniform was made for her, without coming off as unnatural. Uniform she was donning his red embroidery, so a third-year student, huh? Apparently, she's the leader of this black-clothed members group. Thank you, you were a lifesaver. Haha, my pleasure. I surveyed the surroundings and her again. Oh, practically all of the boys are down on the floor, saving Saturn and a few others. They sure are tenacious. Huck, you lot, what you have done to me, this Saturn, is unforgivable. Noisy. Ba 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 ba. Saturn's body shuddered as the stun rod was mercilessly driven into him. And finally, Saturn is down too. Foo-foo, how pathetic you can be as guild master to be so easily taken down even before this sub-mass Bayou. Damn it. What's their deal? And that weapon of theirs, like hell my muscle will lose. Ba 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 ba. Geelong, and Tom too? That's why I told you guys to stand behind me. Just deplorable can you be? There's no way attackers like you can stand at the front line better than tank kick. And eventually, even Geelong, Tom, and Helk were subdued too. Suppression completed. Drag them. I'm going to whip them into shape. How dare they think about making Princess sad? There are too many to carry, and classes are about to start. We don't have time for that. Toss them into the students' guidance room for now. Simmering them can wait for later. Just simmering them isn't enough. I am going to roast them too. Though they all look so unpalatable. Boss Tilda, we're taking our leave first. Haha, can you stop calling me boss? Black-clothed people seemed to have reached a conclusion as they dragged away the boys' bodies with themselves. There were also some who applauded for the students at their beautiful execution from beginning to end. Though all the applauding ones were girls, while boys were conversely shivering. Strange, eh? Well, this should do. We will take our leave now. Hold on. Seeing them leaving without saying anything to them kinda doesn't bode well with me, as I reflexively ended up stopping them from leaving. What should I say now? Well, I just want to know who they're mainly. Let's ask her name. To reintroduce myself, I'm Combat Department Year 1 Class 1 greater than Zephyr. Thank you for helping me out. If you don't mind, can you tell me your name? Haha. Honestly, I didn't think it is necessary to introduce. Can't be helped since you asked. I'm Combat Department Year 3 Class 1 greater than Meshilia. So, Meshilia-senpai is it? There is something I want to ask you if you don't mind. Feel free to ask. I wonder if I can also get that stun out rod. Yikes me. Didn't I have something more important to ask? Why did the first thing I asked turn to stun out rod? Sigh. My mouth spoke on its own accord. What a blunder. Ahahaha. You're more curious about this one than us. You're an interesting person, brave Kun. As the answer to your question, our guild is affiliated to the subordinate guild of the Public Morale Disciplinary Committee. We are allowed to suppress the unrest at our guild's discretion when there is some out there to cause trouble. This one is one of the means to achieve that. We're also training ourselves. But well, often we can't be a match against high-ranking guild or advanced job holders, so there you have it. After a hearty laughter at my question, Meshilia-senpai politely explained. She's a nice person. Besides, I also got to know the thing that was intriguing me. HMPH, my question was indeed spot on. No, it wasn't. Subordinate guild of that Public Morale Disciplinary Committee, she says. I wonder if it's the Public Morale Disciplinary Committee. I see. That explains things. And stun out rod seems to be loaned by the academy. It seems like I can't get this in reality either. I guess I should be able to get it if I joined Meshilia-senpai guild, but I can't bring myself to join just for this. I can only give up. What a pity. It's about time for the classes to start. We will take our excuse then. Yeah, Zephyr-kun. Take care of Lana Dono. I know it's not easy, but I believe in you. Do your best. See ya. Lana. Meshilia-senpai then left with these parting remarks. I was about to stop her again since I didn't get what she meant by she believes in me, but I heard a bell ringing. I checked the time, and indeed, There was just 5 minutes left before the homeroom begins. I had arrived quite earlier today, but this fiasco used up all the time. What a bad day. I guess I will ask her at our next meeting. Even the black-clothed people have all disappeared. They're really clean in their work. I head for the classroom while thinking about their impressive abilities. That day, none of the quartet came back. CH 324. I'm really sorry, Zephyr-kun. Are you alright? They didn't hurt you, right? It's not something you should apologize for, Misato. It's fine. I'm also not hurt. Some kind people helped me. The fiasco that happened in the morning had already spread in the academy. I was surprised that everyone in the class was already aware of it, and Eden members bombarded me with their questions. Man, was it a Herculean task to appease fuming Lana and Lulu, and even Celestine and Shizu, who were quietly trying to contact someone. I almost broke into sweat when they proposed to beat them up in guild battle. I was also worried about Sierra, who was staring at the quartet seat with sub-zero glare. Her reproachful eyes reflexively made me shiver. I'm already spent up completely right from the beginning. Anyone, lend me your energy. It seems this incident has also reached Misato's ear. The guild she had belonged to till the other day had done such a thing, and apparently feeling that she is also one reason behind them taking such a step, she even came to my seat to apologize. She really is a considerate girl. Seriously, everything was at the discretion of the boys only. She didn't have minuscule of mistake in it. Of course, the same goes for me. Not my fault, right? Yay, absolutely not. Really? I'm glad then. Rather, you left from their guild, huh? Yeah. It was just a temporary joining to begin with. After all, it would have been dishonest to take help from them for any longer. This must have taken a toll on her, as her tone was spiritless. I looked up, and saw her rabbit ears laying flat on her head. Just what's exactly the matter with those ears, I wonder? Misato is someone with a heavy sense of duty. She had already cleared she will be joining their guild for a short term, and yet she went as far to look for other talents that could create the whole her departure will create. What's more, the personnel she found was also cut above the average, a high-ranking healer job wholly, and high-ranking scout jobs by which directly increased the guild's strength. As if that was not enough, an even more astonishing fact is that one group of seniors in the morning were scouted by none other than her to the best of the best, the Great Star. It's rare for seniors to join a freshman guild which is lower than them in this meritocracy first world. I was wondering how the wind changed their direction. So it was all the effort of Misato behind the scenes. That is why she came to my seat to apologize, but she really didn't need to feel responsible. Honestly, she is really a good girl. But don't you feel it was a waste to leave the guild? I mean, it's a guild with seniors. Upperclassmen means they have been diving in the guild for more than a year, so there's a wild difference between their abilities and newbies. Honestly, there are times I can't help but wonder if she should have been quite better in the guild than leaving it. Though Misato was sporting a stumped expression at my question. They were treating me like a princess, and well, I think you can say the gazes from the people around were a bit off. Ah, I see. I recalled their appearance. That scene kind of resembles Crazy Believers. Apparently that was what the seniors meant when they lamented at Misato's withdrawal. I can bet all of my money on them. They must have been making a big fuss over Misato. Besides, she also felt the other members were quite off since she was the sole girl in their guild. This begs a question, wouldn't it have been better to recruit more girls too? But it seems like girls were not ready to join even as Misato tried to persuade them. It would have been awkward for Misato as well to be the lone girl there. I'm also told hateful, so jealous or explode Uriju'd by the boys. Maybe Misato might have been told similar things too, and even if she didn't, she would still be getting weird gazes, I guess. I guess this should also be one of the reasons she left them. That being said, I was surprised, since when did members in the best of the best, the Great Star staggered to so high? In all, best of the best, the Great Star has 22 members as of now. E-rank guild can have only up to 15 members. So they have even formed a subordinate guild. Not to say there will still be 2 members left behind even after merging the members after ranking up to D-rank guild. D-rank members limit is 20. It's bizarre to have that high count if one doesn't have considerable popularity. Misato said she has scouted around 8 members, so the rest of 10 members seems to have been scouted by Saturn and others themselves. To be honest, They have my admiration for actually managing to gather so many members in this short time period. They certainly grieved when they didn't find even a single person who was ready to join them. When they asked around the class by themselves, they have matured too. I think they have made me see them in a bit of a better light. Rethinking about them, they're still the same as before. How should I put it? Something like more and more people came to align themselves with the goal that best of the best, the great star put up. Yeah, something like that, Misato said, slurring on her words for some reason. Best of the best, the great star goal. Speaking of, I didn't check what their goal is. By the way, Eden goal is to reach S rank. There's also another goal, to conquer all the dungeons, though it's still a secret. Well, their goal is to overthrow Brave. I was convinced. So that means, boys banded together for the goal of overthrow Brave? Why in the world are they making me their goal? Just aim for the dungeon for God's sake. I unintentionally messed up my words. Those boys must be stupid. I think they will pick on you again. Oh, you also think so? Well, they're known to never give up after all. They will surely challenge you once again when they come back. That has worn me down, but she was right. That much isn't enough for them to pull back. Looking at me, who suddenly felt weary thinking about it, Misato says as if she has decided on something. Zephyr-kun, can you let me join Eden if you don't mind? I will keep best of the best, the great star in check. HNN? I looked at Misato reflexively. Misato joining Eden? I would be glad, but will it not further fuel their anger? I'm pretty sure all those boys will erupt like a volcano. I even wonder if they will go boom. Well, it's my former guild, so I want to do something about it. I'm just an outsider right now, so there's nothing I can do right now as it is. Misato is someone with a heavy sense of duty. So, in short, she wants to persuade them? Nah, it should be impossible. Rather, it will further increase their rage meter and make them crazy. Don't you think it's impossible? So straight. But you see, I don't think that the standoff between them and Zephyr-kun can be avoided. Well, indeed. Their goal is to overthrow Brave after all. Then, nothing will change at this point if I join you, no? Isn't it kind of meaningless if best of the best, the great star doesn't pull back even with your joining? I am in fact happy though having you. Rather, this will further aggravate the situation. It will definitely be the rise of a never-ending battle. That's why I'm saying, there's a way to crush them. What do you mean exactly? I believe that those who cause nuisance to others shouldn't complain even if they're scolded. That's why, let's give them a taste of soul-crushing defeat. Smash down best of the best, the great star. Whoa, you are saying something outrageous, you know. Not even I was bold enough to say it out loud. Oh wait. Wasn't I told the same thing by Eden's girls? It was so tough to hold them down. But, it's indeed a bit irksome to face their antics on a regular note. I don't know why, but members of Eden, mainly girls, are intent on destroying them. In that case, winning in the guild battle and asking them to stop making trouble is indeed a much better option. I can see the future of a guild who lost their goal getting disbanded, but that's inevitable at this stage. Yeah, that's why. Please let me join Eden. Guild battle will be an all-out battle, right? Eden only has 13 members. I guarantee I can play my role, because it's only during guild battle, right? Well, thinking about it for a bit, Misato's joining will further anger best of the best, the great star. But going all out without holding anything back, and destroying them so thoroughly they can't muster any excuse also doesn't look bad. And if Misato also scolds them, then they shouldn't be coming to challenge me again. Right? Speaking of, I think I also heard them adding apostrophe Sama in Hannah's name for some reason. I received TSK from Hannah too. Why did they address her with honorifics? I guess I will ask them afterwards. Aside from that, Misato is a sage, and her job is a high-ranking one specializing in healing and barrier. In contrast, Eden is really in lack of healer, and would do anything to get sage. However, this will make the rift between us and best of the best, the great star absolute then. But wait, it's not like it matters. And let's see, what are other demerits for having her? None, I guess. Just as I was contemplating all this, Misato further added the stack on her side. I can also bring in other friends with high-ranking jobs to enter the guild. Like, what do you think about Wiseman? You're in. Oops, it was a reflexive action, but I don't see anything bad in it. Sage and Wiseman, I really want them. CH 325 Info Dump Chapter Wiseman. It's one such job that stood out even among other prominent jobs in dungeon activity. The most peculiar fact about this job is the race category in which it can manifest. Surprisingly, it's noble. The term noble specifically refers to royalties and aristocracy. Royalty, duke, marquis, count, viscount, baron, and baronet. In short, it was a job anyone can acquire as long as they belong to one of these categories. That was surprising. Usually, royalty have royal exclusive jobs, and viscount have jobs exclusive only to them. This is how race and jobs roles are spread in the dungeon activity. However, there are also jobs like wiseman, while admittedly few but still there are, which aren't bound to one category exclusively. Incidentally, it is far easier for baron or baronet, who have low fame value, to acquire wiseman than royalty. Mainly because royalty requires a whooping 200 fame value, while other two only 20. Well, it was such eye candy to see a character wearing a tiara or crown as wiseman, but it was a shame that only one royalty category member can be a member of the guild. Then, why such a versatile job exists that can fit into any category? Well, the reason is the limit on the number of member-selected categories a guild can have. The noble category allows anyone to join as long as they meet the fame requirement. However, there is an upper limit to that number, only one person for royalty, 2 for duke, marquis, earl, viscount, and baron, and 5 for baronet. That's where wiseman comes into play, which is used to fill up the slot when the upper limit is already filled. Like, players want to have all the 5 members of baronet category knight, so it's impossible to add a wiseman job holder there. Similarly, hero is strong in the viscount, so wiseman can't be added into this category either. Royalty prestige point is incredibly high, so it's even more waste to have them wiseman. After all, who wouldn't want a saint or hero in their guild? And so reason that I'm skipping. Baron is the only category that we can have wiseman without compromising on anything if available. That's how players allocate the slot in the different categories. That being said, there's no need to explain exclusive jobs are strong. Wiseman can be chosen in any noble category, but its performance is slightly mid among other peak jobs. Well, it's not a princess job, so it's understandable. Even males can acquire this job after all. But like a diamond in rough, training manual can bring out its inner qualities, making it one of desirable jobs. It's a jack-of-all-trade type job, from magic attacker to healer to buffer to debuffer, and housed at the rearguard position. If Saint is jack-of-all-trades with its core abilities revolving around healing, then Wiseman job is more of a jack-of-all-trade with its abilities focusing on offense. On this topic, Sage, which shares the meaning as Wiseman, is specialized in healing. There might be jobs with similar meaning in the dungeon activity, but they can have completely different usage and line-up positions. One such famous example is Brave, Hero, and Hero. In the words of the developer group, words can have the same meaning, but the impression they give doesn't. I also agree with that statement. For me, both Brave and Hero are completely different, and, I got off track. I put my focus on Misato's talk once again. Then, let's have an interview first. By the way, where are they from? No surprise you already guessed that much hearing about Wiseman. Well, they're the sons of Viscount to whom our clan is serving. A Viscount What's more, a son means a boy. Eden barely has any boy. Since we're being outnumbered, I'm glad to have male members join us. I definitely want to welcome them. Things are getting more and more nerve-wracking. In which year and class between? It would be better if he's from the same year as well. Yes, he's from the same year. Combat Department Year 1 Class 1. Oh? Class 8 Well, he surely piqued my interest then. It was already explained there are 127 classes in the Combat Department. To add further, there's noticeable contrast between Class 7 and Class 8 onwards. It is the gap in their starting level, mainly Class 8 and onwards starts from LV0. Or to be more accurate, they're the students who have acquired a job on May 1st. Conversely speaking, the 210 students in the first 7 classes had already acquired their job within April, and leveled up in that due time, through which, they were then registered in one of those 7 classes. I wonder if it clears where I'm heading. In short, The class division up to class 7 isn't the sign of their absolute abilities. It was simply due to the head start through status and level up that they were placed in class 7. If the classes for the entire freshman year had been divided based on level 0, meaning that all of them started at the same level, I dare say their results would have been significantly different than they are now. Then someone like Saturn would have absolutely not made up to class 1. Then what about class 8? What I want to highlight here is students from class 8 to class 50 have similarly high ranking job and same result as well. So, on what basis students in the class 8 have been chosen for that class when their starting line is the same? It's their job, knowledge, and practical skills. Since it's not possible to assess them solely based on level, it's the next best thing about them, strength of their abilities, which are assessed using all other factors. In other words, among all the other 1,290 students who awakened a high-ranking job, the only class which has been decided on academic results in the truest sense is class 8. Everyone is misunderstanding facts. Typically, the top-performing students gather in class 1. That's undeniable, because usually, those who couldn't achieve a high-ranking job in the entrance assessment are unlikely to obtain a high-ranking job later on. The requirement to acquire a high-ranking job is unclear. That's why you will not see any entries of Dark Horse during such a time period. That's why, with the passing of 1 month, will their true skills be reflected in the form of their level, and that's when class will be actually divided based on merit. However, this year is different. The number of students with high-ranking jobs count to 1,290. But do all the students in this group really hold the ability to be ranked up to class 7? I am sure this is definitely not the case. On the contrary, I can already see a huge downfall in the future if the students in class 7 were to be caught up in terms of level. Combat Department Year 1 Class 8. This class is, in fact, a hidden elite class. CH 326. Classes are over. It was specifically quiet today with all the seats in front empty. I made great progress in my studies. Additionally, thanks to my Sato's introduction, I got the opportunity to recruit a Wiseman who is enrolled in class 8. Maybe, luck is on my side. Ha ha ha. Combat Department Year 1, Class 8. Among the freshmen, there exists a hidden elite class. I actually only recently learned about it. I never dreamed that my leaking of high-ranking jobs would result in the creation of a hidden class with a cool-sounding name. It's already June, and most of the students in Class 8 have already joined guilds on their own. Unfortunately, I realized it too late. Then I have no choice but to poach them to recruit them. But this was another hurdle, since Eden is still lacking in power to make them change their mind. After all, we're only rank. That's why I was about to give up on any hope to recruit them, until today the chance itself greeted me. I'm really grateful to my Sato, and on top of that, it's a Wiseman. Such an outstanding job. Hooray! With a slightly good mood, I head towards the lounge. It's there I'm going to meet the aforementioned son of the Count. By the way, my Sato has already gone ahead to meet him. After all, even for introductions or interviews, we need to confirm the person's own will. And well, that's the situation, Celestian. I'm counting on you. Leave it to me. I've prepared some documents here. Please take a look before the interview. Huh? Ah, thank you. I wonder what kind of documents they are. I casually start reading, but to my surprise, it contains a detailed profile of the mentioned Wiseman. What the hell? When did he get the time to investigate him? Seriously? It's just today I have decided to meet him, you know? And he should be taking the classes until now. When the heck did he get the time to investigate? Since Her Highness Lana is also in the Guild Eden, we have to investigate male students, even if it's a Count's son. Ah, thought so. I kind of feel it's Lana's father's backhand, especially that part, male students. No, still, when did he get the time? Cough. There's no guessing about it. And I also think it might be better to not know about this. Anyway, let's see his profile. I think they have basically put forward all the personal information about him, but maybe because he's the Count's son, the documents didn't go too much into details, though if anything, this feels more like a grade sheet, with a stamp of pass on top. Is there anyone aside from me who passes or fails the candidates? Since when has Eden such a guild? We have arrived, Zephyr-sama. Just as my mind was occupied with all these thoughts, we arrived at the lounge. I entered the room Celestine had booked, informed my Sato of the location in chat, and soon got a reply from her. Understood. We are also done with preparation from our side, so we will head there now. She's really quick on her work, Misato is. A bit of time has passed since the chat when there was a knock on the door. Please, come in. Excuse me. Celestine opened the door, and first Misato entered with her hand raised. Come on, Merkun. Come in too. I should have told you to stop with that, Merkun. Inhale. Excuse me. With those words, a silver-haired young man entered, following after Misato. My immediate impression was, he was small. His height seems to be around Hana at a glance, though he might also be shorter than her. Tilda, right, I have a request for you, Zephyr-kun. Ask anything but about his height. Merkun is awfully conscious about his height, you see. Maybe you should reflect on your own words and actions first, Misato, and let's not make that request right in front of the person, shall we? A vein popped on the temple of the boy whose insecurities about his small stature was exposed. It seems Misato and he are from the same place and have known each other since childhood. They seem quite close. It's because it's about Merkun. I don't want to see Merkun getting hurt. Please reflect on your own words and actions. Otherwise, I might have to remove those annoying rabbit ears and take a look inside your head. You geese seem really close. The exchange between the two made it sounds like it was an unusual thing for them. However, since it seems like we aren't progressing on the main topic anytime soon, I decided to interject. Excuse me, I apologize for the impoliteness. Relax. No need to apologize. Can we start the interview then? Please go ahead. I wonder if he's nervous. His voice sounds more gravelly than when he talks to Misato. I guess Misato's playful introduction earlier might be an attempt to ease the boy's nervousness. Taking another look at him, he's small. He looks almost the same age as Marie-senpai. Well, Marie-senpai is actually 5 years older. Sigh. He's not as young looking as the Shota from Viscount, but he's definitely shorter than your average high schooler. It's true that men tend to be conscious of their height. Misato, please refrain from mentioning it. However, he was handsome, quite attractive. I also confirmed he has the symbol of the Count, the white plume pinned on his chest pocket. His posture is also refined, exuding a noble presence. It's hard to describe, but simply, he gives off an air of being someone important, truly befitting of a wise man. He's not just an ordinary person. I'll keep it a secret that I thought his appearance might become popular among the older girls. He seems like he would look good in traditional Japanese clothing. Let's start with self-introductions. I'm Zephyr, the Brave from Combat Department Year 1 Class 1. Nice to meet you. I'm Mert, Wiseman from Combat Department Year 1 Class 8. It's nice to meet you too. His figure, as he introduced himself with a straight face, was truly so befitting of a member of the Count family. He looks resolute. His name is Mert, huh? That's why Misato calls him Merkun. Misato, please refrain from using nicknames with apostrophe kun for him. It's a matter of dignity for a young man. Well then, I'll refer to you as Mert. Do you currently belong to any guild? In fact, I already know his name from reading the profile report Celestine passed to me. I thought it would feel a bit creepy if I acted like I already know, so I asked that way. Alright. I'm currently under the care of B-rank guild Golden Beast. I see, so he has already joined a guild, huh? What's more, it's an elite B-rank guild that only accepts students that are under rank 600. I see. You will have to leave Golden Beast to join Eden. But will you be okay with that? There's no problem. Golden Beast doesn't have any future. I want to aim for a higher height than that. Interesting. So he is ready to let go of the status of B-rank guild member so easily. I wonder what kind of guild it is that he hasn't had any second thought about leaving it. So you think Eden has a future? Of course, or so I believe. In my evaluation, it will surpass even S rank. That's why I want to join Eden. I guarantee I will be worth it. Mert's gaze stared straight at me. His eyes were devoid of any falsification, just a resolution. Just then, Misato, who had been until now, speaks. Mert is a good boy. He just happened to be unlucky. It seems like Golden Beast encountered a wall and are now close to disbanding. But it's alright. Mert has genuine abilities. He will definitely be useful. Misato, please be silent. I'm really glad that you got me this chance, but this is the time to show my resolution. You don't need to put in good words anymore. I see. Just as it was mentioned in the profile, he truly believed in actual abilities. His ideology is closer to that of dungeon activity player seeking efficiency. However, This further raises my curiosity. If you don't mind, can you tell me what exactly has that Golden Beast Guild done? Being a B-rank guild means it is an elite guild, yearned by the whole student body, targeted by a multitude of students, yet only grasped by chosen individuals. The students who survived that cutthroat competition can be said to be the finest of polished jewel. Normally speaking, it wouldn't be so easy to announce their withdrawal. Even if we're claiming that we will be S-rank in future, we're just a small E-rank guild right now. So it's not enough of a compelling reason to justify their switch. So I believe that's why I want to hear where did Golden Beast fumbled. Mert, hearing my question, said in a flat tone, nothing great. 11 out of the 30 members in the Golden Beast has changed jobs. Just that. CH 327. Recently, there's a piece of news that has been attracting attention worldwide. It's extraordinarily big news. Its name is job transfer. It has especially been the eye of the storm, all due to the recent explosive news, a revelation that has faintly but surely dispels some of the mystery surrounding jobs, the unraveling of manifestation requirements for a high-ranking job. Or so it seems. One of the conditions for the manifestation of a high-ranking job is defeating monsters. In other words, a new whole power dynamic where you acquire a low or mid-ranking job, defeat a monster and voila, you can acquire a high-ranking job. A person who proclaimed so had appeared. It's unknown who that persona is, but they must be a remarkable young person. There should be no need to elaborate. The fact and shock brought a drastic surge, and like a fly to the banana, momentarily spread all over the world. There is a possibility of attaining a high-ranking job through a job transfer. Moreover, new methods of cultivating high-ranking jobs are also being researched. Such rumors started circulating, causing a skyrocketing demand for basic job ascension ticket. The prices surged to everyone's understanding, reaching a level that even ordinary people hesitated to buy. It was an unexpected turn of events. And then, such rumors started spreading. Those who have undergone a career change are winners. The idea that a career change leads to a dead end in life is a blatant lie. It was the presence of training manual that illuminated the high-ranking job. It was because there was training manual that the long-existing norm of job transfer is a real-life checkmate shifted to the burning star of everyone's hope. However, those who are uninformed or narrow-minded took the price of basic job ascension ticket at face value. Their thinking was basically something good will surely happen to them if they have basic job ascension ticket. They reached such conclusions on their own, unaware of the future systems, laws, or information related to training manual, and consequently appeared in the crowd of people joining in the bandwagon of the Me First competition of job transfer. Well, there is no problem with undergoing a job transfer itself. Those who underwent a job transfer all achieved high-ranking occupations that satisfied them. They are happy, and it's their own responsibility to deal with the difficulties that come with resetting their levels. However, as expected, some people started experiencing financial difficulties. As a result, the country took measures to prohibit the use of the essential item for career change, the dragon statue, until a new system was established. This shot up the expectations of the citizens like a volcanic eruption, and the country swiftly began working towards establishing systems and laws. In the meanwhile, the world was enveloped in such an undercurrent. A different problem arose in the academy. It was the appearance of freshmen with high-ranking job in droves, which filled the upperclassmen with a sense of dread that they would one day be caught up by their juniors, and even overtaken. On the flip side of the same coin, there were also a plethora of upperclassmen who shared the same thought. It's unfair that only first-year students get to have high-ranking jobs. We also want to have a high-ranking job. It was then that a rule was imposed. Until the kingdom decides on the laws and the system is established, the use of the dragon statue is prohibited. However, no matter the time or place, it is always a child's privilege to go against rules made by adults. Hence, a certain number of students emerged saying, like hell we will be waiting for the bill to pass. I'm going to have job transfer whether by hook or crook. In short, it was their race to steal the head start. It's common knowledge that a good start is crucial. Well, it is in the human's nature to outwit each other, even if they are told, let's all undergo job transfer together, when the system is ready. So, it was the case of since it's like that, then, it was inevitable for the thoughts like isn't it just better to transfer jobs first? To lodge themselves into students. Above all, the academy may have implemented measures to prohibit that, but it is an institution with numerous dragon statues deployed. It's impossible to ban them all at once, so some students took advantage of that loophole, and eventually, students with job transfer appeared. According to Mert's story, the B-rank guild Golden Beast is a part of that group. 1/3 among the 30 members jumped into that bandwagon and went through job transfer during the dungeon week. They're really a bunch of idiots. Such words reflexively popped out of my mouth as soon as I heard that. Yes, they truly are idiots. It was an unintended slip of the tongue, but Mert, too, nodded in agreement with my words. Well, that's indeed the only word suitable for them. After all, job transfer means a B-rank guild with 11 LV0 members. They're definitely going to rank down. That's right. They've already been challenged by several guilds for a rank battle. The last time Golden Beast had a rank battle was on May 13th, and today is June 3rd, so they have 10 more days until the deadline. The rank battle is a guild battle that takes place between D rank and above for determining ranks. However, rank battle cannot be continuously challenged, as it would put higher-ranked guilds at a disadvantage. Therefore, there is a rule that once a rank battle is conducted, the guild is exempt from participating for 1 month. By the way, Saturn and the others were able to request a rematch in less than a month from the previous mock guild battle was because practice battles don't count. That would be counterproductive if guilds can't practice after all. Only the actual battles, duel battles, and rank battles are subject to this limitation. Getting back to the story, the time for Golden Beast according to Mert is going to end in 10 days. Can they regain the strength of a B-rank guild within 10 days? Well, the answer is pretty much number. It's not like it is impossible, but that's a method that would definitely lighten their wall significantly, so it's to be avoided as much as possible given the cost to performance. It was basically road to doom if I even relaxed as much as for a single instant during the buffer time of 1 month. It was a trial of a player's technique. It was quite challenging to raise the guild rank and stabilize it. It tested the player's skills. It was a trial of a player's technique. And speaking as someone who used to be a dungeon activity player, all I can say is, Golden Beast Guild has basically shoot themselves on their foot. I wonder how many regular or starting members ended up transferring their jobs. First-year students aren't yet on par to handle B-rank guild battles. In other words, Golden Beast Guild ended up with a situation where 1/3 of their members transferred jobs, leaving them with a surplus of low-level players. This gap is impossible to fill even if they vest their time on power leveling. The guild is basically a tiger without its fang or claw. Though, the situation may subside if there's a suitable environment ready for them to properly raise their jobs. Rather, it might even lead them to read-A rank. But as things stand now, it's going to be hell training those jobs when the system is yet to be curated for them. Leveling takes a hell lot of time. I reckon the guild will basically be in dormant status now, and their fall to D rank is almost settled if they suffer consecutive losses. Leveling up takes a considerable amount of time. They would be immobile for a while, and if they keep losing, they would even drop down to D rank, and when that will happen, it will further become a hell to raise their level with the rising of freshman guilds as well. Not to say members might even lose their passion for the guild at the disastrous defeats and leave it. Golden Beast future is as clear as day if they don't come up with a plan to retain and even surpass their B-rank status. Apparently, the plan of Golden Beast after job transfer is awfully childish from Mert's perspective. They have really done something impulsive, haven't they? It seems like it's going to be hard to regulate the guild after all this. Well, I guessed that much from Mert's presence in this lounge. Then, just as the thought oh, it's basically a suicide route, aren't it? Flashed in my mind, Mert, who was sitting in front of me suddenly lowered his head. Please consider adding me to the bottom seat of Eden. About myself, I'm Mert, Combat Department Year 1 Class 8 student, Wiseman LV18. And the highest level I have dived to is intermediate level, and have cleared one of it. I will absolutely be of use, so please do give it a thought. After talking for a while, I realized that Mert is quite ambitious. I could sense a strong desire to reach S-rank guild and even higher from him. Moreover, he has an eye to guess the changes, and to act on them. Besides, one can say that a guild has no future left, but it's not as easy to leave a high-ranking guild as it seems to look. And it's just my personal preference, but I do like ambitious people. I like hard-working people. I also like motivated people. It's still not too late to guide him to the strongest training manual's route with just Wiseman LV18 and second order skill tree. He is also stamped past in the profile documents Celestine had given me, so I can be reassured about his character as well. Well, he's a fine person. To add our force. Just as I was considering it, a voice came from the side, seemingly unable to tolerate it any longer. Hey, haven't you forgotten about me? This interview is supposed to be both mine and Merkan, you know. Do interview me seriously too. Sorry, Misato, I completely forgot. Ch 328. The interview ended, and I accepted both Misato and Mert as members of Eden. Except that, Misato's joining is temporary. It was her request. In a few words, Misato considers herself to be partially responsible for this mess, and so, she will be a member till the guild battle with best of the best, the Great Star. In short, for a short duration, although I repeatedly assured her it's really not her fault, she mustn't be able to overlook this given her personality. It's because the members she had scouted have caused such a deplorable scene that makes it impossible for her to feel guilty. Taking responsibility isn't easy. Yet, her courage to see it to the end is very commendable. Can I do it? I contemplated it, and deduced that if any of Eden members really cause trouble, I will probably help them out even if it doesn't concern me. So, I gave an okay. Foo, but you're too naive, Misato. Once you join, even temporarily, there's no turning back. I will welcome you with the full force of Eden. Eden has many unique and captivating aspects that other guilds lack. I will make sure she can't stay without the one-of-a-kind experience. And then, I will make Misato herself requests to join us formally. Phew, oh Misato, you have willingly entered the wolf's den. Anyway, such a thing has happened, but things have cooled down. Next, I decided it was time for our custom to introduce. Yes, it was time for my specialty, strongest training manual. Or so were my thoughts, but a surprising development was awaiting for me. Impressive. It was my reaction after I asked both of them to show their status. Actually, I heard about your classes from one of our classmates. So, I tried to research training manual on my own way. You liar. I haven't forgotten how you came crying and cling to me to research about the training manual together. I was surprised. Both of them had developed their own training manual, and now they were seeking my opinion as someone who is spearheading the training manual course. You never can tell when an unexpected surprise awaits you. I take a second look at the memo in which the training manual both of them have devised was written on. Misato and Mert, Sage and Wiseman, I have also prepared a proper strongest training manual for them. But the training manual both of had devised was equally incredibly fascinating. First of all, they have really done well. It was well made, and well thought. Just the quality I expect from sages. They have firmly outlined the path to strongest on their jobs. Did Mert come up with this? No, it was both Misato and me. It was too much work to achieve on my own. We debated over each other's theories after classes daily. A poorly planned leveling plan would have been detrimental. So we locked ourselves in the Great Library. We can go to the dungeon later. Training manual takes priority of all, was Merkan's tagline. Hey, Misato, I've told you before. Stop calling him Ma. At least use his name at school. Can't I? No means number. This isn't our home. Be more aware about the place. Fine. Then, Mert-sama? Yes, that's fine. It seems like the two are really close to each other. Their trust in each other is evident. Nonetheless, this memo, the concept of training manual, is still in its infancy stage in this world. There's barely any research conducted over this field. Despite that, this level of completion by the two was just amazing. After all, it bears a striking resemblance to the initial approach I had taken for strongest training manual. This level of work just needs a bit of modification, and it will be in parallel with my strongest training manual. Sure enough, I was right to publicize the training manual course. I could feel my mouth drawing a smile, and it was then I sensed a gaze upon me. I glanced forward, and saw Misato and Mert taking a look at my expression. Zephyr-san, please be honest. How will you evaluate this training manual? Well, Zephyr-kun, the thing is Mert-sama was incredibly eager to talk to you about training manual. You see, Mert-sama is actually your fan. No one will treat you as mute if you don't say anything. Misato. Jiyo. Mert swiftly grabbed the head of Misato, who uttered unnecessary words. He was gripping the area near her ear roots. Misato's voice. Kind of feel like the sound when someone is checked. Also, Mert was barely tall, so he had to stretch himself to the limit to actually grab Misato's ear, which was quite a comical scene. Nevertheless, there is something else that draws my attention. Mert is my fan? Phew. It's true that I genuinely wanted to have a detailed discussion about the training manual. I've been fascinated by this revolutionary perspective and wanted to talk with the person who conceived it. So said Mert, while still holding his grip over Misato's head. Misato's face on the other hand was slightly red, and her jaw was trembling. So the ears of Rabbitkin are their weak spot. Regardless, I was honestly happy they are so much interested in my training manual. We will have plenty of opportunities later. The training manual you two have come up with is really amazing. Really? Kaio. Melt leaned forward and exclaimed as soon I complimented on their memo. Though Misato had let out a strange sound, who was still under the grip of Mert. Is she alright? For now, how about you release Misato? She looks to be in pain. If Zephyr-san says so. Be careful to not utter any unwarranted information from here on, Misato. Huff. Yes, I'm sorry, Mert-sama. So please no more rabbit ear hold. Misato, who was finally freed from Mert's grip, seems utterly exhausted. What the heck is rabbit ear hold? Did something happen when the rabbit ears are pinched like this? There was a lot I wanted to ask about. However, Mert was more eager to talk about the training manual, so I unfortunately didn't get the time to ask him. Phew. I exhale a breath. Nevertheless, having individuals with whom I can exchange ideas is gratifying. Every dungeon activity player believes that their own strongest training manual is the best of all. Therefore, they rarely concede or recommend anything other than their own. They always proclaimed their strongest training manual as the one of a kind. Though, drawing references from others' strongest training manual was a common occurrence. After all, there are 1021 jobs in dungeon activity, and the definition of strongest is never the same with the passage of time. Dungeon activity had both the function of PvP, and ability to engage in battle. This led to research, countermeasures, and new discoveries. Even my strongest training manual had drawn reference from the whole database, and thus was the crystallization of the extensive contemplation. But of course, it cannot continue to hold on to the title of strongest forever. Someone preparing countermeasures was an obvious step. That's why I really hoped for someone with whom I could discuss the training manual. Well, this world is still far from discovering all jobs though, so I don't think there's anything that can dethrone my strongest training manual for the time being. But this is reality. While I could have befriended any race member I like in-game, there are some races in this world I can't even spot on, let alone bring them to Eden. That's why new data is must for strongest training manual, and I believe Mert and Misato will become important personnel in my research. In the break time, I fetched the strongest training manual for Sage and Wiseman that I had jotted down in my notes and placed them on the table. CH 329. It was Tuesday, the day after I had a passionate debate over the strongest training manual for Wiseman with Mert. Yesterday was a blast. I mean, it had been so long since I have had such a heated discussion regarding strongest training manual. I even made a new discovery from that debate, which was enough to add a new training route to the strongest training manual. A discussion with Mert was really worthwhile. Things are basically sorted out. Now Mert will join Eden as soon as he is done with his withdrawal procedure from Golden Beast. I would like to have another debate with him once he joins in. We also live in the same aristocratic dormitory apparently, so I can also call him out to my room. Well, it's been a while since I'm so fired up. Anyways, it was another day to attend classes. I had breakfast with Hannah like other days, and was heading to the classes like usual when I keenly noticed the gazes. I recalled the whole debacle with the boys consumed in jealousy yesterday, and indeed, the gazes were dripping with envy and jealousy, and I could also hear resentment-filled voices. I and Hannah were attracting quite a lot of attention, it seems. What's wrong, Zephyr-kun? Well, nothing. I was just wondering if it's really alright for Hannah to walk with me for classes. What do you mean? It seems like Hannah's surroundings are still safe from the boys' influence. Wait, does that mean it's only happening around me? Ah well, Whatever. If I had been in the same position, I would have also targeted myself. Then Hannah, it's just an example, okay? Then see you after classes, Zephyr-kun. Yeah, but you should really pay attention to your surroundings. Take the crowded roads as much as possible, and try to avoid any situation where you're alone. Huh? Yes, I got it. But why so suddenly? I'm worried about you after all. Eh? Phew, geez, you're such a worry. What? Zephyr's-kun. I sees off Hannah, who heads for the production major building while fleetingly glancing at my side, her face a shade of red for some reason. Is she going to be alright? Really? She didn't seem like she has taken my words to heart. No matter how I see, she worries me. Maybe I should hire someone as her guard for her. Fortunately, there's a whole load of QP for that. I was really concerned about boys unceasingly calling her Hannah-sama, Hannah-sama. For now, let's see if I can have a calm talk with Saturn and others. Well, he's more or less the leader of those maddened boys and I can handle things about myself. But I must make them clear out if they are also planning to trouble Hannah. I had just arrived at Combat Department building while consumed by such thoughts when the scene in front of me gave a déjà vu. I was waiting for you, Zephyr, Saturn shouted as the representative, and behind him was a horizontal row of boys similar to what I had seen yesterday. Holy damn, it's basically the replication of yesterday's scene. Something is strange. They were dragged by the guards yesterday for sure. So why are they repeating the same farce? Then as I stared at them curiously, Polish-kun also stepped forward and said, "We have reflected on our actions. We ended up making enemies out of those we shouldn't have. We must not sadden the princess. But aside from that, I despise the brave." "What do you mean?" I couldn't help but blurt out. However, Polish-kun continued non-stop. "It is unfortunate, truly unfortunate, that we have to give up on the idea of poaching Brave. But we can no longer stop ourselves until we smash Brave with our jealousy." "That's right. We won't stop. We can't stop anymore. I hate the Brave and jealous of him. I hate the Brave and jealous of him. Go and be blown away." "No, I'll make you explode by myself." I wholeheartedly pray for the popular guys to vanish from this world. The upperclassmen behind them shouted in voices even smaller than yesterday. How skillful of them to shout in such quiet voices. It seems that being dragged away by the guards hasn't straightened them out completely, or perhaps only a portion of them has been straightened out. We have welcomed even more like-minded comrades to our rank to surpass the Guild Eden. I think Polish-kun just said something I couldn't ignore. I stopped staring blankly and started counting the members of Best of the Best, the Great Star in my mind. 1, 2, 3. And there were 25 people. It increased by 3 from yesterday. "Why the hell are you multiplying?" I yelled. I mean, who would not? What the hell is going on with these guys in the name of God? Are there really so many people consumed by jealousy? I don't even know what the heck is happening anymore. Just as I was confused with all that, a voice of salvation resounded. It was a cheerful and lively voice, and its owner was Misato. "Good morning, Zephyr-kun and Polish-kun and you guys. What are you guys up to?" "No, let me correct myself. She wasn't the savior, at least not for them, because as soon as Misato approached, she suddenly stood in front of me. That sight looked as if she was protecting me from the boys. Heck, it can only be interpreted that way in fact. "WWW, what are you doing, Misato-san?" Polish-kun's words were falling apart at the sight that played before him. Unlike against, his tone was feeble. I checked on the other guys. Their eyes were wide open as well. "Everyone, I joined Guild Eden yesterday. It's just on a temporary basis though." Misato's words awfully reverberated vividly across the schoolyard. All the boys fell into silence, as if their brains were refusing to process reality. No, maybe their brain crashed. After a while, they slowly began to acknowledge both the facts from the scene presented in front of themselves, and Misato's words. The instant their brain processed the reality they were trying not to acknowledge, their faces instantly transformed into that of a demon who has straight come out of the hell. "Brave you damn brave you damn med. The audacity of your— How dare you touch our idol? Not our princess. Absolutely unforgivable. Set up duel battle. Tear the brave apart. Tear him to pieces. Give back Misato-san. I can't function without her." It was pandemonium. Yup, I knew it would turn out like this for sure. They're no longer consumed by jealousy. Instead, they were like the literal personification of jealousy at this point. Now it's left to see what Misato will do. "It's all your fault, Everyone. Seriously, you all are so deplorable. Dead silent. All the shouting and screaming from a second ago instantly stopped the moment Misato opened her mouth again. Huh? They stopped? Why? Have they finally enlightened, or not? They still wore the demonic expression from earlier. To be honest, that group of hideous visages really scares me. Even though I ran all over the place just so that you guys will be fine even when I'm not there to look after you, and yet to fall so far. You should have known how pathetic it is to trouble other people. The group of demonic faces silently listened to Misato's scolding. I have joined Eden precisely to stop all of you. Sure, your guild has become a boys only guild because no girl wanted to join it, but that doesn't mean you can cause inconvenience to other people. You know, if you didn't stop, then I will have to forcibly stop you. I heard sniffling and sobbing from somewhere. I guess it must be their reaction after being called boys only. Everyone. You understand, don't you? Though Misato seemed to believe that her words had gotten through them. You're naive, Misato. A persuasion of that level isn't enough to curb the jealousy of these boys. As if to prove my words, a person donning a furious expression, presumably Saturn, turned towards myself. Zephyr, we will absolutely defeat you. Ah, I see. Then let's have a guild battle, I guess. Huh? It was only Misato who was out of the loop from all of this, clueless about the situation. So the guild battle between best of the best, the Great Star and Eden is inevitable after all. Huh. Oh well, so be it. Time to make them bite the dust. CH 330. The guild battle between Eden and best of the best, the Great Star, was decided. When I first conveyed this news to Eden's members, I received a reply brimming with motivation for the guild battle unexpectedly. Apparently, none of them were against it. No, it would be more accurate to say they were itching to fight them as soon as possible. When did best of the best, the Great Star, incurred their wrath? Leaving aside that, I do wish best of the best, the Great Star can act more maturely, to be honest. Unfortunately, Misato's persuasion failed, though it wasn't like a bad thing. Eden will have rank battle in the future and rise to S rank. So it's necessary to experience a guild battle against seniors. In fact, I'm quite grateful for this chance where all the members can experience the guild battle together. All the members will be someone who has experienced the guild battle at least once. Not only will it raise rank, it will also become a valuable experience, or so I think. And that's why guild battle was decided with the approval of both sides. The negotiation for rewards was left to sort out later. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I felt a sense of dread from the girls. Duel battle was scheduled for the upcoming Saturday. That's quite early. The mode for this guild battle is going to be capture the castle. 15-person battle on a mid-scale hexagram field. This battle setting is originally used by D or higher ranked guilds, which means for E-rank guilds, they will be pitting all their members against each other. I was considering pushing the date for later since I will also need to see if everyone's schedule is free or not, since no one expected to be challenged so suddenly, but it seems like none of the Eden members will have trouble participating at the appointed time. That's a relief. There are only 4 days till the guild battle. My plan is to train the new additions in the guild, Misato and Mert, as soon as possible and teach Reno a tactic that utilizes Dragon's miniature garden. Good grief, not a moment to waste. I'm sorry since it kind of happened due to me. No, it's not exactly your fault. I'm sure a guild battle would have happened one way or another, no matter what you said. The boys are jealous to no end. Misato's involvement might have escalated this a bit. No, even if it's quite due to her involvement, both are still separate matters. To begin with, they were jealous of me from the start, so I am sure a similar scene would have happened for sure. Indeed. It's not something Misato should feel bad for. If you still can't settle your feelings, then just show us your best in the guild battle. My opinion was shared with a silver-haired Shota, whose height should not be more than Mari-senpai. It was Mert, a wise man who has recently joined our guild. As a member of Count household, the way he spoke was imposing, but how should I say, his appearance evoked a fuzzy sensation. It was like a small boy was trying to act as an adult. I think I will keep my gaze out of him for a while until I'm used to his presence. I'm really grateful that you don't think so. So, what's your next step, Zephyr-kun? But of course, it's leveling up time. I don't know what's the average level of best of the best, the Great Star, but my goal is to have both of you at LV 30. What, 30? Do you even think it's possible? Zephyr. On Tuesday, after classes were over, I was heading for the beginner gate with Misato and Mert in tow. Misato asked what my plan was, and when I explained, Mert turned to gaze at me with arched brows. On this note, after a heated discussion with Mert yesterday which buds a sense of friendship, I am calling him without any honorifics. It's really incomprehensible. That being said, Mert's concern would have been obviously correct. In a normal scenario, it's pretty hard to make out enough time for dungeon exploration on weekdays, when classes are held. It wasn't like it was impossible, but he just couldn't imagine how this goal was going to be achieved in just 4 days. Well, his confusion was just, they're still a part of the normal world after all, unaware of the Eden extraordinary side. Anyway, it's possible as long as there's a carriage and the secret technique. I will show there is always more than meets the eyes. At present Misato's status is Sage LV23, and Mert at Wiseman LV18. I had checked their statuses after asking them to show the training manual, and well, they were flawless in the training of their jobs, just what one could expect from sages. Unfortunately though, it was just on par with training manual for lower ranking jobs. That was natural. Even a sage wouldn't be able to predict a roadmap for LV100 when there isn't a single precedent in this world who reached it. In short, their training manual falls just a bit short from being flawless. Only the missing piece of knowledge was holding their imagination back. They might be able to perform well in the guild battle, but they will have trouble in advanced dungeons then. Their vision was set on their LV75 self at their current basic job, with the advanced job not even in their perception range. There's no way I can let it happen. They are going to have a hard time meeting the challenge we're going to face from now. And so, I had a discussion with both of them, mainly Mert, yesterday. That being said, I haven't passed the information about LV100 right off the bat for obvious reasons, but I think I should have taught them enough to bring a change in their ideology, and vaguely make them aware of LV100. Thanks to that, we have completed a brand new training manual, revised, a hybrid of mine's strongest training manual and their training manual. Mert was sporting a serious face, though his eyes were gleaming like a child. Misato, seeing that, shouted "Whoa, it's another rare face of Mert-sama." Needless to say, Misato received another Kaya hold which was amusing. Now, they just have to raise their level and follow training manual, revised. I am going to raise their level as much as possible in these 4 days. This is the only thing these two need to do. According to schedule, today's battle will be against Fatty Ghost and tomorrow will be Battle Wolf turn. Then we will straight aim for LV30 on Friday if you geese manage to clear the entry requirement for Beg High. That's absurd. Or so I would like to say, but given it's you, it might be possible. We can only pray for better luck for the rest. But it should be doable in my view. I was mindful about the encounter with other classmates, though even Misato from the same class is still LV23. There shouldn't be that many classmates who manage to break through the barrier of Beg High. If our luck is good, we should be able to focus on boss farming without encountering them. But of course, caution is still necessary. Even I can't escape from the commotion that will follow up if boss farming was exposed. You ask, why is it alright to teach Misato? Well, of course, it's already set in stone that Misato will be one of Eden. In fact, I am wondering what their reaction will be at the sight of official hidden tactic, boss grind of Eden. Foo. I am looking forward to it. We were waiting for you, Zephyr Dono. We were waiting Desu. We aren't here for long, so you don't have to mind. Pamela was curious about new members, so we are early here. Esther, Pamela and Sierra were waiting for us at the beginner gate. I had gone out to meet Mert at his class 8, so these three had headed out first. Anyway, it's their first meeting, so let's go through a self-introduction. Let me introduce you to them. They're the new addition to Eden. Misato is from the same class, so you should be familiar with her. I will introduce myself. I'm Misato, who joined the guild yesterday on a temporary basis, and my job is Sage LV23. My role is healing. I'm Mert. I'm from Combat Department Year 1 Class 8, and my job is Wiseman LV18. My role is Fixed Rear Guard, and basically a magic attacker. I will be under your care. Once Misato and Mert were done with their introduction, next, it was turn to introduce Ista and others. Mert, let me introduce. She is Ista, our guild's strongest physical attacker. She is Pamela, a ninja capable of taking various roles from scout to attacker to tank. And last, this is Sierra, our strongest shield. They're going to support our expedition today. As Mert was from another class, he was basically unfamiliar with them, so I introduced them. Though I received an exasperated glare from Sierra, as if she wanted to say what the heck is with this lackluster introduction. Other than that, there's no problem. In fact, it has been quite a while since she has given me such glare, so I was mentally happy to receive it. Thank you for the treat, Sierra-sama. T/N. I guessed it, but he sure is a mha. After a round of introduction, we quickly moved to the dungeon under the constraints of time. In the meanwhile, Sierra passed an advice to Misato and Mert. I am sure the upcoming event will asunder your worldview, but it would be in your well-being to adjust to the absurdities as soon as possible. Though her words come out as incomprehensible to me. Ch 331. Mert and Misato's reaction was a sight to behold. They were first surprised at the carriage, then at its fast speed, and even raised their voice at the efficiency it was advancing by running over any monster at sight without slowing down. This wasn't the end of their surprise, however, as it continued even when we reached the final floor, before the boss room. It would be a problem if anyone were to take notice of our boss farming, so I requested that Pamela, who was equipped with guest bracelet today, keep a watch. The party then challenged the boss Fatty Ghost under my command. Then we did a repop. Behold the official hidden tactic, boss grind. Well, their reactions were divided into two. One person was hopping as if delighted at the surprise, chanting amazing, wonderful, while another person, exhaled a deep sigh as if he was tired. Needless to say, the former reaction came out from Misato, while later was Mert's reaction. Foo. This should have made their heart palpitate. Did you see, Misato? Eden is full of hidden surprises waiting for you to discover. Think about it, all of this will be for you to explore and take advantage of if you just formally join. He. Gasp, you're inviting me with an obvious treacherous scheme, you know, Zephyr-kun. First, I continued my attempt to bring Misato to join us formally. Her wavering eyes and unsettled ears were amusing. Actually, Celestine also had asked me if it's alright to show the secret to Misato, who has only joined for a short term, though I have full intention to bring her to our guild. Besides, it's alright since she shouldn't be divulging it to others even if she didn't join in the end for some reasons. Main reason is there's no one on top as of now who have cleared the advanced dungeon. So it doesn't matter if the official hidden tactic, boss grind, gets leaked. It's fine as long as it remains a secret for now. We didn't encounter anyone on the way to our today's boss farming session today, maybe because classes ended just a while ago. I guess reaching the boss room right after classes must have been an impossible feat. No? Probably. It's not probably. It's impossible. Don't be so blunt, Mert. I received a jab from Mert, a boy rare in the girls-dominated Eden. I mean, we are already buddies. We're already at a point where we can speak so frankly to each other. So Mert, what's your level? Wiseman LV20. My level increased by 2 in just one day. That's great. Sigh. Yeah. It seemed 2 level up was the limit under the time constraint after classes and the opponent being Fatty Ghost, which relatively takes more time to defeat than other bosses. Either way, he had breakthrough to the LV20 at least, and unlocked his second-order skill tree. However, his expression didn't look well. His eyebrows were drawn in a frown. I wonder why? However, his expression wasn't great. There were still creases between his eyebrows. What might be the matter? Looking at Misato, she is so jubilant though. Hey, Zephyr-kun. I reached LV25. I was progressing at the turtle pace recently, you know, but now, I leveled up twice at once. Misato also increased her level by 2. Going from LV23 to Sage LV25 apparently. I assume her experience value might have been closer to reaching LV24, so she managed to level up twice in such a short time. We'll be up against the Battle Wolf tomorrow. It's easier to fight than the Fatty Ghost, so I guess you can earn more experience points. What? The Battle Wolf is a tough enemy. I heard a lot of students who challenged it during last dungeon week ended up in the care of the rescue committee. I have a strategy. It was easy today too, right? I see. Well then, I'll be under your care tomorrow as well. Sure thing. Leave it to me. I am not sure why, but Mert bowed his head with his expression looking as if he had given up on something. Anyway, I reassured him I can handle everything. On the other hand, The glare from Sierra was in its full glory. Just as I was in my perfect form. Lunch break on Wednesday, I coordinated with the Saturn's Guild to settle on terms. After all, it's a duel battle. In a duel battle, both guilds put up a reward and then wage a guild battle for that reward. The winning side takes all the rewards. So, this meeting was about what to put at stake. That's where the problem poses itself. Best of the best. The Guild Star is an E-rank guild. In other words, they have conquered beginner dungeons. However, they haven't cleared intermediate dungeons. In short, they lacked enough worth of stake. To begin with, it was all about best of the best. The Great Star who wants to let out all their jealousy on Brave against Eden, who agreed to their duel battle out of exasperation to avoid any further entanglement from them. If I were to wager myself as the Brave, the guards would intervene. So, the question was what to do now? We decided to call the meeting off for today since it was apparent we are unlikely to reach any conclusion today. Dungeon. After classes, we entered the Wolves of the Shallow Forest dungeon with the same lineup as yesterday and worked hard to hunt Battle Wolf. Though I don't know if it is just my imagination, I seem to have seen Battle Wolf's tail dropping feebly when its sight laid upon me. As a result, Mert leveled up to Wiseman LV23 and Misato to Sage LV27. Though Mert's eyebrows were once again creased in frown, everything was progressing at the scheduled pace. Moving onwards, it was Thursday, after classes were over. Well then, Eden's demand is to cease pestering Brave for unnecessary reasons. If you are found guilty of doing so, we will impose a penalty of around that much. Hold on. Isn't that tyranny? The role of negotiator against the best of the best, the Guild Star was entrusted to Rena, Eden reliable strategist. And the term Rena proposed was those words. Terrific. If you are asking what was terrifying, it was the words for unnecessary reason Rena sired, which held no specific criteria, which basically translate to we can accuse them for any excuse we want. I see. So instead of just demanding any simple thing, she went the route of perpetually extorting them under the guise of penalty. It would be over with just one instance if rewards were offered as compensation. Rena, she's quite a scary girl in such aspects. In fact, Rena even seems to be slightly angry. I feel like her attitude is quite harsh against Polishkan in front of her. What are you saying? The root cause of all this is your unjust demand against Eden out of jealousy. No. Do you know how much it has caused inconvenience to Eden? Of course this is not something we can take lying down. All this is to avoid any further entanglement. It's a lie. The intention here is just to make them cough money. Though, I didn't know they were also troubled by this farce. Gritting teeth. The least reduce the penalty amount, and please specify what you mean by unnecessary reason. If this is the will of best of the best, the Great Star, then so be it. However, the rewards that you seek from Eden will be relatively lowered as well. Will you be okay with this then? Teethats. Let's see. What do you think about that much? The reward Rena put forth was 2 items from the silver chest of beginner dungeon. The reward best of the best, the Great Star can obtain if they win will be limited to the value of 2 items from the beginner dungeon silver chest. It's an insignificantly meager reward for a duel battle of 15 members. That too when it's an all-out war. You can't expect any further reward than this if you don't show any sincerity from your side. It's by no means an unjust demand by Eden. The whole situation was under Rena's control. I felt like Polishkan's soul was coming out from the gap of his mouth. In the end, the meeting was concluded on the terms that in exchange for clarifying what is count in unnecessary reason, penalty value will be increased, while reward from Eden was also up to 3 items from beginner dungeon's gold chest. To be honest, we have so many unusable items from the gold chest that it wouldn't even put a dent on our wallet. Furthermore, we don't have the intention to lose, so it's not like it matters. I am more worried if they can even pay that amount of penalty. Well, they can avoid it by behaving well though. I wonder if this will calm down the commotion. Rena's expression looked like she was cooking some sort of scheme. Should be my imagination I guess. CH 332. It was Friday, the day to assume the role of provisional teacher. Last week was a break from the classes due to Dungeon Week, so it feels like after how long I have been taking it. Until now, I have taken just 2 classes. The numbers of students wishing to take class had instantly shot up, so much that even the classroom couldn't hold them all. so it eventually turned into me taking the class in the auditorium. Then I brought up the topic of job transfer and elaborated on it. I also heard that this information apparently was a bit too much to handle and has caused ripples in various places. I am also hearing about the rise in the number of people who are attempting job transfer without any plan to get a head start, just like the B-rank guild Golden Beast Mert was a member of. That's a bit troubling. I would very much like for the dean to quickly get done with the new system for job transfer. But well, I can understand why he's not pushing it quickly, since there are still many unclear points, like what kind of influence job transfer will exert. I guess there's still time before the system is established. I also want to elevate the situation. Anyway, for today's class, my job is to teach about the training manual. Job transfer is an opportunity for many, but it's bound to be a wasted one if they don't know about the training manual. There's no meaning to all this if they fail in their training or end up weak even after their heartfelt desire of getting a high-ranking job is granted. A certain player in the dungeon activity had said this: acquiring a job isn't the end of the journey. Rather, acquiring that job is the prologue of that journey. In my time, in the game, it was a famous saying. It was written on a capture site in bold letters. And that's why I'm thinking of teaching about the training manual and systematic way of doing job transfer today. Aside from that, my class has also began accepting second and third year students, while rejecting the application of any bigwig. My teaching is basically set for the premise of the academy. I just want to face the students of this academy, and even if just a bit, to raise their overall students, or to have a fun academic life. Anyone from outside of the academy is for Dean to handle, unrelated to me. That's why I have set the number of instructors who can attend the class to 15. They can then take that information outside and do it somehow with it. According to what I heard, a lot happened among the instructors who managed to secure seats. Did something happen? As for the reason I'm accepting second and third year students, it's of course to spread the correct information about job transfer in between them. My target to introduce the job transfer with them to begin with. After all, first years have already cleared the requirement of crushing a monster, so it's highly unlikely they're going to see any other jobs even if they visit Dragon's statue. So the matter about job transfer doesn't concern them. But upperclassmen are another case. There are quite good chances for the high-ranking job to appear among them, so there should be many eager for it. But if they do a no-plan job transfer, they will prove the saying it's a checkmate if they do job transfer. Sure, no one is liable for their actions other than themselves. But even if the topic is switched and they want to learn more, they wouldn't be able to do it. That's why I'm inviting them to spread the knowledge. The problem is that now even the auditorium looks quite packed. According to the investigation, there are 150 first-year students, 75 second and third year students each, and 15 instructors. No, seriously, where the heck are you getting all this information from, Celestin? Well, the number of applicants, the seats to be more precise, is already fixed, so it's not unusual to know about it. But that's the thing, Celestin had grasped the number just by roaming his gaze in the auditorium without confirming aforementioned information. Seriously, isn't he scary? Ah well. His Excellence is just as a lifesaver though. Anyway, there are a total of 300 students, a lot higher than last time. They're not going to increase further every week, do they? Quoting what Mert has said, the count seems to have reached the limit since training manual is gaining the trend among others. Good grief, it would have been a problem if they increased further than this. Let's give a heads up to Dean as well later. In order to switch the mood and cheer myself up, I took a deep sigh and then entered the auditorium. Let's start the class. First, we will review the training manual from last week. I have some materials regarding that. I would like everyone to focus on this for now. Since it was the first day for upperclassmen, I began explaining from the beginning and reviewing the content from last class. Those joining in from day one might find it boring, but the more they hear about training manual, the more it will benefit them. I have even made a new discovery. I have realized the hidden possibility. Even though it's supposed to be the same explanation, sometimes inspiration can arise when receiving the explanation for the second or third time. I brought different materials this time, just in case, so I hope to make it less boring. Even if there are two people with the same swordsman, the main skill utilization differs depending on whether you develop it as a speed type A or a power type B. Each has their own advantages and shortcomings. It also depends on personal preferences, but you should consider the composition and roles of your own party when building your character. Additionally, parties are constantly changing. So I strongly suggest to those who raise their statuses based on what party they're to not do it. No matter which party you're in, always consider your role and position in any party you join. As I explained about the training manual from multiple perspectives, everyone quickly began to note them down. I gave the lecture while imagining the various scenarios. From intermediate dungeons onward, the strategy is done at the guild level. Having a status that will fit in any party is also a plus point for the guild since parties are changed regularly. Even if you're strong, it's impossible to do dungeon exploration solo. I make sure to teach them about such things. Let me show you an instance of failure. Please look at this status. The person was strong on a personal level, whether it was tutorial dungeon, or even Beglow. That person broke through them alone. As a result, their stats became specialized for solo play. That way of thinking stuck with them, and even when they started forming parties, they couldn't change their mindset and continued with a one-man play style. Eventually, they retired at low. Any dungeon from intermediate or upward difficulty is impossible to do solo. One-man style will only harm oneself at the long run, so do try to avoid it. Sometimes, I show examples of failed stats and explain why they failed. These examples of failure are quite common and often occur in dungeon activity as a way to royally screw when aiming for the top. Being strong can also be a double-edged sword. Being overly strong allowed them to progress without needing assistance until a certain point. However, that arrogance eventually comes back to haunt them. Even if it means being slightly weaker, creating stats that allow for party-based actions is the mindset to climb higher. And when it was time for questions and answers, I was stumped to see almost everyone raising their hand. I was even more stumped when one person asked what should they do to be able to join Eden. That upperclassman was Alchemist. Unfortunately we already have Hannah. I was amazed at their enthusiasm, but somehow dodged the question by saying Eden is currently full, and we have no plan to recruit for the time being. Hearing that, they had fallen to their knees. Are they alright? CH 333. Hannah-sama, it's Hannah-sama. She's as deadly adorable as ever. Summer clothing looks so cute on Hannah-sama. What an auspicious day it is to chance upon the Hannah-sama in holiday. What the heck is all that? I closed my eyes and ears in disbelief, squeezed my temple briefly, removed all thoughts from my head and then once again looked forward. Where will Hannah-san head from here? It should be an alchemist room, I guess. I wonder if the facilities can be used on Saturday as well? No matter how long I look, Hannah-sama in her alchemist clothes is really a feast for eyes. HNN, I have learned something new. I guess I will cancel today's plan and look around here. I also want to go along. Something is strange here. The situation is the same as before. I run my gaze around, and it's still full of girls. Furthermore, all those girls seem to be noble ladies from somewhere. Everyone seems to have one hand on their cheeks, letting out an oh-ho-ho smile. No wait. I don't know if oh-ho is peculiar to noble ladies. Anyway, at the end of their gaze, the topic of their subject, a lone girl could be seen leisurely walking. I also know her very well. She's a member of Eden, the only one having a production job, and also my childhood friend, who looks kind of younger than other girls of the same age. She was Hannah. Academy uniform has gone through seasonal change as it was June. She was dressed in a summer outfit that revealed her healthy skin here and there. Today is Saturday, the day for the appointed guild battle. It is scheduled to start at 4 p.m. That means we have time until 4 p.m. So, we decided to gather at the guild in the afternoon, allowing everyone to spend the morning as they please. As for me, I had some things I wanted to prepare, and just when I was planning to go shopping, it suddenly occurred to me I could invite others as well and talked with Hannah, and that's how we decided to go shopping together. I was a bit worried about Hannah since she is the only one in a different department, and this was just a perfect opportunity. So far, so good. The problem starts from here. I went to pick up Hannah at the girls' dormitory. It started when Hannah came out from a slightly larger and kind of luxurious girls' dormitory. By the way, the dormitories have several grades. Noble dormitory where the children of the noble primarily live. The commoners use boys' and girls' dormitories. And then there are the slightly wealthier merchant children and other well-off commoners who live in slightly higher ranked, fortunate boys and fortunate girls' dormitories. I don't know why they're called fortunate though. These slightly higher-ranked Fortunate Boys and Fortunate Girls dormitories are completely private rooms, and the living conditions are better than the regular boys and girls dormitories. The meals are luxurious. The rooms are spacious. They are all single rooms, and the facilities are well equipped. And it was from such a place that Hannah emerged. As for how it came to this, in fact, it was the service for Hannah from the Academy for being selected as the first-year representative back on May 2nd. As a reward, she was given the privilege to use this slightly higher-ranked Fortunate Girls dormitory. In other words, she moved residence. Hannah herself said, "There's a huge personal storage space where I can put items and things. This way, I don't have to clutter my room anymore." With an endearing look on her face, I seriously prayed for that warehouse to not turn into a Pandora box. Well, so far, everything was up to my understanding. Hannah moved to a dormitory for slightly fortunate kids. The problem, however, was, I overheard the news. Hannah-sama is going to participate in a guild duel battle today. What did you say? Is that true? Oh God, I must hurry up and buy my seat in the arena. I hope the ticket hasn't been sold completely yet. Just with Hannah's stride, the young ladies, apparently residents of the Fortunate Girls dormitory in this area, have their excitement meter hit the ceiling. What in the world has Hannah done? Sorry to keep you waiting, Zephyr-kun. Good morning. Whether she has noticed the enthusiasm of people around or not, she called out to me, wrapped in an air of nonchalance. She probably hasn't noticed them. My intuition as her childhood friend is telling me so. Anyway, I greeted her in return. It's all right. I have also just arrived. And good morning. The gazes of all the noble girls turned to our direction within a heartbeat. I could feel myself sweating a bit. Their gazes were as if they were evaluating a product. However, is that Brave Sama? Really? It's Brave Zephyr-sama. Brave Sama in person. Gulp. Wait, so Hannah-sama has an appointment with Brave Sama? I could only think so. Still, what a precious sight. I felt the evaluating gaze vanishing as soon as they were casted. I don't know what that was, but anyway, I was saved. I really want to run away from this place. Then, let's go. What do you think about visiting cooking specialized guild in search for balance between taste and buff first? Alright with me. We will go shopping for the things I want after that. After a light exchange, we head towards the C Street, accompanied by curious glances from behind, apparently from the noble girls. I asked Hannah as we walked along the road to C Street. It was something on my mind for quite a while. Say Hannah, have you been called Hannah-sama recently? It attracted my attention because even the opponents in today's guild battle referred to her as Hannah-sama. I think I have been called that. When I asked her, Hannah looked a bit hesitant, but eventually talked. Well, you see, there was the quest seeking for High Potion and the Mana Stone, met before. It somehow turned into buzz when I delivered them. There was one indeed. It happened during Dungeon Week. Hannah had asked me if she could take a quest when I was busy carrying everyone around the dungeon. It was a delivery quest, and the items requested were something that was piling dust in the Eden. I vaguely remember giving her permission without much thought. And then, they were troubled with the amount. They apparently needed 10,000 High Potion, and Mana Stone, mid each. Strange. I was sure they would only need items up to 4-digit count. It seems like the Academy had a severe shortage of potions. Was it advanced grade exploration? They were being used there, and I heard them saying they ran out of potion used by first and second year students. Now that she says, I remember being persuaded by Hannah at that time, saying they really are in a pinch. Can I help them? Wait, that is Academy Relief Quest. Hannah, not the average quest, you know? The Academy Relief Quest is a quest of even higher magnitude than Supply Chain Blockage Quest. It happens randomly and due to some kind of event. In that, the market fell into shortage of certain items and materials. If left unattended, it can disrupt the purchase of other materials and even result in the closure of shops and auctions for a month. It was a super important quest where if you completed it, you will be awarded a massive amount of fame points, to the point of bringing you closer to Scout a Princess job character. So it was that? I didn't even realize it was that. Furthermore, the amount is seriously colossal. Not even in the game had I ever seen an item quest that reached 5 digits. The best I had seen was one where they needed 1,000 quantities. How did I even miss it? We need to arrange them ASAP. Actually it is already over. Tilde. Although I already understand what Hannah said, it still paused my thinking for a while. Let's see. It has already ended. The delivery of 10,000 high potions and 10,000 mana stones, mid, is already completely. Wait, seriously? Well, yeah, I already had magic stones, and the academy said the material for high potion, superior medicinal herbs, can be procured from them. So I used the mana stone from my possession to create 10,000 additional mana stones, mid. And well, you see, somehow everyone started to look at me with a strange glint when I completed it. It seems I didn't mishear her. I instinctively rubbed my temples. You need 8 mana stones, small, to create 1 mana stone, mid. Furthermore, monsters don't so easily drop the mana stone, mid. Normally, they aren't something that can be gathered so easily. Oh, the sweet summer child, Hannah. That semicolon what they called invincible producer, you know? Could it be that all the massive fame points we were supposed to gain ended up going to Hannah? So unknown best to me, Hannah had apparently cleared Academy Relief Quest. It's no wonder she would be called Hannah-sama. Perhaps she herself doesn't know she has involuntarily helped many students. For a while, I was completely at a loss for words on what to say after hearing the full details, and it took me some time to swallow it. This was something I heard later, but apparently Hannah, a small yet diligent and extraordinarily talented alchemist, not to mention member of Eden, and even more, higher level than me, had garnered the respect of students in the production department building. So, they have decided to call her Hannah-sama now. The dormitory she is living in is also that fortunate girl's dormitory. So I heard students are convinced that she is a noble girl from upper class. Hannah is a villager though. There was no end to my surprise, but anyway, thank you for clearing Academy Relief Quest, Hannah. You really made a serious contribution. With the mystery of being called Hannah-sama resolved, Hannah and I finished our shopping and headed to the guild first thing in the afternoon. CH 334. It's finally the day, Zephyr. I had been super looking forward to today. Good morning, Lana. I see you're already pepped up. Huh? What are you saying? It's not just me. Everyone is burning in fervor. How dare they try to poach you? We're to make sure they get their due punishment. It was afternoon, Saturday. Yes, time for guild battle. I had just entered the guild and was about to say my greetings when Lana started with her speech. I looked around and indeed, I could feel the surge from the girls. They're all ready. Our opponent today is best of the best, the Great Star, and due to a certain incident, we are now going to have a guild battle. Furthermore, it's the all-out war format. It was a game on an advanced level, compared to our small scale of guild battle, 5 members battle, so far. Well, the reason behind their serious face is something else though. The starting of all this was apparently what got on their nerves. As the matter, even Sierra looks like she can't wait for the guild battle to start, which is rare for her. Good morning, Zephyr. Though there's still quite some time, I was thinking of having a preparatory meeting, so can you come here? Oh, and Rena and Mer too, if it's alright with you. Good morning, Sierra. And, of course, yes, I don't mind either. Same here. With that, Sierra proceeded with a preparatory meeting, including our strategist and Wiseman. Nevertheless, I was surprised to see Mert alone. I was sure he and Misato were a team acting together all time. When I asked the person himself, apparently, Misato lives in the fortunate girls' dormitory while Mert lives in a noble dormitory. Hence, why they act differently. Now, the brains of Eden have gathered for a meeting. The agenda, of course, is today's guild battle. First, let's hit their head. I think this will bring them to their right mind to some extent. But if it still doesn't work, then continue to hit them until they're not. Why are you here, Lana? Strangely enough, the first to speak was Lana, who wasn't supposed to be participating in the meeting. She slipped in so naturally as if it wasn't an obvious matter. Or rather, is she talking about physically hitting heads, not just as a metaphor? Let's go with it. Let's try hitting their heads to see if it brings us back to our senses. Of course, we'll keep doing it until it works. Huh? Sierra, you agreed with her suggestion? That's strange. I think I might be having auditory hallucinations. However, they continued as if I didn't say anything. We must trap them so they don't escape using protection period. Rena voices a sensible opinion. Yes, that's what I want to hear. However, It seems like I reached that conclusion too soon. Let's set up a trap to prevent them from opposing. Maybe, this way, we can keep hitting them until the time is up if everything goes according to plan. Not you too, Rena. Huh? Do they really want to hit the head of the best, the great star so much? Let's put aside the talk of hitting heads for now. First, let's go over the positioning and strategy. Mert, the only one thinking straight among them, speaks so and tries to redirect the conversation. Nice catch up, Mert. Hang in there. There's some truth in your words. Indeed, it will be the reenactment of our battle with Prefor if we go without any plan. We have to first drove them into a corner. Prefor? The first one to agree was Lana. As for Mert, he tilted his head in puzzlement. Who doesn't know about the previous matter regarding Prefor? I think he would be fine not knowing that. Since we have already formulated the strategy, first look at these documents. Can we add a section about hitting the opponent's head in the strategy? I distributed the materials I prepared for today and started explaining when Sierra asked. No, seriously, why are you also following Sierra? Anyway, under their urging, the hit the opponent head portion was added under the PvP section. Victory has no direct correlation with that. Is this really necessary? However, since the majority of the Brains of Eden voted for this, saving Mert, it was approved. Well, I guess I'll join in and hit as well. Is a fist okay? When exchanging glances with Sierra, she replied in a straightforward manner, I am going to use mace. It sounds painful. If HP wouldn't have been at play, I am sure it would have been a major matter. I mentally pray for that mace to never come at me. Anyway, leaving that aside, I want you all to listen to the plan for this time. Deciding on hitting someone physically can't be said to be a strategy, so from here starts the real meeting. Until now was that, warm up. I will explain to everyone later, but first, take a look at this field for this time. 6-star. Pay attention to the castle and the base. The base is located in the middle of the two triangles, north and south. I take out the map of the 6-star field and point at it. The shape of this field can be taken as 6 triangles attached to a hexagram as its base form. Then, the base is in the northern and southern direction each. As you can see, it's different from non-Aganorumbus field, and the big castle is located here in the center. There are 2 in the eastern triangle, 2 in the western triangle, and 1 in the center. A total of 5. The 6-star field for today's match is quite different in structure from the non-Agan we have seen before, or the rhombus we have experienced before. After all, there is far too little polarization in the big castles. In our battles so far, big castles heavily leaned in the east and west direction. Because bases were in east and west direction, the big castles on the base's side were located in the easy-to-capture position. However, the base today is divided into north and south, while big castles are in east and west. They do lean in the north and south direction as well, but the peculiar shape of 6-star makes it difficult to move in a straightforward manner. In other words, we must head to the center and take a detour from there, unlike how we were able to take shortcuts before. Not to say it will take time. It also increases the risk of being intercepted by our opponent as well. The main point to consider in today's battle is which big castle to target first in our starting act. CH 335. Let's decide on which big castle to target first. This is the most crucial step in the 6-star field. As I succinctly summarized and explained the key points, everyone's breaths escaped in admiration. First step is the key. This is always your catchphrase during guild battle, isn't it? I see, and I guess Zephyr already has the answer about the main points and the strategy. Of course. Hearing the words of Rena once again and Sierra, I nodded, slightly elated. It's really fun to explain. Certainly, the real thrill in guild battle is to devise tactics. I am especially proud of my skills in explaining it to others, and it is also the part one like most. Coming up with strategies, reading opponents' movement, and then winning after them is the most satisfying feeling. That moment I confirm the defeated expression on the opponent's face, I get this urge to laugh loudly from the depth of my being. Phew, ha ha ha. Anyway, after I explained our tactic cheerfully, it was now time to predict the opponent's plan. A great person in the past had once said, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. To summarize, the crucial point is battle power and the foresight to read the opponent's moves. Of course, the number might be equal, but two guilds as whole are going to clash with each other. Opponent is most likely going to make their lineup full of combat job holders. I think this is going to be quite troublesome. With my preface, Mert nodded and said, "It's a 15 members battle, so we're expecting to face some hardship in this guild battle given the high battle power of the opponent. After all, for Eden, who only has 15 members, it's seriously going to be an all-out battle as everyone must participate in it, no matter whether they have a production job, support job, or don't have enough level." In contrast, Best of the Best, the Great Star have 25 members, attributed to them forming a subordinate guild, and there's no doubt they are going to choose best out of them. That is, all chosen members are going to have combat specialized jobs. First of all, that's where Eden is at disadvantage, at the specialized job option. Next comes the average level. Surprisingly, the members in opposition all have high levels. It would have been hard to imagine before, but there are quite a number of members with unlocked third-order skill trees under opposition wings. Of course, these members are upperclassmen. In some bizarre turn of events that even I can't explain, second and third years students have joined under the leadership of Guildmaster Saturn, a freshman, which should have been a rather impossible scenario in this meritocracy first world. Why in the world are upperclassmen joining Saturn? Just why? I can't help but question myself. But, originally impossible, now reality, it wasn't something we could afford to turn a blind eye to. Rena, what is the battle power of the opponent? Understood. I had been asked by Zephyr-san to investigate the opponent. That being said, it was a rather easy task. First thing was to grasp the battle power of the opponent. I had entrusted that matter to our strategist Rena. Though, all that needed to be done was to visit Meshilia-senpai's place that had dragged Best of the Best, the Great Star, and hear from them. When a student is sent to the student guidance room, simple information as such can be obtained by submitting an application. I may have explained it before, or maybe not, but there is no one who takes problematic students in their guild. Henceforth, the Academy monitored such problematic students to a certain extent to avoid having them causing another ruckus. Similarly, by disclosing such simple information in this way, it means that members of Best of the Best, the Guild Star, are subjected to a certain level of management. The only thing they have disclosed is student year class affiliated guild job LV and their behavior. Just that much is enough, especially, what I really need to know about is their job level. Yes, I guess third years are indeed the one we should be careful of. There are 3 of them, and their job levels respectively are Hoplite LV 58 greater than Dual Swordsman LV 67 greater than and Hunter LV 60 greater than. They are quite a formidable opponent. Their level is high. Mert groaned at Rena's report. Just what one would expect from seniors. Their level hovers around LV 60. I am repeating myself here, but it really makes me wonder how the heck did Saturn manage to bring them under him. Then next are second years. There are 6 of them. Punching Magician LV 47 greater than Healing Soldier LV 45 greater than Reckless Wizard LV 50 greater than Dangerous Monk LV 51 greater than Rockhammer LV 46 greater than and Spirit Lord LV 49 greater than. Indeed, our seniors, all of them have gone beyond the third order skill tree. Even Sierra had her finger against her temple, wearing a slight grave expression. Well, of course, they're wildly different from the Best of the Best, the Great Star we were familiar with. To think instead of joining the Guild of Upperclassmen, they have brought them under their command. On the contrary. What a fearsome opponent, Saturn and others are. Though there are 3 troll jobs mixed in between, punching, reckless and dangerous, it didn't make them any less terrifying. To be honest, the difference is on the level. The previous guild battle looks like a child's play. That said, it still is not enough to triple the chance of Eden winning. We just happen to have more opponent with third order skill tree unlocked. The only ones who haven't reached this point yet are Rena, Mert and Misato. While we are at disadvantage with Hana being a production job holder, she can switch to healer equipment and remain at standby, so it doesn't matter. In fact, Hana might be a production job holder, but she is fully capable of holding her ground in combat. It's just that Mert is still unknown about the wonder of our alchemist Hana. All in all, Eden still triumphs in battle power difference. It basically boils down to the personal experience. We only have few members who have actually experienced guild battles. We might fall into the opponent's trick, is it?" Rena and Mert turned towards me while muttering such, their eyes asking what should they do. Speaking of, both are totally inexperienced in regards to guild battle. They are wise to probe me. I nodded and spoke. "I dare say the game will most likely shift to PvP battle from the second half. However, no need to fret. Our excellent master planner Princess and Dragon's Miniature Garden is going to join us this time. Today, I will show you the ultimate way of guild battle." TN author has made the maps about the arena and how the battle will proceed. I will put them consequently. CH 336 Dungeon Guild Battle Coordination Field, or also known as Arena. Today's venue for duel battle is the 5th biggest arena among the 7, Arena number 5. T/N, author's map at the end of chapter. By the time we made it to the center of the arena, the 15 members of the best, the Great Star were already lined up in a row, waiting for us. Then Saturn stepped forward with a serious expression and shouted, "We were waiting for you, Zephyr. Today's the day we are going to surpass you. We just nothing, but just this path." That's a quite befitting expression he has for today's guild battle. He was no longer like the lump of conceitedness and pompousness he was before. Instead his gaze was that of someone who had thoroughly grasped their value. What brought that sudden change, I wonder? Did the bunny hopping training with the Makos brought the change? Or maybe it's the effect from being dragged away by the Public Morale Committee. I turned my gaze to the other 3 standing behind Saturn to confirm my guess. But as if to say they were just waiting for this moment, the 3 also stepped forward. Crap, why did they come out as well? Foo. Please look at these biceps. Do you know even the clothes I bought 2 weeks ago don't fit anymore? Jilong abruptly showed off his upper arms. Damn, I so much want to jab at him in a different sense. Everything is just to surpass you, Zephyr. We devoted ourselves to hellish training, and in return, we acquired these muscles. I really wanted to ask if you gained the muscle. So what? At least say you leveled up. Muscles are magnificent. Makos had said the moment we acquire the muscles that tear away our clothes, we should be able to tear Zephyr as well. Isn't this just a lame pun? How are gaining muscles connected to winning against me? Besides, Helk's clothes are still in proper shape though. Hang on, me. There are so many things I want to retort about that I am finding myself short on dealing with them. They have been completely contaminated by the muscles. I knew it. Mako's influence was too much. I also checked on Polishkun, but it seems like neither he nor the rest of the boys heard our conversation. Instead, their ill gazes were focusing on the girls' group of Eden. Eden girls are beautiful as always. Indeed, they're like the goddess incarnation. To be around the beautiful maidens like them, boys of Eden are really wicked. That's right. My anger is boiling inside me to no end. Hanasama is so precious. Hanasama is so noble. By all means, become my bride, Hanasama. You insolent. Anyone, toss that guy into the prison. Wow. What are you guys doing? The main event, guild battle, is going to start soon, so Stoop. The boy, seemingly a second-year student, was immediately apprehended and gagged and under the encirclement of several people, led away from there. The opponent's participation has dropped by 1 it seems. What the hell are you guys doing? Line up. Is your motto of brave is hateful just to that extent? Wow, I almost lost control of myself. My hand just moved on its own. Sigh. You just escaped a narrow death, sophomore. I was saved. You have gratitude for saving me, Saturn. The members who were about to leave returned under the shout of Saturn. Something is strange. Saturn seems like a proper leader. Really, just what the hell happened? Anyway, I gotta pacify Hannah first. Say Zephyr, can I beat them? I suddenly want to beat them down / Yes, I think there's no problem in doing so, Lana-sama. There's a problem, a big problem. Stop her, Esther. But no but or whatsoever. Just a few more minutes of patience, okay? It can't be helped. Lana-sama, please have patience until the guild battle starts. Fine, if you say so. Zephyr, I order you to create a chance where I can beat their head to my heart's content. I get it, so please, don't try to run away without permission. Lana glanced at me, showing her eagerness to attack the opposition. Even Esther was showing her approval. It was tiresome to stop her. If we didn't start the guild battle quickly, I feel like our members are going to lose control of themselves and cause an incident. All the girls seem to be getting on their edge since we have come to face best of the best, the Great Star. and it is increasing as the time passes by. Their current appearance is a bit scary. Once the guild battle starts, can you kindly follow the instructions? Please. I once again shifted my gaze to Saturn. Saturn. I know. Let's start duel battle between best of the best, the Great Star and Eden. Referee is Mukai-sensei. I hope for impartial judgment from Mukai-sensei. Saturn actually made a proper declaration. I did hear the rumors that those who get themselves dragged into the certain room of public morale committee suddenly become a different person. So were those rumors true? Mukai-sensei appeared wearing white robe, holding a tablet-like device on the screen above, and silently nodded. He's a man of few words as always. Well, the guild battle is finally going to start. Eden and best of the best, the Great Star parted when player getting ready characters appeared on screen and both headed for their respective base. Alright, I will smash you down, best of the best, the Great Star. Eden base in the north, we're Team White. Best of the best, the Great Star base is in the south, and their Team Red. Rules are captured the castle 15 members battle and 6-star field. Time limit is 45 minutes. There are 5 big castles, 2 in east and west each, and 1 in center. The 2 in the east are nicknamed Northeast Big Castle and Southeast Big Castle. The 2 in the west are nicknamed Northwest Big Castle and Southwest Big Castle. The castle in the center is nicknamed Central Castle, with each side having their bases located in the north and south. There are big castles nearby, but the ones in the east, west, and central directions are strategically distanced, making it difficult to capture them all easily. The question arises whether to divide the team into groups of 5 in each direction or to worry about the possibility of losing the central big castle and sending some members towards the opponent's side. This is the field that tests your strategy, what your first step will be. The members of each guild take their positions. We have already finished our meeting, so I divide the members into their respective teams according to the big castle they aim to capture. From my viewpoint, everyone is well coordinated. Everyone should be able to perform well, and they seem to have firmly remembered the strategy as well. I gaze at our base. A certain item has been set up here. I have placed it there anticipating its usefulness from the mid-game and beyond. Generally, it's forbidden to set up any interference or items in the field before the commencement of guild battle. Though base is a different matter since supplies need to be kept here as well. It's forbidden to use item bag in the guild battle captured the castle as well. Only normal pouches and bags are allowed to carry. Consequently, there is an upper limit to carry the recovery item. There is no problem with our belonging. Placements are all done as well. Everything is ready. It's almost time, Zephyr. Let's win this guild battle as well. We can't lose this match. All preparation complete. Let's give our all. From above, Lana, Sierra, Esther, Karua, and Rika. The experienced group, speak while looking at the screen. As the screen timer reaches 0 and the buzzer sounds, the guild battle begins. CH 337. Fufu. It has finally begun. Saturn. Indeed. The moment has arrived. It's for today. We had thrown ourselves into the fiery pit of hardcore training. Each second we have spent there is just to defeat Brave. Looking at the countdown on the screen, Jilong turned to his leader, Saturn, next to him who, too, tightly clenched his fist and responded with a fervor. It will be Brave downfall if he thinks we are going to be the same inferior self. We have renewed battle power. Both our motivation and muscles are at max. Tom, who was standing next to Saturn, spoke with equal fervor while displaying the muscles of his both arms. This venerable and all has become even more mightier. Indeed, it might not have been possible to win against Eden with just ourselves. However, we are now surrounded with our reliable comrades. Wearing a certain mantle, Hulk flapped it with a swift motion and glanced back at him. Their comrades stood there, their eyes glazed with a glaringly envious gaze. To be honest, Quartet were slightly scared. A significant chunk of them were Saturn seniors, possessing levels higher than them. Nevertheless, they lost against the Quartet. They were seniors in all aspects, and yet, they lost against them. This world is all about the survival of the fittest. Weak become subordinate. Sure. They had all assembled under the banner of best of the best, the Great Star, resonating with their goal to overthrow Brave. However, determining who would take the lead was a whole different story. Thus, Saturn, his fellow classmates and the upperclassmen waged a battle, and despite upperclassmen having upper hand whether it was level, experience or academic year, Saturn and company scored the win easily. Actually, it was the fruit of their labor in the Braves boot camp and hard training whom they are claiming to overthrow. Zephyr's Spartan teaching proved to be efficient in the end. Although the people themselves aren't eager to admit it, through the training of Brave, they have acquired enough strength to proudly uphold the title of one of the top 3 guilds in their grade. Literally. A vexed expression appeared on Saturn's face, recalling that the very fact that they were trained by none other Brave whom they were trying to bring down to his knees had deeply affected Saturn's pride. However, Saturn's pride was not a glasswork. Even if it were to be broken, it would quickly grow back. Within seconds, the vexed expression faded from Saturn's face, reassuming its former demeanor. He glanced at the countdown on the screen and turned to the members. "I see you all are in position. The time is night to overthrow that Brave. It was for this day we had endured that gruesome and tough training. We have even been captured by the Imperial Guards. The night we spent shivering in the students' guidance room is forever etched in our mind. Lately, we also have to endure a gaze from the surroundings. We have no choice but to win this battle at any cost. If we win, our words are the law. That's all we need. Everyone, are you all ready? Let's put an end to Brave's debauchery." The screen buzzed, signaling the start of the guild battle. First step. A very important aspect of the guild battle Zephyr always keeps saying to be mindful of. Of course, he has taught the same to Saturn and others. The first step was everything. The outcome of the battle largely depended on how smoothly and flawlessly they executed their initial strategy. Saturn and company had suffered a crushing defeat by the hand of Zephyr and his team in a previous guild battle. To put it simply, they were made to eat the dust and they couldn't even make a counterattack. It's because they had prior experience that Saturn and others had changed like a newborn leaf. In their pursuit of victory against Zephyr, they studied numerous guild battles. Getting to the basics of it, being selected for the Class 1 means Saturn and other 3 already possessed high enough abilities. It was because they inherently had talent that they turned arrogant. Their competitive spirit also led them to furiously cram the strategies of guild battle in their head. Furthermore, they even swallowed their pride and bowed to Mukai-sensei to guide them as well. The accumulation of all that was the extremely well-thought strategy behind their first step. We're going to target the center of the arena. The 6-star field had unique terrain with a big castle in the center. As a result, interference was meaningless. The guild that reached the castle first would gain an advantage. However, simply arriving early wasn't enough. The castle was defended by powerful monsters, and even had massive HP. Being too slow meant being taken away by the opponent. Even if they were attacking, it was only natural for the enemy to intercept and take it away. In short, Central Big Castle is where luck plays an important role and the big castle goes to the side Lady Luck is smiling upon. It was an absolutely indispensable factor to win against Eden, who is superior in skills than them. But relying on luck can't be called strategy. Saturn naturally has devised a plan. It was a 10-man assault team. As the first step, they will divide into 2 teams. A 10-man team who will fight for Central Big Castle, and a 5-man team that will target Southwest Big Castle. They aren't going to reach Southeast Big Castle for the time being. Even taking the distance into account, he concluded Eden shouldn't be able to snatch it immediately either. The 10-man team planned to advance north after capturing the Central Big Castle, and target the remaining Northeast Big Castle and Northwest Big Castle if they were still available. No matter how much luck influences the battle, it wouldn't be a problem as long as they take the castle down with numbers. This was the strategy Saturn and the 3 had come up with. Zephyr might even lavish them with praises if he learned about it upon learning about their growth. No, maybe perplexing might get the better of him. Back to the present, showing a surprisingly smooth beginning just as they planned. The 10-man team of best of the best, the Great Star went after Central Big Castle, albeit Eden won in the contest of speed. They have already reached Saturn, confirming that Eden has already reached the Central Big Castle. When they have 3 squares left, makes a bitter face. They're quick on their feet as ever. However, no need to be anxious. Everything is according to the plan. It would be impossible to bring that big castle soon with that number. We still have enough time to intervene. Yes, everyone, match your timing. Yes. Moving in a 10-man team means they will also be slow on their feet. It was within their expectation for Eden to reach there first. Saturn consoled himself with these words and gave instructions to everyone. The number of people from Eden side that reached Central Big Castle are 3. They can also see 3 more people running behind them, and based on timing, they would be 1 step faster than Eden. They will have enough time to join the fray in the middle. The Guardian monsters were hunted by Eden and they have already begun their attack on Castle, but just as one could estimate, it was a time-consuming task with just 3 team. The 3 member of Eden rushing to them did join, but not before best of the best, the Great Star. They possessed the firepower of 10 people, so there was a high chance that the Central Big Castle would lean toward best of the best, the Great Star, in a 6 versus 10 battle. Furthermore, the 10 people in that team were someone he was quite assured of their strength among other members of his guild. In addition to Great Sorcerer, Sword Saint, Barbarian Knight and Holy that boasted high levels among first years, there were second-year students, Punching Magician, Runaway Wizard, Dangerous Monk that specialized solely in power. Furthermore, there were also 2 of the third years, Dual Swordsman Hunter, who have surpassed LV60, a gathering of competent people indeed. Their prospect of victory is high if they just decided to simultaneously attack. The 3 backup members of Eden joined in the fray. However, he wasn't sure if he was imagining things, but the opponent's movement looked dangerous. They didn't attack the big castle. A trap? No. Saturn's eye gleamed, realizing it was their chance. Finally, they secured an adjacent position to the castle. Even from the neighboring square, the castle could be attacked. Then Saturn shouted, 3, 2, 1, attack. Flare Burst, Gren Storm, Void Sky Slash, Anger Axe, Aura of Swords, and thus began an all-out assault. The skills Saturn etc. used were magic and skill from 3rd order skill tree, and in anticipation of today they desperately trained their muscles and reached LV40. It was a perfectly timed onslaught by the 10 members. Eden also initiated their attack. But the best of the best, the Great Star, was faster. We are winning. We are going to take down this castle. A simultaneous barrage of attacks was the basics when it came to devise strategy on taking down big castles. It's difficult to interfere in the synced attacks to ensure no interference from the opponent. The ideal approach was to swiftly and decisively bring down the castle within an extremely short time frame. In other words, the first strike held a significant advantage. Thud, boom, snap. Thud, thud, thud. The first attack to touch the Central Big Castle was best of the bet, the Great Star. Its HP was lowering at a visible pace under their synchronized attack. How will the situation further unfold? Will it be the victory of best of the best, the Great Stat, or maybe Eden? Just as the HP of the Big Castle had dropped to 30%, it happened, accompanied with the sound of an explosion boom. The remaining 30% of the castle's HP was instantly obliterated. What? Big Castle fell into the protection period as a barrier enveloping it, which reflected back the attacks of Saturn and his team. This indicates the one who hitched it was Eden. This sudden turn of events utterly bewildered Saturn, as he stood on his spot, frozen. CH 338. Last chapter map details. Alright. We have the Central Big Castle. Next target is Southeast Big Castle. Let's go. HN. I am going to use dash. Alright. Once we succeeded in taking Central Big Castle, an obvious outcome, I immediately pointed out our next direction. Karua nodded, and with me taking the lead, we headed towards the southeast triangle. They got us. Wait, Zephyr. Seemingly flustered by our action, Saturn and Tom tried to chase after us, but they were a step late. Karua and Asta boast the highest speed among Eden. On this note, Asta isn't using Thunder Javelin right now. We are going to refrain from using it for now since it's one of our trump cards. And although Saturn and his team broke through LV40, they were unable to catch up once they fell behind. Chasing side falls into significant disadvantage if the distance is pulled due to the protection period in place. They have taken the front square. A detour. Damn. Not even with a detour we can catch them. The shout of upperclassmen echoes behind us. Thanks to the protection period, I deliberately stay away from taking the straight route, disrupting their advance route they would want to take, which will earn us some time. It takes 2 minutes for the defense monsters to recover once the square falls into the camp of either side, and opponents can't enter there in that duration. This tactic is named interception and it takes advantage of the protection. The one chasing after us are 6 people, including Saturn and Tom. Remaining ones left for the north. It seems it was quite an apartment decision to take on impromptu. It takes us time in terms of minutes to take down a big castle, whether it's to intercept and seize the castle, or interrupt the opponent by engaging in PvP battles. Having more people is advantageous to capture the big castle first. That being said, the result is never set in stone depending on the method one uses. We'll use the same tactic as before. Coordinate with Lana and Shizu 8 seconds after they catch up from behind. HN. Got it. Please give a shout for that time. Looking behind, Lana and Shizu also caught up with us, treading the route in the protection period we created. Another member, Rina, has completed her role and returned to the base. With this, now there are 5 people from Eden and 6 from Best of the Best, the Great Star, targeting the southeast big castle. Leaders in the hand of Eden. We succeeded in taking the adjacent square to the southeast big castle first. Let's defeat the defense monsters. Their level is 35. Sonic Sword. HN. Easy. Force Sonic. Understood. Long Thrust. The monsters guarding the big castle are not weak enough to be defeated with regular attacks alone, unlike the small castle. However, the point to be careful here is the usage of skill. If one uses their strong skills without a plan to defeat the monsters, this will put skills into cooldown, and when the time comes, the team will lack skills for the decisive moment. Monster wipeout complete. Alright, let's chip away the HP of the castle. Save the tri-tree for later. T/N, tri-tree, third order skill tree. Gotcha. After swiftly defeating the defense monster in a few seconds, I quickly give the next instructions. By the way, tri-tree is abbreviation for third order tree. Similarly, second order tree is twi-tree and beg tree stands for beginner tree. They pointed to skill and magic of respective order. Third order skill trees cooldown is considerably high, so we kept them as backup and focused on shaving the humongous HP of Big Castle. These Big Castle's endurance is comparatively higher than Rumba's field. Big Castle's endurance works on the basis of more castles equals more HP. Rumba's field had 3 Big Castle, so their value is the lowest. 6-star field has 5, so they have quite high HP, making them tough to take down in a short time. And just when my thoughts had reached that point, Lana and Shizu had also caught up with us. Kept you waiting, Zephyr. Light blade. Light pillar. We have arrived. Let's time it. Grenade. Let's have the detonation at 35th second. Everyone, match the timing. At my shout, everyone checks the wristwatches they have wrapped around their left arms. It is an ordinary item that tells the time, but at the same time, a crucial item to confirm the time in the guild battle. That's why I have made it compulsory for Eden members to wear wristwatches. Don't think you can get the better of us. We caught up. Just then, the 6-member team of Best of the Best, the Great Star led by Saturn and Tom, caught up to us in the adjacent square. The square we are in is still under the protection period, so they have taken the side square. It's also the square adjacent to the big castle, so they desperately started their siege. Everyone attack. Intercept them. Flare burst. It will be over for us if they take even the southeast. You must intercept them at all cost. Use your unique skill. Great Explosion Axe. Axe Sun. Unique skill Grand Magic. Meteor. The HP of the big castle was draining at an astonishing rate under the series of powerful attacks from Saturn and Tom's team. Oh, so that's their real unique skill? They look quite cool. An explosive Giga Axe and a meteor struck the big castle. Unfortunately for them, Big Castle still had its robust HP when the unique skill strikes down, so they failed in taking out the big castle. But Big Castle isn't going to last for even 5 seconds if they continue with their momentum. Both sides continued to unleash relentless attacks. Normally, it should have been suspenseful development to see which side will manage to seize the big castle first. Well, normally that is. However, you're still too immature, Saturn and team. Let me impart the teaching on how to properly execute decisive moves. Members of Eden changed their rhythm of attack as they check the time. 1. Shining Saber of the Sacred Light. 1. Judgment Shot. 2. 1. Quick Slash. 3. 2. 1. Brave Slash. 3. 2. 1. Delta Stream. A series of attacks with varied timing. Starting with Lana on top, Shizu, Asta, me and Karua shot our skill and magic on mismatched timing. Like iron toward a magnet, our attacks drew toward the big castle and struck it. Boom! Alongside echoed a thunderous explosion. The damage done by best of the best. The great star served as the stepping stone to our grand move, blowing away the remaining 30% of the HP instantly and taking down the big castle. The side to score it was Guild Eden. This was the correct way of taking down big castle, and it is called precise time attack tactic. Map details: 1. Blue mean no one attacked that castle yet. CH 339. Precise time attack T/N. Changing just to precise since the author has explained it now. A tactic that can be said to be one of the mainstay in the guild battle. The precursor to this tactic was the thought how to stop the opponent from jumping into fray when targeting a big castle, and so born this tactic, a culmination of hard work and technique by the players of the dungeon activity. There was this saying in the game, dungeon activity: one possesses the caliber of S rank if they can consistently shoot the target every 3 seconds as easily as breathing. This refers to controlling the time of impact, where once the magic is cast, it strikes the target precisely after 3 seconds. Normally, simultaneous attacks are executed together, or to be more precisely, attacking while matching the pace with team members. But here comes another point: magic and skills each have different speed. So even though the team may look like they're attacking at the same time, there is a significant gap in the time of impact. But that can't be done. Betting on luck is too hopeful. It leaves an opening for the opponent to take advantage of. It's not impossible for an opponent to snatch the big castle amidst the varied impact timing. One is sorely mistaken if they think just attacking at the same time is enough, and that's how the concept of precise time attack was invented. To keep it in brief, it was the reverse approach. Like, what if they just ignore the timing of attack, and instead focus on the timing of impact? Then, precise time attack is also called OOSEC attack. Timed precisely at 0 o'clock. The attack of everyone goes boom. The sound of explosion due to that also sounds like the echo of a single explosion. It's nearly impossible to try to snatch the target in that situation. It was an unbeatable tactic against the type of guild who solely rely on simultaneous attacks. I have already made sure each of the Eden members is informed about it. Right now, there are only us 5, and Rena, who can flawlessly pull it, but I would want all members to be capable of achieving it one day. The moment this is achieved, no one can snatch victory in guild battle from our hand. We will come closer to our goal of reaching S rank, if not surpassing it. What, just impossible? We had already turned on our heels by the time we heard such cries from the neighboring square. At 0 hours and 35 seconds timing, 12 seconds after Lana and others had catched up with us, we succeeded in pulling simultaneous impact tactics. Eden's first attempt at the precise time attack result, resounding success. Well, that was our second consecutive big castle, and it seems like everyone has gotten used to it quite a bit. I turned to look up at the screen. The current points were: white, 6650p versus red, 2530p. Time remaining: 39 minutes 33 seconds. With 3 big castle takedown, Team White, Eden is in the lead with overwhelming upper hand. Team Red, best of the best, the Great Star has taken Southwest Big Castle so far. There is only one big castle left untouched, the Northeast Big Castle, which is nearby Eden Base. Celestin is leading the team there, so there's no need to worry about it falling into the opponent's hand. 5 minutes have passed since the start, and with this concluded our initial strategy. It's now the mid-game. Our role from here is to capture the small castle square inches this southern area while making sure our team square doesn't get taken away and that the path to base of the best, the Great Star or the 2 big castle in the south remain intact. Our base squares are the paths. Without these paths, we cannot reach our destination. In short, we will be forced to a dead end if all of our side squares were to be taken away. Keeping an eye on such aspects is a crucial part of the plan. Just as I was thinking about it, a voice echoed in my ears. I mean directly in my mind. This is Rena. Can you hear me? It was Rena's voice, which she passed using her skill Guild Connect. It is a skill that allows me to communicate with guild members through voice. While there are various constraints on the range of the voice, it can reach normally within this arena. It is also only possible to communicate one way, but in return, the user can choose the recipient, so this is quite a handy skill. In the game, This skill was only capable of changing basic command, but in the real world, it has transformed into real communication skill. Karua, Asta, HN, touch. Understood. Touch. I high-fived Karua and Asta who were nearby. It was the signal we had decided on beforehand. Our voice can't be heard by her, but Rena should be starting the dragon's miniature garden at the base. Through it, Rena can see what action we are taking, and with action like high five, she understands her voice is reaching us. The command tower is completely capable of grasping the whole situation, and transmitting the voice in real time. As its strength was evident, it makes an indispensable cornerstone for a strategy in a guild battle. I have confirmed. Lulu-chan's team has just captured Northwest Big Castle. The remaining Northeast Big Castle will be down very soon. Eden is in the lead with 4 big castles. That's good to hear. With how the current situation is, best of the best, the Great Star in a great pinch. Their only chance of winning is to capture 4 or more big castles and surpass the small castle points, and if they lose in the struggle for small castle points, then they will have to secure all the 5 big castle before the timer strikes 0, which is honestly impossible. In essence, their loss is basically set in stone if they don't capture Eden base. Hence, we must defend our base. So far, everything is playing out as predicted. Zephyr-san, please return back to the base. Also ask the rest of the members to focus on small castle capture. I nodded at Rena's instruction. It's a reasonable decision. It doesn't seem like there is anyone going to attack our base for now. Once base falls, it is revived back with 1.5 of its original HP. Taking it a second time will revive it back with double the original HP, so there is no visible advantage in attacking it now. As the rules stand, the big castle we are holding will be completely transferred to best of the best, the Great Star if they manage to take down base. However, they should be aware that even if they succeed, Eden will manage to take snatch back. Besides, even if a castle is captured, the point once acquired will not be able to be taken back, which is meaningless. For best of the best, the Great Star to win, they need to have all 5 giant citadels by the time limit, which means they will wait for the final 2 minutes before trying to take down the base. After all, it would be impossible to take back the big castle when they're in a protection period that lasts for 2 minutes. So utilizing this chance, and capturing the base in the remaining 2 minutes is the key to victory. In dungeon activity, these 2 minutes are often called last time. If any reversal has to happen, then mostly it will happen during that time. Hence it is a critical period. So, we need to come up with strategies to prevent our base from being taken away, but also to turn the table on them. Then everyone, I am heading to our base. I am leaving the small castles to you. As for the PvP battle, wait for my signal. HNN. Understood. I informed Karua and Asta who were next to me and backstepped a bit. Then I passed the same message to Lana and Shizu who were running behind us. What? I want to duel with them. I want to knock them out. I understood. But I'd appreciate it if you could give us the chance. Fine, but please focus on the small castles for now. I will pass further instruction after reaching the base, so no arbitrary action until then. Alright, you better not renege on your words. I ignored Lana, who shouted, just why do you think there's a section about strike the head during strategy? In frustration, and hurried back to the base. I had ignored all the small castles on the way, so it only took me 2 minutes to arrive there. At that moment, the screen displayed white, 9490p versus red, 3400p. It seemed that Eden had successfully captured 4 big castle. In the mid-game, the main focus is all about clearing as many small castles as possible to create a gap with points. After confirming that, I entered the base turned command tower. I have already explained which color means which. Yellow, unoccupied small castle. White, belongs to Eden. Red, belongs to Saturn Guild. Blue, unoccupied big castle. Green, castles under Eden protection period. Pink, Saturn Guild protection period. CH 340. I kept you waiting, Rena. What's the situation? Everything's in order. Especially one of the opponent's team has been cornered at Northeast Big Castle. Which? Tilda, I see. So, Geelong team went to surround the big castle. This is going to be a hunting fest. I lightly greeted after arriving at the base and peered into the dragon's miniature garden standing next to her. The movements of both teams were shown in real time. Tiny humanoid pieces were moving in the 3D miniature version of 6-star field. The rare item called Dragon's Miniature Garden come up with the effect of auto-mapping 3-dimensional projection and real-time reflection. To explain in a few words, this item can form a map instantly, but when coupled with Master Planner's monster watching human observation and survey it gets dramatically power up. First of all, monster observation points out monsters in the map. Monsters usually are displayed only in the shape of a red point when it comes to normal maps, but the 3-dimensional projection of Dragon's Miniature Garden takes it to the next level, and displays them in their miniature version. Naturally, all types of enemies could be visually confirmed. Furthermore, human observation works similarly, showing white dots in the normal map, but it also receives the benefit of 3-dimensional projection here. And finally, talking about survey it helps distinguish friends and enemies with different colors, and is also capable of displaying remaining HP. Naturally, it can show the remaining HP of a castle, and whenever a square's color changes, it reflects in real time here. Even to put it mildly, it is a ridiculous combination. And the fact that anyone can see it as long as Rina is there after activating it once further enhances its strategic value. Though, there was nothing more reassuring than having it on our side. Then, I observed the situation unfolding in real time while pondering over Rina's report. While both best of the best, the Great Star and Eden are racing to capture small castles, best of the best, the Great Star is laying groundwork for their future strategies, taking several squares around the big castle and peeling off white squares. Since the rule stated that a team can only capture squares that are adjacent to their own, Eden would have to make their way to the big castle again if the opponent converted all the white squares around big castle. It was a somewhat effective strategy. However, in hindsight, they have overlooked that the Geelong team of 3 capturing the northeast big castle has been left alone. They have yet to realize that they are being surrounded by Eden members who received instruction from Rina through Guild Connect. This was clearly an opportunity. Well done, Rina. That's 2 birds with stone, capturing the square while drawing near them. It's my pleasure. Also, I have made a team of 3 to be stationed in the nearby central area to work as a diversion since western side is currently lacking support, so there shouldn't be need to worry losing squares more than necessarily. Currently, Eden members are mostly concentrated on the eastern side, so she seems to have put teamwork on capturing the square inches western side while also serving as decoy to prevent best of the best, the Great Star, from occupying it. That was a splendid decision. Shall we proceed with the plan then? Rina glanced briefly in my direction. Well, it seems like our strategist doesn't need me to instruct much. Recently, Rina has been learning tactics or ways to use Dragon's Miniature Garden instead of leveling up. The result of her hard work is evident here. It was an impressive growth. Alright. The formation looks right even from my perspective. It's now time for the Geelong team to make the sacrifice for Lana and others right away. Seems fine, you can start. Understood. Guild Connect. Your Highness Lana, please proceed in northwest direction from your position while capturing the square inches stairway pattern and head north. Mr. San's group, please head northeast. Sierra-san, please put the squares around in protection period and head north. As for Celeste-san, there is chance for the opponent team to escape from northern squares, so please be on alert. Receiving my consent, Rina swiftly gave her instruction, and thus began the corner Geelong team tactic. Receiving Rina's instruction, Eden members began to move. Zephyr-san, could you please put pin mark? Sure, leave it to me. Thank you, since my hands are already occupied. Here you have, Zephyr-san. I received the item Rina took out from the pouch as she handed it to me. It was an item called pin mark used to mark pins on the map. I don't know the exact principle behind me, but it floats slightly in the air and can also display comments. Click click click. I dropped them onto the Dragon's Miniature Garden on 3 places. Each pin mark represents a crucial location. By filling in the details like at what time members were placed there, which path to cut off and where to corner them, etc., it would help Rina in knowing what is currently happening as she guides others. In short, it is a pin-type memo pad thing. It's easier to mix up details without a memo in a complex battlefield like this. Once you get used to it, they aren't needed anymore. But for Rina, who is still a beginner in Guild Battler, there are too many details to remember, so it comes handy here. So, The basic plan is to capture small castles and earn points while luring them to this point, thus reducing the opponent's numbers. That sounds good. I am thinking of capturing pointer at 13-minute and 30-second mark, then at 14-minute and 50-second mark, we will capture the square around this area, effectively closing off the path for Geelong team, and when point A's protection ended and Geelong team attempt to break through, finding a way we will launch our counter-offensive. What do you think? It sounds like an incredible plan. Let's proceed accordingly. As I dropped the pin mark onto the squares, marking them with comments, Rena nodded in agreement. I guess she must have come up with a similar sort of strategy in her mind. Either way, this should complete my promise with Lana. We will deprive the Geelong team of all the escape route, leave them with only a glimmer of hope, and when they will arrive at the spot taking our bear, we will take them down in full swoop. I wrote capture this place at 14-minute and 50-second, and close off the route comment on 2 of the pin marks, and placed them above the 2 squares as marks. On the third pin mark, I wrote 13 minutes and 30 seconds, capture, place for decisive battle and placed it on the square. This makes it quite convenient to remember. I will also be ready, just in case they manage to slip away. Yes, please. According to my estimation, the 4-man team led by Geelong will likely be completely surrounded at the 13-minute mark. We will block their escape routes. With the protection period in place, they won't be able to enter. Geelong has become like a bird in a cage. Opponents have 2 choices, either to struggle and find a way to survive, or have a direct confrontation with our team. Either way, it will become a PvP situation, so I'll leave the rest to Lana and the others. In contrast to the opponent team of 4 members, the number of Eden members heading to their place at the moment are 9. Honestly, it might be a little over the top battle power. Furthermore, there is also me, Rena and Hannah on standby. Rena, pass the instructions. Alright. Guild Connect. Can you hear me, Your Highness Lana? And so, Rena explained the plan we have confirmed now to Lana and others. Sure enough, Guild Connect is really a cheat skill, even if only one-way transmission is possible. As for our opponent, they are like the puppet on a string held by our strategist, as she observed the situation in Dragon's miniature garden. After conveying the plan, Rena gave her instruction while readying the field until it was time. Lana and others soon arrived at the designated place while capturing the small castles and earning the points. Our plan began from there, and mentioning the rest of the best, the great star here, most likely they don't know Geelong team is dancing in the palm of our strategist, so there is no aid or rescue from them. Though that's inevitable, the only thing displayed in the central screen is the time elapsed and acquiesced point. It's really tough without communication or any kind of instruction. Alright, let's do a countdown. 10, 9, 8. The key point in this plan is to capture the squares precisely on time. There can't be a big gap in timing. I mean, the plan is based on maintaining the protection period so as to cut off the escape route of Geelong team, so if a gap appears amidst the net of captured squares, it gives rise to an unpredictable outcome. Well, a few seconds off won't matter much, unlike with a big castle. 3.2. Take them down, now. At 13 minutes and 30 seconds, following Rena's instruction, one of the squares turns pea green color, entering the protection period. Perfect timing, as expected. Next, from 14 minutes and 20 seconds to 14 minutes and 50 seconds, they capture the surrounding squares, creating the field according to the plan. Geelong team find themselves surrounded, and unable to move. So, the option they chose was to seek an escape route, and try to avoid them. Indeed, that is their final chance of survival. There are white squares surrounding them, but if they manage to turn the table and put them into protection period of pink color, they will be able to escape. That being said, Eden is also aware of that. Hence, they of course won't let them escape. Lana, with this, I have fulfilled my promise of strike their head, I inwardly think. 5 minutes later, the 4-member team of Geelong was forced to exit. Author note: with this, I have finally introduced Dragon's miniature garden. They had obtained it at the end of chapter 5, so I apologize to keep readers waiting for too long. I had really wanted to make it debut in a large-scale guild battle like this. Then, let's talk about the development. The image below is the map of the end moment where Eden cornered their opponent. Though there was so much to write in the northeast big castle part that it ended becoming too clustered, sweat. On the other hand, on the southern side, Rika, Mert and Misato are busy keeping best of the best, the Great Star under check. They moved from the central part to west to east and then approached the red base, so for best of the best, the Great Star, they couldn't afford to ignore them. However, the red team has heavily stained the southern side with red and is catching up in terms of points. Also, Southeast Big Castle has turned pink. It seemed like they had finally overturned the situation there. Please look forward to how the development will unfold from here. Next update will be about the PvP battle, from third-person POF. Also, I will be adding the enlarged map of Northeast Big Castle area as well. I hope you are fun. CH 341. Let's turn back the clock a while back. It was when Zephyr had just left for the base. Lana and others received a new instruction from Rina. Your Highness Lana, Shizu-san, Karua-san and Asta-san, please split into 2 teams. From there, please use the protection period to shut off any chances of the opposing team from fleeing. Just follow the route I will point out. The instructions Lana and others could hear, as if someone was speaking right next to their ear, were being given by Master Planner Princess Rina, who should have been at the base. Rina had separated from the group right after they had snatched the central big castle, returned to the base and began her preparation for the mid-game phase. Right now, she is passing her instructions to the members scattered in the area while observing the situation with Super Rare Item Dragon's Miniature Garden. Her instructions, receiving training from Zephyr, were precise to the point and she had already become able to use Dragon's Miniature Garden. Lana nodded in response to the instructions, and then said to her own reliable attendants, I believe you have heard it, right, Asta, Shizu? Let's do it right away. Please be assured, I will take charge of the west with Karua. Then I and Her Highness Lana will proceed forward to the route while taking down the surrounding squares. HN, then we're off. Later, Lana, Asta and Shizu took the helm, split the team into 2 and started taking action, capturing the squares in accordance to Rina's plan. Since capturing squares puts them into a protection period, the opponent team cannot invade during that time frame. And that's how, by creating a route of squares with active protection period, the opponent team was cornered into the southern area. It was a frustrating development for Saturn team. Well, obviously they will be, as there are very few squares left for them to take down. Damn it, what should we do, Saturn? First, let's snatch the area around the big castle. Next, we will capture the central area as well. We are splitting into 2 3-man teams. Saturn instantly fired his instructions as Tom questioned. The 6 members swiftly divided into 3-man teams and started capturing squares while also keeping tabs on Eden members. The main reason to split into a team of 3 was to be vigilant of PvP battles. The side with the largest number in PvP battle will have the overwhelming advantage. So Saturn had taken precaution just in case a PvP battle sparked between 2 sides. And when they were driven into the southern corner with Saturn almost sure that they would be facing the opponent anytime, he saw Eden members gradually leaving for the north. Following that, the upper hand that the opponent had gained by cornering the Saturn team in the south will be lost. Are they planning to target the central region? Do they want to block our route to their base? Saturn, what now? Then we will focus on capturing the southern area. Since Eden has finally receded to the north, let's paint all the squares in the south in red. Roger. As long as there is the wall of protection period, it is hard for the PvP battles to occur. Henceforth, teams often focus on acquiring areas in mid-game phase, and when it is done and it gets hard to overturn square, PvP battle option is the usual option left in late game phase. Then the option Saturn chose was to take the lead in snatching squares. He quickly issued his instructions to Tom and Polish, and started dyeing the south in the color of red. Let's shift to another area, in the north. The Geelong team of 4, red team, were facing a predicament. It's bad, Geelong. We will be trapped if we don't do anything. Foo-foo. Leave it to me. It's but a cinch if we switch the white square inches the north to our side. We have a trouble. They are lying in ambush in the north, and there are too many. Phew. What to do? Hey, didn't you just say to leave it to you, Geelong? The place was the neighborhood of Northern Big Castle. Regrettably, they had failed to take lead in capturing Northern Big Castle, but seeing that Eden had withdrawn towards the white base direction, they turned to capture the squares in that region to surround the big castle. While their attention was preoccupied, Eden on the other hand laid out their trap under their nose, the squares glowing in the pea-green light of the protection period belonging to the Team White gradually were encroaching on them, driving them to proximity of the northern big castle. The Geelong team was now driven into predicament when even the sole exit was ambushed by their opponent. They were forced to choose from two options, either to turn the table on them and confront them, or find a way to break through this area. We failed to exercise enough vigilance, it seems. I didn't expect Eden to cooperate so cleverly and corner us. Is this the height one can reach with practice? We can only try to make a breakthrough then. This venerable will cover your back. You all just put your mind on how to escape from here. Update: northern route has been sealed off by the protection period. What? The situation is the same behind us. We are trapped. What? In the meanwhile they took their sweet time to decide. Eden, receiving the instruction from Rena, advanced on their encirclement and completely surrounded them. With their sole escape route being bathed in the light of protection, Geelong team was standing on the precipice of desperation. No doubt they will be beaten black and blue at this rate. However, not all doors to salvation had closed to them yet. The protection period for a square had just ended, so they could escape from there. To there. We are going to make a breakthrough from there. Facing the miracle that occurred just when they were about to lose all hope after being caught like a rat in a trap, Geelong and team wasted not even a second in grasping it. Yes, without knowing it was a deliberate move from the opponent. As soon as Geelong and team raced toward the miraculous square and entered, they heard a voice. Shining saber of the sacred light. Elemental lance. Rapid shot. Geelong, Helk and the third years inadvertently stopped on their tracks seeing Geelong, who was in the lead, being blown away with a thud sound. What in the seven worlds happened? With that thought crossing their mind, Helk and others turned around to ascertain the situation, however unaware they were that this action was akin to serving themselves on a silver platter to Eden. The first to fall victim was third-year Hunter. Shield bash. Gufu. Be down. Bufu yu. He received shield tackle from Sierra. Hunter, who received the attack directly, fell into down status showing an unsightly appearance, and then thwack, Sierra bashed his head with a mace. The third-year student, Hunter, received a critical hit due to being in down status from normal mace attack, and fell victim to the abnormal state stun. With this, one of them was down. Following that, the next sacrificial lamb was the third-year dual swordsman. Face the power of a hero. Lolita tackle. Gah. Though it nowhere represents the sight of a hero's power, it was just a third-year dual swordsman receiving a headbutt from a powerful ally. That third year didn't feel any pain under the blessing of HP, but his knees gave in as he plopped down on the floor. Lolita tackle has the additional effect of putting the target into stunned condition when it is a critical hit. A fearful technique it is. Impossible? Helk shouted in fear seeing 3 out of 4 members being taken down in an instant. It was an unexpected climax none of them ever imagined. They couldn't even put B of the battle before they were mowed like a helpless lamb. Helk, who witnessed it, was shaken to the very depth of his core. And if that wasn't enough, the word that came out from Lana's mouth next almost caused his soul to slip out of his mouth. Hold on guys, you forget that bulkish man. Rise of the sacred tree. After realizing why he was still left unharmed, Helk broke into the run while shouting. Most likely his trembling had been transmitting to his legs well, so he shouted in order to move his legs. There often are scenes like this. No, a scene where a man abruptly runs away to hide his tears. Instantly, a holy tree sprouted in the spot he had been just a moment ago. He would have been down if he had stayed here. It was the silver lining amidst misfortune. Helk, who was almost scared to death seeing that, suddenly recalled the situation he was in. Crap, holy crap. Geelong, are you still alive? Correcting his running trajectory, Geelong headed towards the place Geelong had been blown away to. However, there were already 2 of the Eden members present there. A moth flying into the flame Desu. Secret ninja technique, clone art. Her Highness Lana expressly stated to smash everyone's head, so be prepared. Those were Pamela and Celestine. Geelong had fortunately survived the impact earlier with some HP still left, and just healed himself using high potion when he was forced to fight under the pincer attack of Pamela displaying her acrobatic movement and a butler with scary footwork. This vulnerable isn't someone anyone can take out. Activating unique skill secret technique, Great beheading sword. Ninja technique. Substitute vertical bar. You are tricked, Desu. It was my substitute, Desu. Foo. What did you say? Let's end this. Hand chop. Jilong used his unique skill and hacked at Pamela with the materialized gigantic light sword. Pamela, facing it, swiftly used ninja technique, substitute, and switched the position between herself and substitute. Promptly, Celestine also slides in and strikes down at the medulla oblongata section. Or so it seemed like, but it seemed to strike at Jilong's head with hand chop. Gyubuf. Jilong, uttering a painful groan, Jilong lost his consciousness and collapsed on the ground. He had fallen into stunned state. It was used to be a skill that struck the oblongata section part, causing the receiver to enter stunned state. It seemed like it was effective even when aimed at the crown of the head. By the time Hulk arrived, Jilong had just delivered the final blow. Now then, next is you, Q. Damn you, butler. How dare you do this to Jilong? Activate unique skill, Great Majesty, Revenge Strike. Hulk's unique skill increased his attack power when his allies were defeated. Though, all of them were in stunned state and neither was defeated in the truest sense, so the buff from this wasn't that strong. Against this attack in which dwelled the completed might of Hulk, Celestine swiftly struck his fist. Your left side is full of openings, you know. Blitz Strike. The charged fist of the Blitz Strike slipped past the Hulk's large shield and stuck liver. However, Hulk's job was Knight, specialized in Vit as well, so he didn't receive that much damage. If anything though, the attack just now forcefully cancelled his unique skill. Damn, you are strong. Sword aura. Spin counter. In desperation, Hulk attacked with his sword clad in aura, however Celestine dodged it by slipping into his guard, and did a counterattack. A spinning hook strike landed on Hulk's side, causing him to stagger backward. You sure are tanky, let me send you off with my hidden move. Knocking. Go. A dull thud sound echoed. Celestine had driven his knocking attack on Hulk's abdomen, immobilizing him. He was temporarily pushed into paralyzed state. Then Celestine took a step backward and pulled his fist backward as if to gather strength. I apologize, I am going to hit your face now, so please brace yourself. The scene Hulk, who could hardly maintain his posture, saw was the butler throwing in a karate-like straight fist. Butler a fist. With this conclusion, the Jilong team of 4 were sent to loser's room. What happened after they were made to faint was purposely not mentioned. There were now 11 members left in the best of the best, the Great Star. The guild battle was also heading into its late stage. About the map, colors are explained already. In the bottom left are members of Eden. Yellow dialogue box is basically the SFX for Thwack. The pale cream-colored square inches the middle of white and pink square. After the SFX box, read this part doesn't come under protection period, so entering here is possible. The big arrow represents the gap Jilong was blown backward to. This time update is about PvP battle. I hope you enjoyed it. Starting with third years, they are mobs. Though it seemed like they were a bit unfortunate to be pitted against Saint or Shield Princess or Hero. Moving onward, map explanation time. Today's map is the enlarged map of the area in the proximity of Northern Big Castle. Skipping to the details since it is basically the same thing I mentioned above the map. 1. Squares have quite the free space. 2. Author wanted to make the big castle occupy the whole square, just leaving a bit of space, but that map drawing size was going past the upload image size, so this is the best result. Just imagine that attacks from adjacent squares can easily reach the big castle. Regarding the small castle spaces, there are actually small areas at each corner. These are referred to as the relief spaces. These are the places where players are tossed into when the protection period begins. I think it is something like if Eden snatched the small castle, then that castle would only allow them to stay here while members of the opposing team would be tossed out there. Also, as shown in the bottom left of the map, even if the left and bottom squares are inaccessible due to the protection period, it is possible to move to the adjacent square inches the bottom left. White 1, where 5 silhouettes can be seen. Incidentally, the adjacent of a square refers to its 8 spots, up, down, left, right and diagonal direction. That's how Eden successfully surrounded the Jilong team in a PvP battle, using the bottom left square that was released from the protection period as bait. Though what awaited the Jilong team there was a warm whacking welcome. As for what happened after they fainted, I will leave it to your imagination. Well then, Please look forward to tomorrow. CH 342. We were finally in the end phase of the guild battle. Score as of now was white, 11,950p versus red, 7,270p. A total difference of 4,620p. Out of 5 big castles, 3 are under white while 2 under red. The gap between Eden and best of the best, the Great Star, was gradually coming out. Around 35 minutes has passed since the starting of the guild battle, and only 10 minutes have remained before it ends. In the end phase, the core tactic revolves around maintaining the position and arrangements of one's own squares as well as the squares in protection period. And it had been mentioned earlier too, but the victory condition for best of the best, the Great Star, is to take down the Eden base in the remaining 2 minutes of the guild battle. This means they have to snatch the squares that are in the proximity of base to their side in the remaining time until the last 2 minutes. It was hard to tell what kind of mechanism was being used, but a barrier had been erected around the base to prevent the invasion of the opponent team. Attacks didn't pass either. The only way is to snatch the adjacent squares, which will disperse the barrier, and making it possible to mount their raid on it. This is the optimal plan best of the best, the Great Star would want to achieve. In contrast, Eden plan is to seize the opponent's squares while forming a layer of own white squares as a wall to prevent them from capturing it. And right now, in the northern area where Eden base is, a huge reversal was taking place. Celia-san, please take care of 2 squares in the north. The one in the southeast, Celestine-san and Pamela-san and Shizu-san, please head to southwest square. As the best of the best, the Great Star were paving their path to the white base. Eden was running around to keep them at bay. Furthermore, it was basically a one-sided suppression. With Master Planner Princess and Dragon's miniature garden, it would have been strange if not. In contrast, the icing on the cake was the difference in members count, and so, best of the best, the Great Star were being gradually cornered. Eden meanwhile was efficiently capturing the squares under the instruction of Rina. The northern area was already dyed in white. The remaining red squares were far and few there, and best of the best, the Great Star were gradually reaching a deadlock. The path would be cut off if they didn't do anything. It was just a moment of time before they were to be chased away from the northern area as well. Currently, the majority of the best, the Great Star members has managed to gain a foothold, but in all honesty, a future where they can get hold of a command tower looks bleaker than a withered tree in the heart of winter. That being said, there is still one other way for best of the best, the Great Star, to win, and that's to take down all the big castle, though this is the talk of never happening fantasy. After all, they are standing at such a precipice that a single big castle take away from them spells their defeat. In short, 1 life among 10 deaths is a grim reality for them. They neither have sufficient time, nor battle power. However, not enough. This is just tasteless like an unsalted cracker. Guild battle simply doesn't have the 2 team participating. There are also audiences watching over them. Comments are flooding out from them. It is a stage where the audience is fervently cheering. A bland, expected ending like this is just too anticlimactic for their enjoyment. Rina, I am also heading out. Zephyr-san too? What I wish for is the flowers. The flowers that make the audience excited like a roaring inferno. And speaking of flowers in the guild battle, it's of course good old PvP battle. The PvP battle climax from earlier has raised similar fire inside me. So far, it was mostly a one-sided development. There was also some exciting battle. Overwhelming opponent with our strategist was also pretty good. However, both Eden and best of the best, the Great Star must have wanted this as well. PvP battles. They have the chance to win, while this guild battle is basically in our bag. That's why this is just the moment to lift the ban on PvP battle. Rina, here, here and here. Gather everyone who wants to fight. Ah, but are you sure? Even if we don't do anything, it will still be our win. As expected of her. She immediately understood my intention and asked back. However, I am sorry Rina, even though you worked hard to create this advantageous field for us. But you see, I am lifting the ban precisely because you have secured our victory. In short, the fruit of victory we are enjoying is all her achievement. Everyone will be delighted. Well then, I am leaving the rest to you. Rina. Leaving behind these words, I arrived at the place near the central squares where Rina, Shizu and Pamela are holding back Saturn, Tom and Polish. Apparently, Battle already began and the Saturn team, unable to cross the wall of Lana and others, is being held back. Shit. If only we can get past this. We're running out of time. Shall we make a suicide attack? We are not going to overturn the outcome at this rate. Saturn. Stopping is not an option. Then let's bulldoze through it. Call in our reserve force for the base. We are going to take down their home base first. Saturn and others started action while shouting so. Has the thought that shouting like this will expose their plan to their opponent as well never crossed their mind? A wishful thinking you have there. And sure enough, Lana comes out from the shadow of the protection period while putting her hands on her waist, taking an imposing pose. Saturn and team flashed a bitter expression. Best of the best, the great star, after being blocked by Lana and others following my instructions, seems to be in a dilemma. Judging from their earlier discussion, their plan was to bring out reserved members as well to increase battle power even if it meant leaving their base defenseless, and break through from here towards our base. Sure enough, I expected them to take that step. I kept you waiting. Zephyr, don't you need to defend the base? Same Desu. Is there no need to seize squares Desu? Thanks for your effort, Pamela and Sisu. It's fine. We're going to fight them. Let's send them to loser's room. Foo. Just leave that matter to me. With these words, Lana rested a vaguely familiar-looking mace on her shoulder. As someone who always had talisman-type equipment, that mace stood in stark contrast to her. I didn't even have to guess hard about her intention. This mace is really something for beating. I borrowed it from Hannah. I see. So it was right in thinking it looks familiar. Nevertheless, Hannah's I think she named it Mchan number 2. I turned to look at the pitiful Saturn and others, who had their faces dyed red from trying to make a breakthrough while glancing at our direction. You scoundrel! Don't you dare look at me with such pitiful eyes. Damn you, how humiliating. Stop, rein in your feelings. Therefore, we have to wait for reinforcement. The Polish barely managed to stop Saturn and Tom, and who looked ready to jump at me anytime. Nice decision, Polish. There's no way for them to contend with us, whether it is levels or members normally. So the basics is to wait for reinforcement. However, there is no need to wait for them. Let's start. Grenade. Here comes their attack. Dodge them. Shizu heartlessly triggered the grenade, causing a loud explosion. The grenade fired from the muzzle flew in an arc toward Tom. Tom had tried to evade immediately as soon as Polish's shout reached his ears, but, ninja technique, Shadowbind Desu. My legs are feeling slow. However, Tom was struck with bind state at the merciless support of Pamela, delaying his escape. Then a grenade hit. It exploded alongside Tom. Gah, Tom, are you alright? Cough. Why, yeah, somehow, I would have dropped dead though without my trained muscles. Polish, heal me. That's quite a sturdy muscle you have. It's a relief you are alright. Mega heal. So there was truth in the words that by developing muscles, one can survive even after being caught up in a grenade explosion. Polish casted healing magic on Tom, who survived the attack. He was full of opening. Lightning. Not in my watch. Flare. I was about to sweep them with lightning burst when Saturn attacked, so I had to cancel it and dodge. Great, Saturn. Be more wary about the surroundings. My lightning burst is a third-order skill tree magic, so it takes a bit of time to activate it, and flare being intermediate lower-grade magic, it was faster activation time. Glad to see he is properly putting my teaching into use. You saved me there, Saturn, as expected of you. When Tom and Polish said their thanks, Saturn's bad habit reared its ugly head here. Nothing much. Shining saber of the sacred light. Saturn? At the moment Saturn put up a haughty smile, his pride stroked by their praise. Lana's strongest move stuck him with a loud boom sound which blew him away, spinning and tumbling on the way. His smile irked me just now. Light blade, rapid shot, giant shuriken art Desu. Gah. Following him, the combination of Lana, Shizu and Pamela's attack assaulted Tom and Polish. The two focused on dodging them and barely managed to survive. Get your act together, Saturn. Heal. High heal. I let down my guard. I would have been insta-killed if I hadn't improved my resistance. Saturn and others fell into disadvantage. Even when Tom's tried to take advantage of situation, if I just slipped into their defenses. Not in my wake. Barrage. Gah. He was pushed back by Shizu's gun skill barrage from her direction. Breakthrough from here looks to be an unattainable dream for there. I glimpsed Mchanver.2 in Lana's hand shining ominously. Perhaps, the time for it to shine was approaching. Though, it seems like it will have to wait for a while. We keep you waiting, Saturn. But fear it not, we have arrived. Let us handle this scene. I didn't expect Brave to directly come out in person. The time to use this fist has finally come. The consecutive skill attacks continue, assaulting Toma and police. The two focus on evasion and narrowly manage to survive. Saturn, get it together. Heal. High heal. Gah. I let my guard down. If I hadn't increased my ease, I might have been instantly killed. The Satans are at a disadvantage. Despite Toma's attempt to charge in amidst the chaos, if you get close enough, then we won't let you. Barrage. Grah. They are pushed back by Shizu's gun skill. Barrage, hitting her face. Breaking through was difficult. I had a suspicious feeling that Nchan number 2, wielded by Rana, was shining ominously. Perhaps its time to shine was fast approaching. However, it seemed that it would still be a little while before that. Saturn. Sorry to keep us waiting. Let us handle this. I never expected the hero to come out in person. Finally, the time to use this fist has come. Almost simultaneously with those words, 3 figures appeared from the south. First one was the same second-year student, Reckless Wizard, who had been gagged and captured just before the guild battle started. Second was another second-year student with a smooth sparkling bald head, Dangerous Monk. And finally, the last one, another second-year student, was Punching Magician, fluttering his G-black cloak while performing shadow boxing with taping coiled around his fist. They were the reinforcement of best of the best, the Great Star reinforcement. All 3 of them have troll jobs. Can they even handle this situation?